Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of the North American release of Pokémon Mystery Dungeon Gates to Infinity, which took place just this past Friday. Before we get into that, just a few quick reminders. Great start when I can't even say our own event name. SGDQ 2023 is coming up May 28th to June 4th in Minneapolis, Minnesota. If interested in attending the event, registration is now open until May 3rd. Off-site volunteer submissions also are now open until, they are closed. You can go to GamesDoneQuick.com for more information on anything else related to SGDQ, though. As well, Games Done Quick is returning to PAX East. Today is the last day, so if you're going to be around, be sure to check out the speedrun stage if you're interested in watching some speedruns or playing through the gauntlet. With all that said, we've got 2 runs of Pokémon Mystery Dungeon games for you today. I will hand it over to the runners, and they can introduce themselves.
Okay, hi everyone. I am SPD Wolf, who is going to be running this game, Pokémon Mystery Dungeon Gates to Infinity. This is the first entry in the Pokémon Mystery Dungeon series on 3DS. Quickly introduce my commentators. With me, I have Mozzarella Cheese.
Hello, everyone.
And Halkari.
Hello.
Both runners of the PMD series for much longer than I have been. And another note, this is this is a cutscene-less modification of this game. So this game normally has a lot of unskippable cutscenes that we're gonna gloss over, and so this should bring the runtime down from 7 hours down to about 3, if it goes well.
It's worth noting as well that you actually made this yourself.
I did, yeah, I did.
A lot of runners, they're not, privy to tools, but they'll use them. But you seem to be a jack of all trades with that kind of thing.
Yeah.
You've also made one for Super Mystery Dungeon as well, but we will be not using that today later on because it's not that bad of a link.
That is correct.
That game's cutscenes are a lot quicker.
They are. Okay, I would get this run ready if there's nothing else to say before the run. I guess I'll give a countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay.
Good luck, have fun. You'll need it.
Thank you. Okay, so no personality quiz at the start. You just get to select your starter. We select Axew as the leader, as well as Oshawott as the partner. And the reason for Axew is going to be very self-explanatory once we get deep enough into the run. But first, we got Ragged Mountain, which is the first dungeon of the game. Remember to raise your volume on your end for this beautiful music.
This game's soundtrack is absolutely incredible. And yeah, we get a Dragon-type starter. What could possibly go wrong with giving us a starter Pokemon that resists 4 of the most common types in the game? And with stab moves that are almost never resisted. What could possibly go wrong here?
Yeah, so SPD mentioned that me and Cheese have been running this game for quite a while. I personally did my first Gates to Infinity speedrun in 2017, early 2017. And back then, Axew was still the choice then, because you look at this cast of starters and it's just not a choice. Axew just gets so many broken moves. He has a really good typing. He's just obviously the pick for this speedrun, but the partner has kind of jumped around a little bit. Cheese, if you want to go into that.
Yeah, funny enough, I think when you first did your first runs, Hulk, it was actually Axew Oshawott at that time, too. It was either that or it was Axew Pikachu.
Axew Pikachu, yeah.
Yeah, Pikachu we were using at one point just because he gets to start the game with Fake Out, which is a ranged attack, and he could hit from behind you with it. So in the event that you didn't kill things, especially early on in one hit, Pikachu could back you up. But that was about all he was good for. After that, it was just kind of but Axew did all the work anyways. And then down the line, I decided to try to switch it up to Tepig leader and Axew partner, because we'll see it a lot later on in this run. When the leader Pokemon gets KOs on enemies, you will sometimes recruit them, and the text that appears when that happens takes forever in this game.
Yep.
So I was trying to set up a strategy where the partner would do most of the damage instead, so I made Axew the partner in the hopes that that would work.
The attack speed in general in this game is very, very slow.
Yeah.
SPD has actually found an alternate solution to having the leader do as little battling as possible. I believe you're going to be leaving the partner behind in most places, right?
I forgot to set up my codes. 1 second.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, we got to do Wonder Mail codes real quick here. But yeah, now we've introduced, by we I mean SPD, we've introduced what we call split up strats, where you separate from your partner and have them just stay in a stationary location.
Where?
Okay, so while SB is getting set up there, basically right now we're going to be using the in-game password system. We have this game split up into two different categories, Wonder Mail and no Wonder Mail. The passwords for this game specifically are very, very short and sweet, but the keyboard is awful. Notoriously, the little hitboxes for the numbers and letters are in kind of weird spots, and some of them actually overlap. So if you have two characters in a password that are right next to each other, you can hit in between them and saves time on that input. But generally, it takes a lot of focus to be able. I cannot do the codes as fast as SBD is doing right now in Gates to Infinity. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, it takes a lot to memorize them, even though they're short. And
he had to fumble around for those codes, and he's gonna beat me in a race of still.
He's been grinding this game a lot recently, so this was well timed. Very well timed. All planned out. Oh, hey, the Gates to Infinity 10th anniversary is coming up. Shortly, this will be in a marathon. It was all on purpose.
Yep. Totally what I was going for.
But yeah, the thing with the hitboxes of the letters on the keyboard is, though you can technically purposely hit two at the same time to save a few frames, most of the time you'll activate it by accident, if anything, because the way the hitboxes are set, it just doesn't make sense. They're all offset so weirdly.
Yeah. So the reason I think the keys are as offset from their visual as they are is because this keyboard was made for the Japanese version in mind. Where the sort of Roman letters look different. And when they translated this game to English, they didn't take into account that. Probably.
So all the letters got shifted leftward.
It's worth noting this is the first PMD game that has Wonder Mail codes that are only usable, that are distributed by the developer. In Explorers of Sky and Blue Rescue Team, Red Rescue Team, you could actually generate your own Wonder Mail codes. It was basically like a language, and once you spoke the language, you could basically make it spit out whatever you wanted.
Yeah, you could make missions with whatever rewards you wanted, whatever items, with whatever completion requirements you wanted, so you could make them completely free.
Yeah, it was really essentially, for all intents and purposes, a coding language, and it was actually very, very interesting. But now at this point, with these two games that we're going to be seeing today, Pokemon and Chunsoft Game Freak is not Game Freak. The Pokemon Company has decided, hey, let's just give them the codes. Let's make these officially distributed.
Yeah, you get it's basically like promo codes. And funny enough, we used to think that there were only 5 codes that actually worked in the PAL version of this game.
Yeah, we actually had the rule set limited to where nobody could use codes that weren't on the PAL version because we thought they only had 5 codes or something.
Yeah, so that made the Wonder Mail. That made Wonder Mail so much more limited. You basically could only use it to make the run a little easier, and that was it. Mm-hmm. But now, I think it was Reserve Cat found all the compatible codes for every region, like JP, European, and US. And so now the floodgates are open. Now SBD is Wonder Mailing in a whole bunch of Joy Seeds, which are like rare candies. They give you a free level up, and also some Golden Seeds, which give you 5 levels per use. So he's going to not only have this overpowered dragon type starter, who's already without contest, the best in the game as it is. It's going to get really over level too.
Yep.
It's worth all this time.
You can see this text speed that SPD is doing with right now. This is the text speed for the game.
Yeah,
so you can kind of see why a cutscene-less version is kind of necessary for big events like this. This, believe it or not, after all we just went through about the history of these codes and how they got unearthed, this is not the biggest discovery that you will see today with Wonder Mail codes. In Super Mystery Dungeon, we found something far, far more crazy, so definitely stick around for that.
Oh my goodness. Alright, so I take it you're going to be using that.
Yes, sir.
I'm surprised that we've had enough time to prepare that.
Yeah, we have a lot of good, really, really dedicated people in the community that made really good tools to make it really efficient to use.
Okay, we're almost done
we're
here.
Almost done with this part.
We got 5 left.
Yeah, there's quite a few codes, and every time you put in a code, you have to see, please enter the password. Thank you for entering the password. Now saving your game.
Yeah, if you enter it wrong, then you see text for that, and then you do the whole code again.
Yeah, you wouldn't think this is faster, just because it takes 5 or 6 minutes at least to do all these codes.
Something like
it's
that.
A lot,
it's a huge time investment.
It's about
kind of vaguely started
roughly 4
as
minutes.
Yeah, but
Okay, not that bad.
how fast it makes Axew go, and
Yep,
how
very,
much
very
it whittles
fast.
down encounters. Like the fact that you can get to Dragon Dance immediately and just kind of go up to max speed and just prevent enemy encounters by lack of turns. It just saves you a lot of time.
Yeah, I didn't even mention that's like the main reason we get Axew over leveled. It not only makes him crazy tanky, which is good, but also he gets Dragon Dance, which speed boosts in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon are ridiculously overpowered. They literally just grant you more turns in combat or more turns to move around, so you can just literally dance around the enemies. It is insane.
We're done.
Let's go.
GG.
Would have taken me like 30 more minutes.
All right, so now we're gonna withdraw a lot of the things that we just wonder milled in right from this deposit box. So
Very
3 revives for
convenient that they're already
safety, 14 joy seeds, and all golden seeds. So that combination of joy seeds and golden seeds is enough, just enough to get Axew to level 32 as soon as he levels up to 8. And just a few revives for just for good luck.
Revives are another super busted item in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. You automatically get revived if you have a revive on hand, and it fully restores HP, fully restores PP of all of your moves as
Nice
well.
floor.
And
Yep.
and in all the other games besides Gates, it will also refill your belly. But this game actually does not have hunger as a mechanic, except in very specific dungeons.
So you're noticing the SPD is like checking similar rooms, like that top left room and the place that he started in was like the same shape and general location as what's on the last floor. Gates of Infinity, compared to the other games, is a very basic dungeon generator. It has like a bunch of it has like a box of like 35 jigsaw pieces. Just kind of puts them together randomly, and you'll notice a lot of similar layouts and patterns. Especially, I don't remember if it's this dungeon that has the consistent floor.
Yes,
I think it does.
3F.
Okay, yeah, this floor right here is exactly the same every single time you play it. I don't know why. Probably because of the door here.
Yeah,
There's like a red
There's a
door
secret
you can
door.
open.
Any floor that has a door, I can show it off. If I go up here, there is a gate. You can open it if you have a key. There are some really good items as well as some really strong enemies behind it. And so I guess every time there's one of those, the floor is a fixed layout and we know exactly where to go.
Yeah, when the game died the first time, we thought, okay, we have to come up with something new to be able to beat this time, the 716 by Whom is DS. So me and Shady Gamer X actually considered possibly getting a red key, going in there, fighting the Braviaries, just to get a lot higher leveled, and it just wasn't safe.
It wasn't worth it. Those things are so insanely strong that you basically can only deal damage to them if it's something that's fixed damage, like
All right,
Dragon
here we go.
Rage or Blast Seeds.
Yeah, so after this and after the Wondermilk codes, this game is going to move very, very, very quick to the point where when I tried this for the first time, I'm like, I don't have time to breathe or take a sip of anything or think. Like,
Yeah, without the cutscenes, it is just hours of straight dungeon and thinking very
straight
fast.
gaming, yeah.
The neat thing about PMD is it's a very reactionary speedrun. Like it's not just going through the motions for the most part. Like there's bits and pieces of muscle memory that help, like doing this menuing, but for the most part, it is you don't know where the stairs are, you don't know where the enemies are. You might have a vague idea of how the layouts are generated, but you still have to play a guessing game. So it's all about just reacting to the situations you get thrown into. Sometimes really disastrous situations that really make you think, but you kind of hope those don't happen. And that's what makes it a bit of an interesting run. Like even if you're grinding it day in, day out, over and over again, every run is different.
Oops.
Yeah, so I don't know where I was going with that. Oh yeah, there is one PMD game that actually is kind of more execution heavy. The very first one has a very interesting set of RNG manipulations that you can do. They're very easy to do, and the results are pretty consistent. So if you want something more or less chaotic than a typical PMD game, you could look into running the original.
That's true. I always forget about that, the quick save category. There is one game that can be manipulated.
Technically, Explosive Sky can as well, but in a different way, and it's not worth it, really.
Oh, just play frame perfectly for the whole game, or reset after every dungeon.
I think SPD was thinking about doing that for the beginning, at least. I don't know.
I think in theory it is possible to manipulate Beach Cave in Explorers of Sky, but it's gonna take some work to
so
properly
insane.
roll out that manip, and it's still gonna be frame perfect or frame perfect, and you're gonna have to like maybe come up with some or like study the alternatives if you barely missed a frame. So there's a lot of like stuff that you're gonna have to like memorize and roll out to get that in. In theory, it's gonna be possible though, eventually.
Yeah, so there's not really a whole lot to say here in the beginning. Well, we're actually nearing the end of the level grind. And then I swear, from here, take my word for it, we're gonna be going really fast. Like there's not really gonna be much else slowing us down.
It's a lot of setup. I remember when we first found all these Wonder Mail codes for all these Joy Seeds. I think Rob did a run where like partially it was during a relay. He was like partially memeing, but partially like, you know what, this could be a real strat. He was the only one that was actually willing to get all the Joy Seeds out and try it and just be overpowered the whole game.
Yeah, as you expect, it didn't really hurt him.
Yeah, it ended up actually being the way to go.
Yeah,
thanks to Dragon Dance.
This game's history is so interesting. There's also some new things that SPD's been doing. I think you don't have a reunion cape yet, but you're going to be really wanting one for some of the strategy you're going to be doing in dungeons.
Yeah, you can start finding one from Hazy Pass. So if I get really lucky, we'll find it soon. If we get unlucky, we'll find it never.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's like a power
At one
band
point,
in the previous games.
Speaking of manips, that's something you were trying to figure out how to manipulate too.
Also possible in this game, because it looks to just be frame-based, like almost purely. By the way, we got Dragon Dance now, so we can do stuff like that.
Oh, we didn't mention, this is a feature that is only in Gates to Infinity. But there's a setting you can do in the options where you can make it to where when you hold Y, it skips all of the heavy lifting of like the animations, like your stats going up and down, anything like that. It makes double hits or multi-hit moves hit all at once. That I would say it's like equivalent to like L canceling in Super Smash Brothers, like the first two games. It's something that it's very tiny, but it adds up and it saves a lot of time throughout the game.
Yeah, every single time you use dual chop, it's like if you don't hold Y, you get a whole extra chop animation, for instance. Like the application is a bit weird. There's some moves where it like maybe saves frames to do it, but there's other cases where it saves a ton of time to hold Y.
Yeah.
Especially with Dragon Dance. If you do multiple Dragon Dances consecutively, if you don't hold Y when you get the speed boost animation or speed drop animation, you'd lose like years of time.
Yeah, that's another small thing that SBD's been doing. Like before me, Shady, and Whom and Cheese, we would like do Dragon Dance, and then once we saw the first speed down from it running out, we would hold Y for the other two. But I haven't seen it myself, but I've heard you've just been timing it so you see no speed down animations.
That's the idea, at least. It's very difficult to do reliably, but yeah.
Yeah, that's insane. You have to like keep track of how many steps you've taken since you did the first Dragon Dance.
Yeah. Yep.
Another unique thing about Gates is, as we just saw, that some of the dungeons, instead of just being the randomly generated floors, are actually like neat little overworld events. They don't do anything too crazy with those. It's usually really basic puzzles. Like in this dungeon, it's literally push button, make staircase.
Yeah.
Oh, we're doing Generation 5 EXP farming? All right. Too bad we're already level 32.
That is what we refer to as a conga line.
I think I think the overworld floors are fun, especially in a speedrun. Like it's nice to have some floors that don't just troll you, that you can always just figure out. I mean, there are Pokemon just kind of randomly strewn about, but most of the time they're reactable, and you can avoid them.
As long as they're not directly in the way of where you need to go.
And especially some floors like give you like a panning shot of what you're about to walk through, so you can like remember the positions they were in and kind of avoid them that way.
It's also just nice and fresh after enough like regular floors. But yeah, this dungeon. Oh, nice stair floor. And actually, there's some scripted floors that are always stair floors too, aren't there?
Just one, and that is in 9F of Tyrant Maze, all the way at the end of the game.
I thought it was more. Okay. I never noticed that. The layouts of this game are so massive that it's actually like really uncommon to immediately get stairs when you spawn in on a floor, so it's always really good when that happens. We're already to the first boss.
Yep, and this should be really simple.
Yeah, you're kind of not supposed to be level 32 yet, so...
Ooh, missed twice.
There we go. Now
Scraggy gets to live a turn. Okay.
He took a whole devastating 3 damage.
This fight in no Wonder Mail is absolutely absurd, because you're not level 32. You're like level 9 or something.
Yeah,
And
level
if you don't
8.
have a blast seed, you need to reset because you're not going to win, or a reviver seed or something. Like it
Yeah.
is so absurdly difficult.
Or a lot of healing items. Yeah, that fight is like a complete joke in this category, but without the joy seeds, it's like one of the worst early game fights in the series.
Yeah, and like SPD is 17 minutes into this run. I believe that sequence is about like 35, 40 minutes into No Wonder Mill or into
Yeah, it's-
regular like cutscene list or regular
It's
with
something like
cutscenes.
30 minutes.
So we're already like saving 15 minutes on the cutscene filled game this far in, just to give you an idea of how slow those cutscenes are. Like I think there's like 3 hours of gameplay according to SVD's PB, but like the world record's like a 7.5 hour or 7.0 whatever. So
7:06
Kind of
now.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
It is an absurd amount of cutscenes, and they take forever because of the game's text speed that I pointed out earlier.
Yeah,
The
unskippable
ratio,
cutscenes.
the gameplay to cutscene ratio is actually still better than Explorers of Sky, though, interestingly enough.
That's so crazy.
Yeah, mostly just because in Sky you always have a speed boost and you go through walls, so the dungeons take like 2
just go
seconds.
really fast. We got a
You go
cutscene
pretty
skip
fast.
in this dungeon, by the way. This is okay. The philosophy I went with when making this cutscene last mod was remove all the speedrun mandatory cutscenes. So if you die or something and you have to watch a cutscene because of it, that has to be kept in because you want the punishment to be accurate to how it would be in the original game.
So if you miss this cutscene skip, you're just gonna hold the L.
Yep. We're just gonna watch the cutscene, the one cutscene that I kept in.
It's like a minute long.
Yeah, it's a minute.
But this
I love-
cutscene skip that SPD is talking about was actually found accidentally when the game died the first time. I keep mentioning that because me and Shady Gamer X were sitting at a 730, 731. DS all of a sudden gets a 716 out of nowhere. And it just had probably the best luck I've ever seen in a PMD speedrun. But also, he just kind of walked through this area that we're going to be coming up through here, and he didn't get a cutscene. He didn't know why it happened. We didn't know why it happened. But he just saved a free minute on top of an insanely good run. But then SPD actually found a consistent setup for this.
Which is what he's
cutscene
doing
skip.
pause buffers for.
Missed the frame, so we're gonna do this backup. That does... I forget the frame. We might watch the cutscene.
Basically, you want to pause
Yeah.
on a specific frame. Aw.
It was a frame earlier. It's been a while since I did that backup.
Darn.
This is a manga.
Yep.
Manga is kind of cool, I guess. Not right now, but
Yeah, it's really cool, especially when he wastes all your reviver seeds later.
man. Yeah, but I don't know exactly the the details of that. So if you want to explain, how it works and how you can achieve it.
What I think is going on for this cutscene skip is that simply the trigger that the game uses to start the cutscene is like a thin line. So if you're lined up on the correct sort of like positions, you can skip right past it from one frame to another. So if you, what I try to do there with pause buffers is just kind of line myself up in a specific way. I try to pause on a specific frame. If Axiu's position looks good, then I just walk straight down with the D-pad, and if it all goes well, the cutscene gets skipped. If it doesn't go well because you pause on the correct frame, you think the visual looks good, but it isn't, then you get to watch it.
You lose a minute.
Fun
One of
fact,
the
I've
only-
actually never missed a cutscene skip in a run. This is the first time I ever missed it in a run. I missed it in
Marathon
practice,
walk classic.
but- yeah.
Classic marathon walk. Meanwhile, other runners have no idea how to do it and consistently get it by accident.
Yeah, so I was gonna say before the normal is getting it, and then the extraordinary is actually getting to skip the cutscene. But now the normal is skipping the cutscene, and the extraordinary is failing and having to watch the cutscene. So we've kind of shifted a little bit. Except it's just SPD running this game right now. With these new changes made.
Yep.
Really unlucky overworld encounters all in front of the logs. I guess that happens a lot, though.
I feel like when I first started running this game, I had a couple runs where there was nobody in front of the logs, but like since then I've always had somebody in front of the logs. It's crazy.
Yeah, I never avoid those encounters. We've also theorized about how this dungeon has a really unique structure. Instead of just going 1F, 2F, 3F, 4F, 5F, it actually has you build bridges to get to the center of the dungeon after going through the sides to find the bridge pieces. We theorized Though no one has really figured anything out for it. We theorized if you could like clip through the river or something and just get to the middle of this dungeon and skip everything on the sides. I guess it'd be really funny if we did that now, because then it would completely obsolete the cutscene skip.
Yeah.
I'd be down for that. It's so slow, or it's so hard, and like it's so easy to mess up. I think.
just hopefully, if we were to find something like that, it wouldn't be equally as bad or worse. Oh yeah, now you just have to hit 3 frames. And that's the dungeon. It's pretty short, just really interesting in terms of structure.
A few dungeons where, in theory, I guess you could just skip straight to the end, like Ochre Quarry or Hazy Pass. Yeah. So I'm just kind of going around town here. The story is that Dance Punches run away somewhere and we're looking for him, so we just have to visit each area of town once.
I'm glad you reminded me, because without the cutscenes, I've completely lost track of where we are.
Yeah, this is right before Desolate Canyon.
Okay. Which is another dungeon that contains another stupid boss fight, but is, again, going to be pretty much free here.
Yeah. There are a few boss fights that are problematic for this category, but towards the end...
Yeah, the enemies don't really catch up to Axio and Party till endgame for the most part. We saw another little thing in Gates. If you menu perfectly when you're on your way to a dungeon through the dungeon menu, you like kind of bug out the menu where the cursor doesn't even move in place yet, and the text doesn't even display. Guessing that means you menued frame perfectly, so congratulations.
I like going for that, just timing my presses there so I get to see that visual glitch. Power Band.
Power Band. Unfortunately, though Power Band is phenomenal in other PND games, in this game, the buff it gives to your attack is not very high.
Yeah. Every time I see a scarf looking at it on the floor, there's always the anticipation of, is this Reunion Cape?
Yeah. I don't think we talked about what Reunion Cape does yet. That's probably because it wouldn't really seem that relevant yet. Oshawott still hanging out behind us.
Yeah.
But essentially, it provides even more movement options and utility, because eventually we're going to split up with Oshawott, have him kind of sit on his own and be like a literal turret to attack enemies off screen, since off screen battles happen very fast. And then if you have a Reunion Cape, you can also teleport to where Oshawott is, or you can use it to pull him to you if he's in trouble, but usually you just use it to move around quicker to further avoid encounters. Like if you happen to walk into a huge dead end, and then you don't want to have to walk back through and potentially encounter like 5 enemies in a conga line in the hallway, you can use your Reunion Cape to just go back to where your partner is instead. So that's nice. So we're hoping that we get that, but as noted, if you're really unlucky, you never see it.
Yeah, my PB never saw it.
That's
It's
crazy.
It definitely
Still a
saves
really
few
good run.
minutes. Yeah. You can still get a very good run without it, which is good. But yeah.
It just takes away a little bit of strategy.
Yep. Okay. Right now, so starting from this dungeon, we're able to set tactics on our partners, which are basically like a way to tell your partner what behavior to adopt. Right now, it's in on don't use moves, so we want Oshawott to follow us because he's not yet able to quite defend himself completely against some of the enemies in this dungeon. So we're just gonna have him follow us, try to not lose track of him.
Yeah, we do have some spare joy seeds for him, but we're holding off on that because it's easier for him to get natural level ups for a while, and then the higher level you get, the more EXP you need. So we hold off until we're able to get him to a point where he can learn Water Pulse. And that move enables him to defend himself much more effectively, because Water Pulse is a ranged attack. So if he's just sitting in the middle of a room, he can see enemies coming and just snipe them all before they're in his face. And that's what helps keep Oshawott so safe.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah, speaking of him not being that good yet. Oh, and he got leech seeded. Okay, luckily that wears off.
Right.
Luckily, you can still move when you get leech seeded.
Yep. Can I attack here? Yes, I can. It's kind of some walls/corners allow you to attack through them, others don't. It's just kind of, I haven't quite cracked the code on that one yet.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that hit around that corner.
Yeah,
The terrain's weird. Most moves have a specifier for whether or not they can hit around corners, and
Yeah,
the
it's in
majority
Mystery
of
Dungeon.
Axe's
It's like a little icon that you have no idea what it means otherwise. But you know, if you just think about it, oh, that means it can go around corners. It's like a little,
yeah.
it's like a actual literal corner with a line that goes like that, kind of like touches it perpendicularly.
Yeah, I don't even think it's specified in game. It's just eventually you put 2 and 2 together. Like, oh, that goes through corners. Okay. But yeah, sometimes the corners of walls are not actually corners of walls, I guess. I don't know how to explain it. You can't move through them, but you can attack through them.
Okay.
Just a weird property of the rocks in here.
I mean, it helps. It makes me feel better though. Like the game actually understands the space that it's putting us in. Like in Craig's Lament later, like you're clearly just like walking on like mountains and there's air next to you, so it makes sense you'd be able to hit over those. And you know, some objects in the room, it makes sense you'd be able to hit over those. So I'm glad the game just doesn't have like a blanket rule of not allowing it at all.
By the way, welcome to Pokemon Mystery Dungeon boss design. Here you have 10,000 Pokemon.
It's a bit excessive.
Ever since Explorers of Sky specifically, they started really enjoying implementing boss fights where it's like you get a bunch of allies and then you have yourself and it's just a scramble.
So SVD is going off screen to save some time on the animations of the other Pokemon doing moves.
Yeah, once it gets down to a point where it's like 7 versus 2, it's pretty safe for the allies to win.
Yeah, if oh, by the way, we're getting to name your team one character name because it's faster, of course. But yeah, at the start, I mean, it's not so much, I guess, that it's unsafe, but more like your partners don't do a very good job if they're all splitting their attacks between different Pokemon. So it is faster to just like kill a few so that they get to concentrate their moves a little bit more.
You're gonna get to know this dungeon very, very, very well.
Very, very, very well.
I hope you guys like this music.
It's very good music. But yeah, basically, there's a big joke about this game being Ragged Mountain Simulator because every time you take a job, you can only take one, and it doesn't matter. For the most part, it doesn't matter how intense the job is. You're right there. You saw a recruitment. I don't know if we've seen one before that.
Yeah, I think this is when a few things unlock. This is when job missions unlock from the board. So instead of going to a new story dungeon, we're now just doing missions and older ones. This is when recruitment unlocks, and also when move growth unlocks. Weird that that's locked, but that's now you see like a little bar next to the title of a move when it gets used. That's like an EXP bar for the move. They get stronger as they're spammed. Doesn't do anything for status moves, but for attacking moves, they will gradually get higher attack, more PP, and even accuracy improves. It's broken in this game.
Oh, it's a little late, but I think. Oh, you didn't have a job?
No. So to pass. Essentially, to progress through the story in this game, all you need to do is to have a successful day, and that can be a job or just playing through a dungeon successfully. Notably using an escape rope doesn't count. But, so what I want is to get specific rings at specific times. But at this point, Hazy Pass, don't have a 4F, I can get this. Okay. At this time, you don't get points towards your overall rank yet. You start getting it from the 4th day. And so playing a mission here or not doesn't really matter towards the grand scheme of things. And playing a dungeon tends to be about 10 or 15 seconds faster than playing a mission. Because there's a lot of sort of like dialogue and stuff after you complete a mission.
Those drovers, man. They were in the way last time, too.
He won't leave. But yeah, the dialogue when you pick up a mission, it's like, are you sure you want this one? All right. And then you talk to Azumarill and it's like, okay, I've opened the gate for you. All right, are you ready to go on this adventure? Versus just going to the town gate and piecing out.
Yeah, design-wise, this is very much baby's first PMD. And it sucks that it has that exterior, because I think this is one of the most interesting games in the series to speedrun. It's just a shame the check speed is so slow too, because I just think the Y holding mechanics and Dragon Dance and all these mechanics like the Reunion Cape, just all these things make for a very, very interesting execution heavy speedrun, at least in the dungeons.
I definitely agree.
I've often heard it said, and I would reinstate it. Sometimes when you play this casually, it's still more fun if you just go as fast as possible. Like challenge yourself to speedrun it anyways, even if you've never played it before. If you take Axu, the game is easy enough that you can speedrun it blind, no joke. Don't even have to use all the Wonder Mails.
Yeah.
Yeah,
first mission day you didn't do one, but this one you're required to, I believe, right? Is this like
This is
vine
where
one?
you have to acquire a sturdy vine for Girder, and you only get those from missions.
Yeah, which conveniently on this particular day, literally every mission on the board is coded to give you a sturdy vine reward, and then some other random
You just
stuff.
rescued an Embor, or when you got that Embor's item. It's kind of ridiculous, like the amount of the kinds of Pokemon you see requesting things.
My favorite one is
might-
rescuing a Haxorus.
Yeah, you can rescue a poor terrified Haxorus from Ragged Mountain 2F or 4.
But I don't think I finished explaining like why we come here. You can get like 4F missions in other dungeons, but I think with like the generator and the overworld floors, I think this is still like the best dungeon to go for.
Yeah, plus there's 2 scripted floors, so it's like you really only do 2 floors each visit.
Yeah, I'm saying Hazy Pass also has 2
Oh right, Hazy Pass. Yeah.
overworld floors, but like I think its layouts are a little bit worse.
Yeah, which we will. Is that even still in the route? I know we used to go to Hazy Pass.
I
for
do
rank
one Hazy
point.
Pass
Okay.
mission, ideally. It's not necessary. If I don't find the 4F, that's okay. I'll just play Rugged Mountain once again. But if I do see it, I play it.
Yeah, we do that just specifically to get a rank up a little earlier, because you do get more rank points for doing harder dungeons. And once you get your first rank up, you unlock the ability to do outlaw missions, which are actually optimal. They're slower in other games, but here it's kind of nice because instead of having to go look for an item or look for a terrified Haxorus or something on 4F, you just get the 4F and it's like, oh hey, there's a bad guy here, and then you destroy it with dual chop and then move on.
Now, I think in theory, Stomp Peak would be a little bit faster if you just assumed perfect luck. The problem
so
with that,
that's the
though,
test
is that
track.
if you do a Mulga skip, that dungeon breaks once you revisit it.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Okay.
Actually, I never thought to do missions there.
Wait, do I have a Easy Pass? Yes, I do. So
Yeah, I
we'll
was
save that later.
gonna. I'll make a note about the outlaws. If anybody's played Explorers of Sky, you may think we're insane for attempting to do outlaws at all. But in this game, the outlaws are a complete joke. Like they're
For
just
the most
not
part.
even a challenge.
Especially if you fight them in Ragged Mountain, they're like scaled to be level 1 or something. It could literally be an enemy Haxorus, and you will just absolutely demolish it
Yeah.
as an Axu.
Like the worst thing that could happen is you have to Dragon Dance a couple times, just to put on some more damage. But it's so insanely free.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in Explorers of Sky, it's like fighting a raid boss if you do it too early.
Now there is a section that we've added to the run for instead of missions that we'll be doing later that I would consider equivalent to an Explorers of Sky outlaw in terms of difficulty and chance of going wrong. We'll see that later though.
Yeah. I don't even remember what that board is called. Is it just like the challenge board?
Challenge boards,
Okay. Yeah, basically alternate missions that basically are like raid bosses, yeah. But can be optimal for 2 reasons. One is you don't have to wander around Ragged Mountain, and 2, you can get really good rewards from them,
Yeah, I
which
think we
save time in
unlocked
later
that
dungeons.
Before in Flora, either before in Flora or after in Flora.
You can do 2 missions before in Flora.
Yeah.
But yeah, we call this game Ragged Mountain Simulator because either way, you still go here a lot, and the game only lets you do.
Or like, at least.
Yeah, it used to be
13 visits.
18. It used to be 18 visits to this dungeon. Now it's less.
Yeah, now it's, if you include the first one, I believe it's 9.
Yeah, that's literally half. Not bad.
Still a decent amount.
Yeah. Because the game only, as we said, it only lets you take 1 job at a time off the job board. So you just have to do that many to progress the story.
Yep. And I got that Hazy Pass mission earlier, so we're just gonna hand it over to Hazumiru.
Cool. Yeah, plot summary. Yeah,
You're a human, you save the world.
there's not a lot going on right now. Yeah, I was really
We're a
thinking
team
about
now.
How we'd communicate what's going on. With the lack of cutscenes, but then I remembered this game has probably the most shallow story of any of the
Yeah,
games.
at
I'm
least
sorry.
At least early on, yes. Like later on, it actually genuinely gets kind of interesting, and it does have some of the coolest cutscenes.
In the vanilla speedrun, you spend real-time attack 1 hour arguing about who gets to get left behind from a place.
Yeah.
When they could literally just hire a temporary team member or whatever. Oh well.
Yeah, that part is like legitimately pointless. So yeah, it takes a while. Both 3DS games have a reputation for taking a while to get going, but they definitely get a lot
Super with
spicier
the
later.
School. I've heard so many complaints about the school,
Yes,
and those complaints are valid. But like, they're working
it definitely heats up later though in Super. Oh, definitely. It's like literally every dungeon. There's 2 plot twists after a certain point. So at least there's that. It's one of those games where it's like you just have to get through the beginning. Some may even enjoy the beginning, especially in Super, because at least it really lets you introduce yourself to the characters.
Yeah, I'm really glad we get to do any percent in its entirety for Super, because like there's so many memorable moments, and it's going to be a great experience. I hope you guys stick around for that.
Yeah, that's my favorite game in the series. But I'm known for being attached to both of the 3DS games.
I think Gates still edges it out as a speedrun for me personally. I think Gates just has more deep mechanic. I mean, I like the ones and everything,
Mostly about
but
movement.
I think I'm more of a movement freak than I am a technical strategist person.
Yeah, Gates to Infinity is very, very movement based, and mostly gets technical when you get into like Reunion Cape and Dragon Dance usage. Whereas with Super Mystery Dungeon, you just have a plethora of options and items at your disposal, but the enemies are way more obnoxious too. So you like basically have to puzzle solve on the fly in Super sometimes in order to figure out how to get through things optimally.
Yeah.
So it's a really different experience.
I came from platformers, so Gates to Infinity, before PMD I was running Mario games, so Gates to Infinity was just like, ooh, movement, I like movement. I think SPD came from platformers too, right?
Yeah.
Came from DKC. I think I saw you did AGDQ
and
Castlevania.
Castlevania.
I've done several, yeah, but mostly platformers.
Yeah, so there's a correlation here between Gates enjoyers and platformer players.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess
Funny
I
enough, for me,
appreciate movement.
It's like the other way around with me. I started running platformers after I played PMD.
Theoretically speaking, my very first speedrun was Pokemon Red, but I took that like a lot more casually. Then I jumped into Cuphead. That was my like big sort of one.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I didn't find an
SPD
mission, unfortunately. That can happen sometimes. You just get unlucky.
You unlock it and then nothing appears. Awesome.
Guys, it'll be cool. Just trust me. We'll get there. You'll see.
It'll be hilarious, rather. When we get to the Outlaws, if that's what you mean.
It's kind of rare to not get one.
Yeah, Marathon Luck strikes again. It's only a minor time loss, though. At least, as long as things go cleanly later, that's the more important thing. Yeah, Ragged Mountain Simulator. We're on what? Run number like 4 now.
Of many.
This is day 6. I know that it's day 6 for like the big sort of mission chunk.
Okay.
So there's a mechanic that may not ever need to go explained. But I'm just looking at this dungeon and I'm remembering something. If you linger on a floor too long, there'll be like wind that pops up that eventually will kick you out of the dungeon. And I've seen a speedrunner trying their best to get through here and look for what they need, get wind before they.
Oh boy.
I've had it happen.
It is so insane how much you get turned around by these layouts and how confusing and winding they can be.
Yeah.
That can just happen to somebody legitimately trying their best.
To get off the floor. What's even worse is if you're doing a rescue mission, the clients very rarely will move between rooms. So you could end up in a situation where you have explored every room on a given floor, but you still didn't see the client because they left the rooms that you were in.
Hey, it's better than Explorers of Sky where it could be like, but where's the client?
Yes, at least it doesn't do that. And also, you don't really Pichu. That's a weird client to see. Okay. But another thing that could happen in Sky was if you got like a water type client, they would wander around in the water. So if you weren't able to walk on the water yourself, you could just be sitting there forever waiting for them to wander to you. So it's not that bad, but the layouts of Ragged Mountain can be very problematic.
Maybe the reason the mission system is so basic in this game as it is like they realized the problems of the Explorer mission system and they were trying to make a new one, but they didn't have time to like really flesh it out. That's why we got what we got.
Yeah. One of the problems is that you can only hold 8 missions at a time. That sucked.
We got another
Now you can
knockout
hold-
mission.
You can hold like 20 missions at a time in this game, but you can only do one at a time.
Yeah, it's so silly.
Yeah, Pichu's in this game. It's just, well, you see Pikachu, not Pichu.
Oh, yeah, that's another thing to mention, I guess, just while we're doing missions here. I was actually the first person to complete a Recruit 'em All speedrun of this game. You'd think Gen 5, there's at least a couple hundred, maybe 300, 400 Pokemon. There's only 140 something Pokemon in this game. Like, they really just cut a lot of corners. There's some other Pokemon that you can see that you can't play as. For example, Starmie is one of
Chinchou!
Starmie and Chinchou's appear in one of the facilities minigames.
I'm so mad about that. Lantern's my favorite Pokemon, and in this game, you see Chinchou's with their model in a mini game, and that's it. You never see a Lantern. It's so depressing to me.
Yeah, but I mean, it
Do I
makes
have
the
a work
Recruit 'em All
scene?
very manageable, especially in Gates to Infinity.
Yeah. Although some of the recruits are like insane to get in this game.
Win? Ayo?
Wait, are we in the situation? Oh, okay, no, that was literally just trying to find the stairs.
Yup. I was like, do I have a warp seed? Because I don't know if you saw how much I had to backtrack there.
yeah, you
Yeah,
gotta
that was
put
bad.
like super far out of the way.
That would have been a reunion cape moment.
Yep.
Yeah, 140-ish Pokemon makes this game's Recruit 'em All speedrun fairly manageable. And plus, like, there's an NPC that has a checklist for you, so you don't actually have to have like a living dex of Pokemon like you do in the other PMD games.
Thank goodness. And yeah, the other PMD games, with the exception of Rescue Team DX and WiiWare, every game has every Pokemon in all generations up to its existence. So like, Red Blue Rescue Team were Gen 3 games. They had all 400, 300? I forgot what the number was. 386, yeah. Time Darkness Sky, they had almost everything in Gen 4. They just didn't have Arceus, and Time Darkness didn't have Shaman. But otherwise, all 490-something Pokemon were there. And then Super, it's all 720, only missing that Water Fire type that I can never remember the name of.
Volcanion?
Volcanion, yeah, that was the only Gen 6 Pokemon missing from Super, which that game they had to completely change the recruitment system just to make it reasonable to get them all. Because of the old system.
I think they were planning on going out on Stupid Mystery Dungeon. So they just wanted to like make it completely, throw everything at the wall.
Yeah, they changed the system to make it easier to recruit, because individually getting all 720, like, no one would want to do it. As it is, completing Recruit 'em All of any of the games is like a huge undertaking. Even in this game,
It's
it
like
takes
a minimum of like 30 hours for any game.
yeah,
Okay,
even this one.
We finally found an Atlo mission and also found a second one on the same day, and I decided to just kind of add it to my job list. It loses about 4 seconds to talk to the boards again, add another mission to your job list, and then the next day talk to Zoomerl and hand it over just like gambling for your luck and like trying to find the same one that you'd want on the next day. But for consistency, I think that's
that said, I mean, we've seen how much time can be lost on a single floor already, so 4 seconds is a pretty fair trade.
For a game of this length, 4 seconds is a worthwhile trade-off for the amount of like punishment that you have.
Yeah, you can lose entire minutes on floors if this game is feeling silly enough, even playing at a high level.
Yep. And here's the Nutlo. Okay, we have this very hard fight against the Split Soldier.
Did it actually take you this long to get an outlaw? I didn't notice.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Yes. And it's gone.
I have like 50 HP here.
GG Axu.
Chop chop. And we should be able to fight another one on the next day.
Should.
And that will be the last regular mission that we play. Finally.
I'm sorry, I won't be bad anymore. They are absolutely.
Quagsire is like the corrections officer of the paradise, and I don't know what he does, but he gets the job done.
Yep.
He puts a lot of fear into the Pokemon he corrects.
I mean, that
He's known
looks
as Sir Quagsire, sincerity, integrity, and rage.
canon?
Yeah, that's actually what he goes by in game.
No
Sir
way.
Quagsire. Sir Quagsire.
never
Sincerity,
heard
integrity, and rage.
Man, I may just not been paying attention ever. That's funny.
One of my favorite cutscenes is where he catches the Scraggy that we fought earlier in the story, and the Scraggy's still like kind of just being a jerk. But then, like, whenever the Quagsire looks at the Scraggy when he's in town and he's been forced to open a shop,
Gives him, like,
he's
a
immediately like,
blank
I love you guys.
He's remembering something painful. And we'll never see it or have any idea.
This game's age rating cannot handle whatever that Quagsire does.
Oh, it's tons of what is it, rage?
Even worse than Axu apparently. So that's a lot.
Yeah, if something's hitting you harder than a 3x Dragon Dance dual chop with all the animations canceled, then that is a little bit too far, I think.
Yeah, because by the way, it's not quite like the main games where dual chop's power is like half of what a normal move would be, but it hits twice. No, dual chop, a single use of dual chop has gotten like a quite decent power, but it's a move that hits twice. So
yeah, multi-hit moves in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon are insane because the way damage is calculated in PMD is completely different from a main series in that the base power of moves is not usually very significant unless there's like a very dramatic difference or unless it's a special move that gets an actual multiplier applied to it, which is the case for some things. So any move that hits multiple times, it's pretty much like if you're using Dragon Claw multiple times in main series. Like, it's ridiculous.
Yep. Okay.
Usually to nerf it, they have bad accuracy, but dual chop's accuracy isn't even that bad.
Yep, I think it starts at 80% and then it grows more the more the move levels up.
Here's the challenge board.
Pure seed.
All right, so SP is looking for missions that yield pure seeds. He's gonna probably store them right now, right?
Yeah, as soon as I'm done with both of these missions. Oh, actually no. Yeah, I store this one pure seed right now, and then I do storage, and I guess the next pure seed stays in inventory for a bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think you know what the leader's gonna be here, but the other Pokemon are random, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a while.
Yeah, that's
So
correct.
you can get some disgusting Pokemon combinations, and like there's some real trolls like Lilligans with Peter Dance or anything like that.
Yeah, the worst leaders to fight are just the really bulky steel types like Bisharp or Klinklang. Axu just doesn't kill very quickly in those cases.
Yeah, as we can see, Axu finally took some good damage there. Some of these fights get out of hand quickly.
Yeah.
Even with how OP you are. 'Cause you're not really meant to do this at all this early. Like, I think all the missions we've done so far were 1-star difficulty. These ones, it's like you can do 4-star, 5-star, 6-star. 6 being, like, really dangerous. But yeah, you get really good money. The pure seeds are, like, the main thing of note that you get as a reward for this. Those let you essentially skip a floor, which...
Oh yeah, these missions are meant to be co-op. You can like locally connect with a friend and challenge them together. Not sure how that works, but apparently that's why they're kind of scaled the way they are.
I didn't even realize that those ones were the co-op ones. I thought you could only do that with, like, the actual bosses. Because, yeah, there's legendary Pokemon you can fight, too, through that board.
Oh yeah, and you can't recruit them. Those are the other Pokemon that like
Yeah.
exist but can't be owned or anything like that.
There's even a shiny Ho-Oh, which shiny Pokemon are really unusual in PMD, but there's a really rare shiny Ho-Oh fight, and you cannot actually acquire it. I've never seen that fight done, but it seems to be pretty well known, and there is a shiny Ho-Oh portrait in the game.
Lots
Like
of
I said, I've
cutscenes
done-
being skipped right now. This is
I've done recruit them all, and I have no idea how to even access those battles.
I'm guessing it's just rare events on the boards.
Yeah.
Also, we are, if I'm not mistaken, finally done with Ragged Mountain Simulator for now. Actually, probably for good, because the rest of the missions are just going to be those little boss fights.
Yeah, there's no more Ragged Mountain left. All the mission days that are left, we're just going to play those challenge boards. They're both like faster to play on their own, and they also just give pure seeds, they basically save around like maybe 30 seconds on average.
Yeah, I want to say this right now, just in case anybody asks. If you're interested at all in speedrunning these games, I recommend going to speedrun.com and searching for Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, whatever game you're interested in, and you should see a Discord link to join our community. We'd love to have you and love to have you run these games. We have speedrun routes for pretty much every game in the series.
Yeah, our guides are
categories.
Like, often up to date, not always, but often.
Yeah, people credit me for making guides a lot of the time, but tragically, it's been like 2 or 3 years since I actually was into that, so my guides are now pretty old.
I think they still have a lot of nuggets of information. Like at least for the, at worst, your guides are like the base for newer guides because they're formatted in a way that's really easy to understand.
Yeah, that's at least how it kind of is now. So it's something. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been a member of the community for a long time, and I do love to see new faces in the community to this day. And usually you'll still see me around, but I'm not really quite so active anymore. I'll like occasionally try runs with the new strategies that have been come up with. Sometimes not even. Like I haven't even done a Gates run with these Joy Seed strats. My most recent runs of this game were with my Tepig leaders, so not as active as I used to be.
I played this game in September for the series race. That's another thing we do. We do special events every now and then. In 2021, we actually had a very major randomizer tournament where we had like a $1,300 prize pool. It was kind of ridiculous. But on top of that, Cheese organized a challenge event where everybody tried to run games they don't play. We do relays every now and then. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff that happens in the community. I think you would really enjoy.
Yeah, I'd love to do a relay again someday because the relay was phenomenal. And I think if I remember correctly, it was literally minutes apart at the end too. In these games.
Okay, we are done with the big batch of missions. Finally heading to Inflora Forest.
Wow, you're really good at getting that menu glitch.
Yeah, I practiced it.
Alright, this dungeon has a special gimmick where you have to remember what flower shows up here. And, well, that's kind of it.
Yep.
Yeah, luckily it's not too crazy. It's just like red, blue, or yellow. Like, it'd be crazier if like all the flowers were the same, but like they had one detail that was different, like their length or something.
Oh, yeah.
But it's actually not that hard to memorize.
Whoa.
And then in later floors, you'll see rooms with like multiple different flowers. You go to the one with the matching flower. We coined a term that I find funny. So if you get a floor where like you explore every room before finding the stairs, we call that an anti-stair floor. That's like really unlucky, whereas immediately spawning near stairs is a stair floor, which is the best case scenario. In this dungeon, you can get anti-flowered, where you check all the doors before finding the correct flowers.
I've never heard that one before. That's so great.
So that was a yellow. That's not what we want. Okay, we got 2 out of 3 here.
Not quite a complete Entaflower.
Yeah.
Every time I see an escape orb on the ground, I start just dreading the idea of picking it up because I've lost more than one run.
Of Sky.
Oh, Reno-K.
Oh, nice. Very early. Cool, we'll get to see some use of that from time to time.
It is so weird for me to see somebody pop off for Reunion K, but I know the new strategies now and I know how exciting it is.
And you've done runs without it, so
yeah.
That's really nice. So now not only is Oshawott like basically a remote turret attacking things off screen, but he can also be a teleport point with that Reunion cape.
I don't like you here.
Yeah, you don't want Oshawott next to a wall like that because he can get kind of like hit around the corner.
Yeah,
kind of bullied.
Enemies are always smarter in this game compared to the DS entries, so if they have like corner cutting moves or ranged moves, stuff like that, they'll heavily prefer using those if they can. And Oshawott right now only has Assurance enabled, which does not hit through corners, so if he's in a situation like that and something comes on screen that can hit through a corner, he just gets bullied over and over, and he can't do anything about it.
Yeah, that's the thing of split ups. It's like you have to be really conscious not only of what's going on with your main character, which already could be enough to focus on, but then you also have to keep like half an eye on what's going on with your partner sometimes. make sure they don't.
I keep seeing you get these recruitments, and then like your cursor's hovering over A, and then the text box goes away. So I keep thinking you're saying yes.
Yeah. Now you can
Perfect
you can just
cancels.
press B here.
Oh, okay. You can't do that in Sky.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think was it the 11th floor here? Is
Eighth. This is the last floor, and this is scripted. You just go down, then one room to the right, and then fully up. That's it.
Another room that has one of those doors.
Very good.
Yep.
Yeah, given the reunion cape, it seemed like it went well, except like at some point you were getting confused by a Litwick. Which confusion is known for being obnoxious in main series, but it's like even worse in PMD to an extent because it lasts like 8 turns roughly, and if you're confused in this game, it just randomizes the direction you face when you try to walk or attack. You can even hit partners.
Arguably worse than hitting yourself.
Yeah, if Axu hits his partner,
Oh yeah. True.
and yeah, some required field movement to progress the story, and then back to missions. Hooray! Most of the missions are front-loaded in the game. There's not too many left after this, though, I think. Like once,
Second
once
half
you
of
pass
the
this-
run is the most fun. Ooh, I don't know if I want
and
to.
also where the music like really peaks.
Yeah, I mean, I noticed this when I was playing the Super Mystery Dungeon cutsceneless patch the other day. But like, I was thinking, man, I have so much of the run left. But Shady Gamer X is in my chat, like, you have 1 hour left because like all the cutscenes are here and you're skipping them. So it's very loaded gameplay wise because you're supposed to get a lot of dialogue and lore. Especially after the dungeon's Scorching Desert, there's a 10-minute cutscene followed by a save prompt, followed by an 11-minute cutscene, followed by a save prompt, followed by, I think it's like another 10 minutes or something like that. It's so ridiculous in the vanilla game.
There's like 25 minutes of cutscenes.
Like total, it's like 25 minutes of cutscenes you have to keep coming back for.
And now we see what happens if Axu gets hit by a dual chop.
Yeah, that's what we get for making fun of Haxorus for getting lost in a dungeon.
Oh
earlier.
goodness.
He is not. He's the terrifying one today. Oh wow.
Thank you.
Okay. Oof.
I'm gonna get more revives out after this.
Easy.
That escalated quickly.
That wasn't even a 6-star. That was just a 5-star.
Yeah. Well, it turns out Axu is weak to one thing, dragon and ice, but that's not a problem till later. Yeah, multi-hit moves, they're broken when the enemies use them too.
Oh yeah, there's some really stupid skills in this game. Like the tough skill, the last minute skill, and I think the Haxorus there had like the last minute skill that prevented it from dying.
Sorry to interrupt. I just noticed you got a detect band. Is that good for the partner?
I've never used it. I don't know.
Oh, that's an evasion boost, so that might actually be a really nice drop.
I guess I could try. I mean, it's not like he's gonna have anything equipped 3D.
That might actually be really nice.
No. What am I doing? This is Crags of Lament.
I'm sorry, I made him think.
Yeah, Cries of Lament's pretty easy dungeon. It just has pretty big layouts. It's kind of similar to Sheer Mountain Range and Super Mystery Dungeon, but it's just not as cursed as Sheer Mountain Range.
Oh my goodness, that dungeon. Oof. I actually really love moving around in this dungeon because there's no walls, so you can like go around the corners everywhere. You can just kind of.
One thing we haven't really mentioned is you can actually buffer inputs with the circle pad.
Yep.
But normally, like when you're doing this little, like I call it like just wiggling, where you're kind of like just moving between up and a direction on the circle pad to like move quickly and do multiple inputs at once. Normally, you do that in the hallways, you bump into walls, but with this, there are no walls, so either you're moving forward or you're going around a corner.
Welcome to Orbs Are Us. Signed, Cacleon.
I forgot to get revives out. Hopefully I remember by 5F. Ooh, I'll take a full
Full hold. That's a
very
nice
good
item.
item in this game.
Petrifies everything on the floor, and when the enemies have the petrified status, they do absolutely nothing until something happens to them. So as long as there isn't like weather conditions damaging them or something, they all just become statues for a floor, basically. But yeah, this dungeon's really fun to do movement in because you can move around with the circle pad on the 3DS, which might not sound great, but it's like really fun to just gently wiggle it and then move between the corridors in this dungeon.
Particularly when you
works.
get to do split ups, because you can skip enemies much more aggressively this way.
Oh yeah,
you know what?
You can just
Let's use it.
There we go. Teleport. Activate.
Nope. Cutscene
And
here.
already halfway through.
That gets skipped.
Oh, not halfway through yet. Okay, I thought there was just a cutscene.
While we're doing this, I'll give the lore here. So a couple days ago, there was like a mysterious shadowy figure that was kind of stalking the town. Eventually, it showed up. It was an Umbreon, and Umbreon said, "I gotta go rescue Espeon. Espeon's in trouble." And we found out that young Swadloon had gone missing to Inflora Forest, and we rescued Swadloon from Inflora Forest. We also ran into Espeon there, and Espeon and Umbreon are actually not evil. And it turns out that they're oh no, we didn't find Espeon there. We found Swadloon unharmed. We're coming here to rescue Espeon from Frugly and Toxicroak.
Yep.
I wish I could give more of a thorough explanation, but that's about as deep as the story is right now.
When you, at least for me, when you, well, yeah, there's that. But also for me, when speedrunning these games enough, I just kind of start to forget about the story. Like I liked Explorers of Sky. I've now played it 1,000 times, and I'm to the point where I actually remember less about the story. Oh, hey, enemies can pick up reunion caves too, and then they teleport to you.
Yep. The bet already
So
had
hi,
it.
we bet.
The easiest way to find a reunion game.
I just love it because it's like, oh, hi there. How are you doing?
So funny.
They just drop in on you. But we got another boss fight coming up where you have to fight 2 Pokemon with your 2 Pokemon, which, well, basically means
Your one
Axew.
Pokemon?
Yeah, Axew, just Axew.
Yeah.
Still pretty easy with Dragon Dance Dual Chop, though. Like, they still haven't really caught up to Axew's power at all.
Yeah, I don't know if you do the health orb strat still or not.
I don't think I have a health orb, so we're just gonna kill Perugly first because I don't like Hypnosis.
Yeah, it probably has Hypnosis, and I think Toxicroak has Mud Slap.
Mudslap and Revenge. If he uses that barrier, it's kind of awkward,
So,
but
a lot of things that can just make this fight take like twice or 3 times as long for no reason.
should be able to kill
So,
here, though.
typically for
Revenge.
safety, we use a health orb here to. Health orb, I don't know if we've talked about it yet, but a health orb, when you use it, basically prevents you from taking any status conditions or any stat drops or anything. It's really, really useful.
Yeah, that's
And they're
like one of the
very
most...
common.
That's one of the nicest things about Gates. That's such a good item, and it's, yeah, fairly common. Just prevents all sorts of, like, shenanigans, or gets you out of a lot of really bad situations, and is also useful in that fight to prevent a lot of the bad situations that can occur. Like, if it actually gets put to sleep, that's no good.
I mean, but if you're just cracked, clearly, you don't need it.
Yeah, if the fight goes well, it is faster to not use a health orb, but it can easily also just go very poorly. So
Yeah,
So
another
SB
matter
and
of,
have
like,
just joined our team. You know, there's not really much build up, even if you watch the cutscenes there. So that's all the summary I need to give.
it's just a matter of don't mess up the dialogue prompts. That's one of the worst time losses you can take in a speedrun of this game, is messing up any of the dialogue
Oh
prompts.
God, yeah. That or like, there's one day, I don't know if we've passed it yet, but there's one day where they tell you to go to the inn to check on Umbreon and Espeon, but they're not there. They're on top of the hill, so you can just go on top of the hill and skip
Yeah.
the inn entirely.
this was the exact day where that's the case. They tell you to go to the inn, but if you go to the inn, your partner says, "Oh, they're not there. Guess they're on top of the inn. Actually, let's go there."
So another instance of a cutscene that you have to manually skip
It's
in a
like
way.
the game's not padded enough with playtime. With the 1 character per frame text speed, they need to suck a little bit more of time out of us.
And yes, health orbs work, I believe, on the whole floor for your
Yeah,
whole party.
That is
So,
correct.
yeah,
Whole
it's-
floor.
So you can remotely prevent bad situations too, like if your partner gets confused.
I can't remember if they wear off or not.
They do
not
not.
until you die. They only wear off if you take a rev.
I think that effect might get overridden if you use an alt protect afterwards. I'm not sure though.
Yeah. Oh, all protects are one of the things that SPDU Wonder Melody in.
Yep.
We'll
use those
very useful for the fights later on. Yeah. The funny thing about all protects is they have a larger effect the more party members you have. So you saw the Desolate Canyon fight where we had like 7 teammates and like 11 enemies. That's kind of how the end game fights in this game go. So we're gonna be protected basically the entire fight because we have such a large posse.
Those fights
in general
hard.
In general, the move Protect is uniquely potent in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon because it immediately has a chance to fail, unlike main series, but it lasts multiple turns when it works, so you just become invincible for multiple turns. And then, this game added an orb that casts that effect on the whole party, and it can last up to several turns.
Oh, fun fact, this is the first Mystery Dungeon game that you can use orbs in boss battles.
Yes, conveniently. Otherwise, this would be so much harder.
Yeah.
Older games, if you try it, it's just like a mysterious effect prevented its power, and then the orb is just gone. It's like, oh, thanks for telling me that was going to happen. Great, awesome.
Back when they had like well-designed bosses.
I don't know if I would say that. That's
well, they were well designed enough to feel like, orbs break this. Let's not let those be used. But now
I wouldn't call those well designed.
Screw it, go for it, go for it.
Well, they designed some of the orbs for the bosses in this game.
Lilligant spotted.
Actually, oh shoot. Actually, what they did was in the older games, the bosses were generally fully susceptible to ailments, but in this game, they all heal ailments. So it's like, okay, you can use the ailment orbs, but they won't have that broken of an effect.
Last minute skill.
Single die.
Finding it interactive.
Yeah. Oh, we got to see both of the terrible skills. The Striker was using the last minute skill, and what's that thing's name? Sandile was using the tough skill.
Yeah, that's another mechanic in this game. It's like kind of based off of the IQ mechanics of older games, where instead in this game, there's just team skills you can acquire by weirdly opening treasure boxes, and then sometimes the game's just like, you got a skill, and it's just like a permanent effect on your whole party. The enemies get access to those too. And that's what's going on with those shenanigans with last minute and toughness, which just make the enemies harder to kill. They just won't die. That's it. They either get an evasion boost at low health, or they just literally refuse to die. That's what toughness does.
Now, I don't know if it's possible to avoid this rank up. We're getting a lot of facilities.
It is if you don't do a lot of challenge missions, but this is actually on purpose. This is the big change for Ashawat Partner. I want to hit that rank up precisely before Telluric Path because it gives you a Joy Seed. And you do need that to get Ashawat to level 23 towards the start of Telluric. Otherwise, you'd have to wait an additional level up.
Yep, level 23 is when he gets Water Pulse, which is when he becomes a turret.
So we're gonna do a little bit of manuing here.
A little past the hour mark here. Would now be a good time to take a break? Or?
Sure. We can do the manuing later then.
Sorry, I just got in here before you got into something.
No, that's okay. I mean, right after this is basically just a series of dungeons, one in a row. So I think this is a perfect moment, actually, for a break.
Perfect.
Cool.
So during these long runs here, we just like to take a little bit of a break in between them, just so everybody can get up, get some water, stuff like that. So we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with more of the run. Hello everybody and welcome back to the GameStop Quick Hotfix. This is our Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Gates to Infinity Anniversary Special. We're in the middle of a Gates to Infinity run. I'll just hand it right back over and we can get right back into it. You want to just give us a quick countdown so we can start the time?
Yeah, we were just about to do some manuing here before the dungeon, so we'll resume in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so what I need to do is deposit all the unnecessary items that I currently have, which is all this stuff. 2 Reunion Capes, definitely not needed. Plain Seeds, Pure Seeds, I'll need them later. I'll get them out later. These are items of feed, don't need Roll Call, Fire Gift, these are all useless. Okay, and now we withdraw Weather Bend, as well as all the Joy Seeds. Cool. Now we can go up to the hill and start the Great Glacier Expedition is what the game calls it.
Yep, now it is just dungeon. And it's not the same dungeon over and over again.
I said no. Okay.
Oh, the worst time loss of the game. Are you sure you're ready?
But are you really sure?
Oh, you better be ready. We're here now.
So first thing I need to confirm is that Oshawott is level 14. Because if he's not, I'll need to wait. Ooh, he probably isn't. Okay, if he doesn't get it here, I'll just kill these enemies. Wow, they both want to join my team. Cool.
Wow, the Saxon is really strong. I mean, they're making a wise decision.
So unfortunately gonna need Oshawott to follow me just briefly here. He should hit 14 pretty quickly though. Don't kill that. Oh,
This is what we like to refer to as getting speed policed, where if you're going too fast and the dungeons are going too well, you end up not hitting a level threshold for something you want to happen.
Oh goodness.
So I guess the prior dungeons were pretty good. We're not even level 14 yet on partner.
Yeah. There we go. What matters more is the last few dungeons, because obviously experience like scales more. So you can have very good early dungeons, but if the last few are slow, then you'll get more levels compared to the early dungeons not going well, but the last few going.
And
What
you
did
don't
it
want
say?
too many levels.
I think you get the point though.
Yeah, you don't want extra level ups because I mean you see how long it takes for the text to scroll in this game, so. And also just the late dungeons, if they go badly, oh my goodness, it is terrible. It's like once the enemies catch up to Axu's strength, they still get destroyed by dual chop, of course, but it's like not as easy.
Yeah, some of the enemies in the late game will just refuse to die even after 3 dragon dances. Even.
Yeah, they really start bullying you. This is the last time we have a gauntlet of level ups too. Now for the partner. To activate turret mode, as I like to call it.
Don't really care about Fury Color. But we'll learn Water Balls very quickly.
Yeah. Originally, this split up strategy was Wolf attempted to implement it with the Tepig partner. So we used to have a Tepig in the route, but it just sadly didn't really work as well because he didn't have access to a ranged attack. He just had to fight everything in close combat and depend on defense curl rollout, which rollout is a pretty potent move in this game because they turned it into a multi-hit move that can hit multiple times in one turn instead of working the way it did in main series. But it still has terrible accuracy, and it does not get same type of attack bonus with the Tepig, so it's just, like, not enough. Not enough for safety.
When he does fight stuff up close, he does a pretty good job. The problem is that a lot of enemies in this game have ranged moves or can hit through corners, so... Unfortunately, if he just meets the wrong enemy, there's just nothing anyone but Oshawott can do, because he's basically the only one that gets this ranged attack. Okay, so we'll put him
we haven't
there.
really talked about Pikachu or Snivy much, the other options, which, there's only 5 options for starters in this game.
Pikachu is almost very good. If he just didn't learn agility as late as he does.
Yeah, he takes too many levels to get agility, which can otherwise be used similar to Dragon Dance, and then he, electric typing just runs into a lot of issues, too, compared to Dragon typing. It's like, any time you have a ground type before you, it's like, okay, this sucks. He does get access to Thunderbolt, which can hit everything around him, so that's something that Axu doesn't have, but that's pretty much it for his unique utility. That's also probably why we used to use him as a partner, because sometimes Thunderbolt was actually pretty handy to have behind you, but yeah. Ultimately, the original reason Tepig was of use in the game was because of rollout. Similar logic to Dual Chop being insanely overpowered, we figured rollout could be good too, especially when you use defense curl with it, which boosts the power of your next rollout. Also, we're seeing how obnoxious this dungeon is, not only for the layout, but also getting moves disabled is really awful.
Yeah, Torment is one of the most annoying moves in this game. Obviously, any confusion stuff is worse, but it lasts until you heal it. It doesn't have like an amount of turns that it lasts for. It's just permanent until the next one.
Luckily, you can heal just by finding a staircase. the staircases have magical powers that heal all ailments. They just don't heal HP.
Yeah.
But yeah, Torment in main series, the way it worked was it prevented you from spamming the same move. In this game, it just completely bans the move until you get off of the floor or heal it with a heal seed or a health orb. It's ridiculous. So yeah, getting Dragon Dance or Dual Chop blocked by Torment is really awful.
5F is one of
And
the
then on.
consistent floors, so I'm gonna go all the way to the right, then down, then right, all the way down, and then the staircase are on the bottom right.
I forgot what I was gonna say. I guess you don't use all dodge orbs in this category?
Never used them.
That makes sense. I'm thinking of like the old strats we had. All dodge orb boosts the evasion of the whole party, which sometimes we were desperate enough to take that for bosses. Usually we use the all protect orb because it's just superior, but if you're like playing without the Wonder Mail codes that give you the all protect orbs, it's like one of the alternatives.
Okay, just use the first max elixir of the run. Gonna use plenty from here on out,
Yeah, at this point the dungeons get really long.
including on Ashawat.
Another thing about this dungeon is the sandiles have mud slap to lower your accuracy. That's another really obnoxious thing that can happen.
Have we mentioned the V wheels yet, or V waves?
We haven't.
So in the early development of this game, it really mattered what V wave you were on when you came in here. If you were on a ground V wave with the strategies we had, that was danger, because the V wave basically allows some Pokemon to skip using PP. It might also make their moves stronger.
I
it makes
believe
them
that is the
stronger.
case, yeah.
So having those Sandiles with buffed move power just kind of made things fall apart. Also, like a water V wave in Force of Shadows was also really bad.
Oh,
Nowadays, I don't hear anybody talking about V waves anymore. It's like I'm sitting here yelling about V waves, and everyone's like, "Okay, Grandpa, it's time for bed."
yeah, it's an old concern. But yeah, like it was so bad that if you got a really bad V-Wave type, it was worth it to just escape orb out of the dungeon and re-roll it. But yeah, here that's like laughed at because you're already so overpowered. It's like, who cares?
I get annoyed whenever I get a dragon type V wave because that's extra like text before every time before you
Annoyed
attack.
dragon type V wave. That's a sentence.
Yeah, no Wonder Mail. That's like, yes, I get to be overpowered. But in this category, it's like time waste.
Blew them out too much.
Nice conga line of Sandile. what is happening? There's Sandiles everywhere.
Heard you're talking about our V wave.
Do I have to petrify? Do I have anything for this? I've Bohold. I refuse to use it. Okay.
We have dance powers. We've got this.
What is
There's
this?
another enemy. They really don't want you getting to that staircase.
Run!
Oh my god.
This is what
Okay,
I'm
we're
referring
out.
to. It's the game having
That
antics.
is absurd.
That was a floor. I think this is another consistent floor.
He said we're out because like we're out of like RNG, major RNG, because this is one of the scripted floors. I think 5F in this dungeon was also scripted, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. 5F and 10F are basically the same floor, I believe. Either very similar or exactly the same. I mean, the movement you have to do is exactly the same. I'm just not sure if the floor...
So what we just went through is called a Magna Gate. That's like one of the big gimmicks of this game is that you can arrange these enter cards and move the ley lines, I think they're called, to allow for basically fast travel, like canonical fast travel. And we're using these to go to the Great Glacier. I think we're in Great Glacier now, or Glacier
Yes.
Underpass or something.
Yeah, we're on our way.
I don't remember why we're going here,
Because it's fun.
being honest.
To explore.
Yeah, we're
That's
exploring.
pretty much
right.
it.
This is the segment of the game I said we were skipping, where everybody argues about who gets to get left behind. And thank God it was Dunsparce. Oh no, it was gonna be Dunsparce, but then Amalga actually like pushed, Dunsparce in at the last second and stayed behind.
Yeah. And then we don't take any of them into the dungeons anyways.
Yeah.
It gives you an option of like what party members you want to take, but we just take Exu and Oshawott. Everyone else is just a problem. At one point, it was helpful to take Verizon because she can
I'll take
actually
it.
hold her own. Like
I'll be pretty
Verizon
good.
being a legendary, they gave her pretty good stats, and it could at times be helpful to have her next to your partner who is on their own fighting, just to like reduce the chances of antics happening off screen. But yeah, now Oshawott just holds its own anyways. So.
Weatherband is cool because weather is very strange in this game. Every weather condition prevents HP regeneration, including sunny. It is so weird. Like,
Yeah, sunny
the
and rainy.
weather's. It's a beautiful day outside. It's terrible, and you can't restore any of HP. It's weird. But
Yeah,
with the
so-
weather band, you ignore the picking of the hail, and I think you ignore the HP regen rule, right?
True.
Yep. You can regen even in a sandstorm, hailstorm, sunlight, rain if you have a weather band on.
And you were
Just-
testing this recently, right, SPD, the weather band testing?
Yeah, it's such a small optimization. Basically, like the result I got is that on an average run, you might save a few seconds if you wander melee in and your code is fast.
So only you are.
Yeah.
That's okay.
for what it's worth, I guess it's also a little safer.
At the Gates keyboard.
A little bit safer because you also actually get to regen in case the ice types here are
Yeah, true.
whittling you down. Because yeah, you regenerate health really fast as
Rare
you walk in this
mistake
game.
from SPD there. He picked up the escape orb and got a bunch of. Yeah, I think he got 2 pages of text of what an escape orb does. There's a lot of little things like that throughout the series you want to avoid doing. Most notably in Explosive Sky and Burst Team, you want to make sure your partner picks up everything because the partner doesn't get those tutorials like for money and stuff, like for P, Pokey the money in this world. There's a big text box in. I remember Blue Rescue Team if you end up picking up money yourself.
Oh, that one's pretty short. The worst one is Geo Pebbles. You do not want to pick
Geopebbles
up.
is like 3 text boxes barely.
Yeah, that one's awful.
Yeah.
I actually just walk on any item that looks like an orb in this game because what was it supposed to do? Max Elixir Rusher. Okay. Because I mean you have like scripted sequences where you just like do some menuing at storage anyway, so I figured it's probably better to not take time to check what item you're about to pick, especially because this text scrolls very slowly and there's often like a bunch of like lag between when you step on an item and when it tells you what item it is. So I just pick up whatever orb, and then if it's not needed, I'll just deposit it later.
Yeah.
Power up, that's needed later.
Oh, yeah, that's an item you have to randomly find. Or
mean,
do
I
we
feel
still
like-
have codes? I forgot.
I feel like all
Uh,
power-up orbs are fairly common.
Yeah, I just find them throughout the run. They're not that rare.
Okay.
I do believe there is a Wonder Mill code for it, but I've never. Okay, maybe I've once had a run where I've not had enough all power up orbs, but usually like it's fine.
Yeah, even then, you can like kind of ration by importance. There's the Muna fight, and then there's a big gap. And there's every other fight. That final fight is just so terrible.
Oh, yeah, that fight is the worst in the game. Like they have all the team skills that we ranted about earlier. That
Good lord, this man actually is just a turret, huh?
yeah, Oshawott is a turret.
I've never seen this before.
Well, cool. This stream is Helk Reacts live to the new gate strats, and then Super Mystery Dungeon is going to be me reacting live to the new strats of that game.
I mean, the strats for Super haven't changed since I last grinded it. If you were around then.
Well, I wasn't really watching the runs, so yeah, no, I haven't done any. I haven't seen any of the runs with the chestpin or the tepic.
Ooh, that'll be a treat then.
It's going to be Mozzarella Cheese reacts live to his favorite game getting owned.
Yeah, I don't think we've gone over like what the schedule for today is, but we're doing this cutsceneless Gates to Infinity 80% run right now. But then after that, we'll be doing a Super Mystery Dungeon 80% run in its entirety, about 5.5 hours after this is over. 5.5, 6 hours.
Yeah, get comfortable. We're taking over this channel all day.
Unity finally gets its moment.
And it's the 3DS games. This is never happening again.
Well, I think cutsceneless might have
that's
viability
true.
in a main marathon, but it's just still kind of long. But we'll see. Oh,
That's
maybe
true.
maybe if you optimize it enough. And if there's enough
Alrighty.
interest, because like I tweeted out about this event happening today, and I got a ridiculous amount of retweets and likes on my tweet, and I didn't really add anybody. I didn't get, I didn't like reach out to like a bigger Twitter account to like retweet or anything. It just kind of naturally blew up. So Clearly, there's a lot of people that want to see PMD.
Yeah, it's nice to see. It is a pretty beloved franchise because of the story, really. Like, we haven't said much positive of the story of this game yet, but generally, the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series is known for its stories. Like, Pokemon games may not have much of a reputation for storytelling, but the Mystery Dungeon series like completely turns that around.
Yeah,
That's like the main appeal when you play these games is not so much the dungeons, but just getting to see what happens after the dungeons.
yeah, and you notice that the main series Pokemon games are starting to incorporate story beats that were, very famous in PMD. Like Legends Arceus has some tropes from PMD in the beginning and the end. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet actually decided to, have an actual story with, they can get into the
After you play PMD, it's hard to go back to main series in some cases.
Yeah. PMD's like, come here and stay for the story. But Pokemon's like, well, we don't have a story, but we have a game.
Yeah.
You like game? I heard you like games.
Although, in fairness, once you get really, really like into speedrunning PMD, or if you tackle the level reset dungeons, then the gameplay actually unveils a lot of depth. Surprisingly,
Yeah, like you would think an entry that actually removes Belly until the post game wouldn't have that much depth, but this game actually has a surprising amount of depth. Like with strategies, like you see SPD switching between items in his inventory, leaving his partner behind with ranged move, like. There's so many strategies, and the Y canceling of animations and stuff like that. It's just so interesting.
and he's constantly attempting the most tricky tech, which is trying to cancel the animation of a speed drop.
Yeah, I mentioned that at the very beginning of the run, but yeah, he did it again. Like normal people will wait until they see the first speed drop from the first, like that, the first stage from the first speed drop, and then they will react and Y cancel the other two. But it takes a certain level of like 5-head to anticipate the first speed drop and be ready to Y cancel it. Then it's absurd to me.
It's basically a sixth sense.
Yeah,
It's like, all right, it's been this many steps.
it probably. I don't know. I feel like I could probably get like 50% of the time, but not nearly as much as SPD is getting it.
I mean, the downside is that I accidentally open the message log sometimes.
I was about to ask about that. I was wondering if you were actually looking at the partner, or if you were okay. It was an accident.
That's what happens when you hold BNY and like it's too late.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's right. That's the hotkey in this game.
Like that.
Yeah, there's a bunch of random hotkeys. There's a hotkey for like looking around a room without moving. It's like Y and X, I think. It's a
I used
hotkey
that.
for opening a message.
I used that unironically in a run last night. I felt so proud of myself.
Yeah, they changed the hotkey in Super, but it's in
Like
there in Super as well.
I saw a Whalmer picked up guiding ones in Super, and there was an enemy behind me, and I used look around to see if that was a Whalmer. And then it wasn't.
Yeah,
so
once
I
in a
kept
while.
going. Yeah.
Once in a while, it's a really great utility that only exists in Gates and Super and Series and Rescue Team DX. But yeah, in this case, it's like
Glacier Underpass. Notoriously, this is a dungeon that's really frustrating in Recruit 'em All, because this is like one of the only places to get Zoro early, I think. Otherwise, it can just be kind of a pain.
yeah, we're tapping into Helk exclusive knowledge there.
Sorry,
How many people have done Recruit 'em All?
unearthing trauma. It's just this area. Just whenever I see, I just think of the Zoros.
Yeah, there's certain points in Recruit 'em All where like you basically have to stop in the main story until you recruit something, right?
Yeah, there's some things that like it's never going to be easier to get this thing now, so you better get it now.
Yeah. Same is true for the Illuminate Watchhog.
Oh
That thing's
yeah,
like awful.
yeah.
The only thing in the game with Illuminate is Watchhog.
Oh, we
Does
didn't
Watchhog
mention what
have a-
Illuminate does. Basically, an Illuminate Pokemon in Mystery Dungeon, I think every time it gets hit, it will spawn a new Pokemon. That's very important It's very important in a non-Recruit 'em All speedrun in Explorers of Sky in Aegis Cave, because you have to get all the unknown stones with no Wonder Mail. You have to get the unknown stones, and she's his favorite Pokemon.
Oh. Oh, is it time for that story?
Yeah.
Do we have anything we need to say about this
Yeah,
dungeon?
we
Because I
might
got a
as well.
story.
This is
I got a
lore.
story.
This is community.
All
lore.
right. So there's a category in Explorers of Sky called Beat Darkrai, where you not only like clear the main story and beat Dialga, but then you go further into the post-game story, beat that final boss as well. And my very first attempt at the category, I did it at a time where we basically didn't have strats at all. I just dove into it face first, using what we had for any percent No Wonder Mail, and just rolled with it. And that was a bad idea. I was starting to get really frustrated and go really insane like a good few hours into that run, like probably 7 or so hours in. And then I stumbled into a dungeon called Miracle Sea, where you can recruit Chinchows and Lanterns that have Illuminate and a bunch of electric moves. And at the time, Lantern was already one of my favorite Pokemon. Hey, there's the Health Orb.
Only one.
Really seeing it used. Wow, that's really unfortunate. You only have one.
Yeah, you usually have way more by now.
But yeah, you can recruit Chinchows and Lanterns in Miracle Sea, and it was already like one of my favorite Pokemon. Usually in speedrunning these games, as we've seen, as we're about to see right now, you just reject all the recruits because they're just going to be weaker than you. They will just waste your revives, waste your time, not really truly help. But I was going so insane that I just recruited a Chinchou anyways. Just because. And then I evolved it into a Lantern, just because. Again, another time lost, but it didn't matter at that point. The run was a mess. And then the dungeon after that was Aegis Cave, which is, to anyone that's played the post-game of Explorers of Sky, a dungeon you won't forget because it is garbage. Instead of going from point A to point B in that dungeon, you have to grind for unknowns to drop the specific stones to progress. And it was then that we realized that having a Lantern with Illuminate was beneficial, because every time it takes damage from an attack that isn't like fixed damage, it spawns another Pokemon, so that made it a little easier to farm in certain situations. And then on top of that, the Lantern also had Discharge, which is a move that hits everything in a room, which also works during boss fights. And it just so happens that the tail end of Vegas Cave throws you into a mob boss with like 1 billion enemies, and you can just one-shot all of them except for the main boss with one use of Charge Discharge. So I accidentally found out Lantern was very useful in that run, and it then became my absolute favorite Pokemon as a result.
Yeah, somebody in the chat said it was like a service animal, and then it slowly just became called Service Fish.
Yes, it was originally, like, one of the people I was in a voice call with jokingly called it a service dog after I recruited it, because I literally just took it to feel better. and then it ended up being called Service Fish. So I may accidentally refer to Lantern as Service Fish. Not that it's going to matter, because we never see Lantern in any percent for... Oh wait, that's right, we do. That's right, it does appear in Super, very briefly.
Thank God we're playing it with cutscenes, because otherwise we wouldn't.
Yeah. So yeah, Lantern is nicknamed Service Fish.
You'll notice our admin roles in the Discord are Service Fish roles.
Yeah, that's why. At the time that I was becoming a moderator, they we weren't able to give me the admin role, so we just gave me like a pseudo admin role, named it Service Fish.
Okay.
And that is my story.
And I think we're done with Glacier Palace now.
No, that was
No,
the
that was
5
just a
minute
cutscene.
cutscene that just got skipped.
Oh yeah, so if you decide to run Gates to Infinity and you check out the Wondermill guide or any of the old Wondermill guides, you'll notice that there's a lot of it that just trashes me for seemingly no reason. And one of the notes in it was a long cutscene followed by a very short cutscene. And I took issue with this. I'm like, now hold on a minute. There's a long cutscene, or there's a short cutscene after floor 1, but then there's a long cutscene after floor 5. Why does it say that? And she's got frustrated. He was the one writing the guide. He said, fine, he literally wrote this in the guide. He said, fine, it's a short cutscene followed by a long cutscene. Is that okay, Halk? Is that okay for you? Is that better? And that's all written in plain text in the guide if you go look at it right now.
And it has persisted through multiple iterations and remakes of the guide.
It's practically tradition to just dunk on me for some reason in this game. In the guides, I love it.
Because I was just getting annoyed at the corrections I had to make, because I completely forgot or misjudged cutscene lengths when I was making the guide. So now we have a spreadsheet specifically to list off them all, so there's no worrying about that. But at the time,
during the intermission, I actually gave a whole B% spreadsheet to GDQ staff so that we could plan out my breaks. So it was very convenient that existed for right now.
We're almost done with this dungeon now. This is basically the last floor.
Did SPD remember to add it back in the most recent guide yet? I don't know.
I did add
I
it
think
back.
we told him.
Let's go.
We told him that it's tradition. He was like, okay.
It's actually a
Just say so.
requirement for your guide to be approved on speedrun.com. we have quality standards for our speedrun guide.
If they don't, the requirement for gates just being make sure that you talk about health in a negative way. If I'm not mistaken, this dungeon is like one of the dungeons where I noticed a pattern with the
Lord.
layouts.
What is this? Oh my god, the reunion cave saves so much time there.
It does. It
Good
does.
lord.
Yeah, not only are the layouts
Oh,
bad,
man.
but also these floors have like the Pac-Man rooms that I call them.
If you ever want to show anybody how the reunion cave can possibly help you, just send them a clip of that. It's like I literally, like, when I watch people play and when I play myself, I literally walk myself through how am I getting back wherever I need to go. And I literally like started like finger following it like a maze. which way to go? But then you just did that and it just threw everything like that out the window.
Yeah, that was definitely a very good example of Reunion Cave just sitting like, what, a minute?
Probably,
At least, yeah. Especially, with how many encounters you probably would have hit on the way back.
We're just gonna screen the rest of this boss. Here we go.
Still get text, but it's better than the animations.
Yep.
Yeah, there's some cragonals, I think.
Yeah, it's two Caragonals and the Golurk.
I think they can have the tough skill or last minute skill, but they're generally not too bad.
Yeah, I think so.
And now we're back in town.
Yep.
Yep.
You
Back to
meet
missions.
Kyurem, and he's all like, "What are you doing here? Get out of here!"
He's like, I
And he
will
gives
pay you to leave. And then he does, and now we have max money for the rest of the game.
Yep. Money
You
is
can only
basically
hold-
never a concern in this game. Like once you,
It's like Ocarina of Time, where like you just have literally unlimited money, like because it's not really thought out well.
Yeah, your wallet only holds 9999 Poke, which might sound like plenty, but you get way more than that over time.
yeah, you have a bank where you can store the extra money that you might have. But I mean that 9,999 is well more than enough to cover for anything that we may potentially want to buy throughout this run.
What even is like the most expensive item you can buy?
Probably building a facility, to be honest. Some of the facilities are expensive because that's what you're supposed to do with money in this game. You're supposed to be building your own little town.
Yeah. Yeah, they
just don't.
Paradise was kind of fun when I did Recruit 'em All because you have to do it to like get Meloetta and other things. It's kind of fun, but like it doesn't really. Obviously, you can do entire playthroughs without ever utilizing it at all, which I don't think is good for a mechanic they want you to use. Like it should be incorporated into the game at least a little bit. Like, I don't know, like giving you more EXP if you do something like that. I don't know. It's just very unimplemented.
The closest that came to that was the move dojos where you could upgrade moves, but even then it was like you had to get an item called a manual to be able to actually like apply an upgrade. Otherwise, the only thing you could do was train a move, which basically seemed to do the same thing as using the move a few times, like whoop-de-doo.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier the sturdy vine that Gardner required for the story. That is the extent that Paradise has ever been involved in the story. Because like when you build facilities, you need those certain materials to even build the facility to begin with, and you'll have like everything you need to be missing like one of a certain material, and it's just kind of frustrating and not fun to build.
Yeah, it would. You can see what materials you'll get from a mission, but it's random what appears on the board, and there's quite a variety.
The most fun you can have with Paradise is the mini games Bear Tick Slide and Starmie Plunge or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Like, those games are so much fun.
Until you have to grind them for an item, then it's
Until you have to grind them. I was gonna not mention that. I was trying to stay positive.
Yeah, going for more history for Recruit 'em All in this game.
I think that's actually out of the route now.
Thankfully, yeah. But way back when you did like the first Recruit 'em All, you basically described it as like selling your body parts on the street for those evolution stones.
That was actually pretty much exactly 4 years ago. Crazy.
That's hard to believe. But yeah, getting like the Recruit 'em All requires getting a few evolution items, and you can get them from the minigames, but it's like exceedingly rare. the easiest way was there was like a lottery corner you could build a facility for, and then that was like the easiest way to get the stones.
Yeah, that's the way I think is in the current recruit them all route.
Which, funny enough, actually probably did use money too.
So now we're shooting a couple more missions.
I completely zoned out and was like, "Oh, I'm in town now." Because there's a whole cutscene.
The cutscene-less ROMs definitely leave a jarring feeling when it just suddenly transition scenes. Like the most jarring one in Super is like whenever you're leaving the village, you walk up to the gate, and then suddenly you're standing outside a sheer mountain range in broad daylight. It's just like, how do we get here? You finish Revelation Mountain, all of a sudden, you're where you end up after that. That's probably the most jarring visual scenery-wise. I need context, and I don't have it. Like, how did I get here? WM means Wondermail. We have two categories. We explained it in the beginning of this game, but I guess it's been a while. We probably should explain it again. Pretty much every PMD game has multiple categories involving the use of Wondermail or not. Generally, the strategies will differ because like Pokemon can learn like TMs through Wondermail codes and stuff like that. And then that just basically make the game a lot easier. Not really easier, but like give you a lot more tools to get through the game a lot quicker. Like, I would not say this route's easy by any means. It's just a lot better than no Wondermail. And yeah, we're running the Wondermail variants.
Yeah, as a vague rule of thumb, usually in the Wondermail categories, you break the game way more. Like, usually it will dramatically change the way the game can be played. Yeah, especially in Explorers of Sky.
Yeah, when you say that adding Wondermail doesn't make anything easy, you really need to look at Sky Wondermail. Because that uses Wondermail, and it certainly gives you some cool things, but I would not say that route is easy, because what it lets you do is probably some of the hardest movement in the series.
Yeah. You have to go through walls, and a lot of people, not only do you get the ability to go through walls, but get punished for going through walls, so you have to use it like wisely. You also get double speed, so it's like completely different to control.
Completely impossible to control, like unless you just master it. It's an art form to do Sky Wondermail movement.
Yeah, it completely changed the game to add those items. This game, it's just a game changer because of Dragon Dance, which is like the closest we can get to that.
I mean, in No Wondermail, you get Dragon Dance eventually, but it's just not
true.
for a while.
It takes like almost the whole game.
That
right there,
I guess technically
about it.
That right there was the last mission in the entire run, by the way. So we are just going to be playing dungeons and dungeons and dungeons from now on. This is where the run really picks up.
Yeah, where things get a lot more difficult. I call this dungeon Kill Me Road. It's called Kill Yoneo Road. I call it Kill Me Road because there's a lot of trolling that can happen in here.
Yeah. You may have noticed this. I don't think we've ever really addressed this, but Oshawott just kind of randomly leveled up when we took a single step in this dungeon. All of the party members in the back are accumulating XP as we do things by ourselves, like all the challenge board missions or all of the like Dragon Mountain missions. Like, they're getting XP. They're just not in the party to really get those have the XP applied. So the moment you take a step in a dungeon with a party member that hasn't been there for a while, all of that EXP is automatically applied. And it's actually really good because the text speed is awful, like we've said. So instead of it being like your attack went up by 1, your attack went up by 1, your special attack went up by 1, all that, like for every single level, it actually compounds all of the stat ups and level ups all into 1. Like you just ate a golden seed or something. So it'll be like you grew from level 21 to 26, your attack went up 7, your defense went up 4, so it's actually better to just leave those party members out of action for as long as possible.
Which this route accomplishes by just doing everything with Axew Oshawott for as long as the game allows. But eventually you are forced to take some other Pokemon with you.
Oh, this is actually the first dungeon you can get a Monster House in, I think.
That is correct, yes.
Sorry, I probably shouldn't have said that until you were And the worst part about this game with Monster Houses is like, Explorers of Sky is mean, but at least they don't put traps in the first tile of the game. But this game, I think it's actually like a programmed thing that if you get a Monster House, there's a trap on the tile you walk in.
It definitely feels like the trap spawn rate is much, much, much higher in Monster Houses at the very least. But you can totally just get a sleep trap on the first tile when you enter the room. So you just encounter the Monster House, get put to sleep and you just immediately die, pretty much.
You might be able to like glean enough information from being like kind of halfway entering the room to realize that the monster has to turn around.
Yeah, sometimes you can do that.
But
Yeah, you might know it's a monster house if you see like a ton of wonder tiles and a ton of items, because essentially those rooms just compound a bunch of things in them. So sometimes you can tell it's coming, but your field of view is a bit limited in gates, so sometimes you might have no idea and you'll just walk into imminent death.
Also, on top of all the other obvious drawbacks, I think Monster House is just lagging this game a ton.
Probably.
There's just so many more enemies.
Yeah, it does lag the game a little bit more. The one thing where this game is a little bit more kind about monster houses is that you can no longer spawn in monster houses in this game.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, spawning into them was awful. It was pretty much like, oh, you don't have an item? All right, you're dead. Whereas even just walking into them, it's like, I hope you have a petrify orb. Petrify orb disables everything in the room from action.
Somebody in the chat said they have the Monster House music as their morning alarm.
That sounds awful to wake up to.
It'll get me up. I'll tell you what.
I guess it'll wake you up.
That'll accomplish
Activate.
what I seek to accomplish.
Activate my primal instincts to open the menu and look for
It's like the
items.
Squidward like opening his eyes meme. It's like, yeah. Yeah, I don't remember if there's any scripted floors here in
Not here. So when you return to these dungeons, they do actually have scripted floors. But when you play them for the first time during the story segments, those like gate floors are removed, so they're all random.
Yeah, so we are slowly but surely approaching the first segment where we are truly alone. Which, if you've been watching for the past like 5 minutes, won't really seem like it's going to be any different. We're just kind of trucking forward ahead anyway. We're just going to lose our reunion cave anchor.
Hey, it's Huck's favorite dungeon.
I'm leaving. I'll be back later.
Yeah, this
Forest
dungeon
of
is
Shadows.
Every
one
time
where-
we've done
whoops.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I set Oshawot's tactic to don't use moves and I follow him around here. Unfortunately, I can't really do split ups here. Oshawott does a very good job against most enemies, except for one.
Vaporeon.
He has
Water
Water Absorb.
I probably have died in this dungeon more in speedruns than anybody else in the community.
I think that's right.
I think like the first 2 or 3 series races I did, I died here, like really late into the dungeon too. Like it's so miserable. It's the first like super long dungeon.
Yeah, it's like 14 floors? 15? Something like that?
It's just not nice.
It drags on.
Yeah.
And yeah, not having Oshawott function as a turret, well, we get a lot more encounters.
Yeah.
So even in this category, it's a slog. And the enemies are just kind of brutal.
Yeah, there's Panseer who has Incinerate, there's some stuff with Torment. So yeah, lots of fun stuff.
Yeah, so rain, a famously non-lethal weather condition, will also, just like the Sunny example we presented earlier, will prevent you from restoring HP. For some
Makes
reason.
perfect sense. Even if you're a water type.
Even if
Oshawott. Oshawott is not regenerated. Oh wait, is he? No, he's not. His water moves are stronger, but
That's cool.
he doesn't even regen in rain. Like, why?
It's like in Legends Arceus where they got rid of all the weather buffs and nerfs for weather, like for types and stuff like that, but they kept fire moves getting weakened in rain. That's the only
weird.
one.
Didn't know that. Oh, full hold art, nice.
Yep. We're saving most of those like full holds and pure seeds for basically the very end of the run.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're finding a decent amount.
I don't know if we explained the difference between full holds and petrifies, but full holds affect the whole floor, but petrifies just affect the room you're in. So petrifies are less valuable, so we'll probably use those when we get into like dicey situations here. There's going to be a strategy we want to do at the end of the game where we, full hold every single floor so that there's no enemies moving on the entire floor. Whereas a petrified orb wouldn't really accomplish that; it just slow down what's in the room with you. Which is why, Petrified Orbs are going to be a lot more expendable for us. Speaking of having a lot of money. Oh, there's a Pierce Seed.
Oh, Pierce Seed in the shop. Hello.
Let's go.
So So we're shopping here. What else? You have a health orb.
Yeah.
It's probably the only PMD game that you don't have to worry about how much money you have.
Yep.
Yeah.
You just buy like right now. I had 9,999.
I bought a Pure Seed in Super the other day, and it was like 75. It's so low.
I think they're very rare in that game.
I mean, like they're also just priced insanely like cheap.
Yeah, weird.
Like-
It's like one of the best items in the game.
It's really weird that Chunsoft should know the value of their items, seeing as they made the game and they understand how the mechanics can, work with one another. But some of the pricing on the items is just so whack. Like you'll have some really expensive garbage and some really like cheap gems.
I blame Kecleon.
It's just controlling the market, man.
He fools Pokemon into believing that the expensive items are necessarily better. Charges $1 million for equipment.
We recently did some data mines on Super Mystery Dungeon, and the best looplet objectively for one of the teammates is the attack looplet.
Shout out to
$200.
Kecleon selling a reunion cape.
Classic. But the best looplet in Super Mystery Dungeon objectively for your partner is an attack looplet. It's only $200. But probably we found out recently one of the worst looplets, or one of the least helpful looplets, is the speed looplet, and that one costs $1,000. So.
Which actually
pricing
fooled
for-
me into believing that it would be really good, but yeah, it turns out the impact of speed was not much.
Yeah.
This game doesn't even have a speed stat; they just completely scrapped it. Instead, speed-related moves just affect movement speed, but in Super they actually have a speed stat.
Yeah, the last thing I'll say
Yeah.
on Super for right now is that they decided to include speed, but speed, all it does is completely govern accuracy and evasion.
Tragically,
It is so
it's like one of the
strange.
worst things in the game.
Yeah. Whenever you start out a Pokemon game and you're very low level, you have a very low speed, so you can probably figure out what that means.
Yeah, that's the most tragic thing about Super is the accuracy. It's awful. Although that's something that we'll be taking advantage of. But yeah, we'll get there when we get to that game.
Very impressed about
Meanwhile,
the
we're
dino
like-
surviving a Dragon Claw.
Like 2/3 of the way through this dungeon, getting some nice stair luck.
This is 14 floors.
Wow.
Lord.
Even on the rain floor.
Yeah, I believe all weather floors are fixed. Even though, there's some weird stuff going on with one of the dungeons later on. Maybe I'll mention it once I get there. But they're all fixed with the exception of one where it's random weather specific floors have weather conditions. So like they have a random weather conditions including none, basically. I'm talking about Wither Savannah.
Oh, so you could just randomly get no weather on the weather floor then.
Yeah.
Huh. Which is best case, really.
I think what he's referring to, like, we say fixed and scripted a lot, so I think what he's saying is, like, a floor that always has rain on 9F will always have rain on 9F. Like, unless, there's some rule against it.
And essentially, each floor has predetermined parameters determining like how the layouts will be made, and in some cases whether or not they have weather.
Yeah, Super has a fixed weather on certain floors too.
Rare instance of using Reunion Cape to pull Oshawott to us.
Yeah, I accidentally lost him, but yeah.
So long as you're going at the
Cape.
speed of light.
Yeah. Okay, that's the end of that dungeon.
That went pretty well. Now we go from having Oshawott not do anything to having Oshawott not exist.
Yeah. We lost him.
Okay, we got some lore to talk about here. So at the beginning of the game, we were called to this world seemingly by a force known as Muna. And Muna was being chased by a big, scary Hydreigon. And this whole game, we've been in kind of like very limited contact with Muna. Then all of a sudden, after we got back from the Great Glacier, Muna's like, "Hi, I'm here. Please come rescue me. I need you now." So that's why we set off to go through Killiania Road and Forest of Shadows. And then we got to Muna, and it was an ambush. Muna had set us up. So Muna completely ambushed us with like her entire posse, Chandelures, Salamence, all these Pokemon, Toxicroak, Purugly. The Toxicroak, Purugly that we fought earlier, they're in on it too. And to get away, we knocked out both the Chandelures, which were lighting the room of the situation. And in the ensuing struggle, we escaped, but we did not escape with Oshawott. So that's where we are right now. We're trying to get away, but we're also trying to find Oshawott.
I like the fact that you can find cactus shops in this dungeon, so you're on the run, but you just take a little bit of time to just do some shopping.
I know you're busy, but can you can you browse my wares?
Please give me money. Busy trying to save the world and run away from danger, but please give me money.
Yeah, this is where the story of Gate starts to get a little bit good, I think.
Yeah, this is where it gets interesting. There's a story.
It's kind of a shame you have
so.
to get through like 3.5, 4 hours of speedrun time first.
This dungeon was also real fun when I was using the Tepig leader strats. Oh man.
Yeah, you had like encouraged seed rollout strats, right?
Yeah, it was like violent seed, encouraged seed rollouts. There's an item called an encouraged seed that makes moves never miss, and with rollout being a multi-hit move that's meant to miss a lot, when you can just get a guaranteed quintuple hit with it, it's like insane. So there was that, but the annoying part was this dungeon, where like in that route we would have partner Axu kill everything, because if you swap spaces with your partner, it doesn't consume their turn in this game, so it was basically as good as having them as the leader, which was the basis of those strats. But then you got here and it was like, I guess I'm just playing Defense Curl Rollout Lottery, here we go.
But then after this, you're back to normal, you know?
Kind of, yeah.
I mean, somebody's asking Chan how viable it would be to steal with Axu. You probably could, but there's no point since you're like maxed out on money for the entire game.
Yeah.
I've never even
and
tried.
There's not many items you'd want. I do know that in this game in Super, the moment you steal from Kek, not only are they all at double speed, they also spawn a bunch of Keks near the stairs. So don't try pure seeding. Also, hey, hi Hydreigon.
I
Okay, so basically, I mentioned at the very beginning of the game, we saw Muna getting chased by a big scary Hydreigon. This Hydreigon is an absolute teddy bear. It is the most docile, like just the most cheery thing. It is so jarring to be able to see this big scary demon monster just like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I bothered you.
That said, he's like level 60 or something, so
Yeah,
it's
64.
I don't know
not
if it's been
bad.
revealed yet, but he's like the voice of life or something.
wouldn't be yet at this point of the story, but yeah.
And yeah, basically he's like, I don't know. Hydreigon is what brought us here to the Pokemon world. Oh, sorry, we didn't mention we were basically taken here from the human world. The whole premise of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon is that you're a human turned Pokemon, and usually it's for a purpose. And the whole usually the purpose is like kind of clear in the beginning, but in this game it was just completely misdirected and wrong. Our purpose, so we're slowly starting to find our purpose now. And that's what this is. Yeah,
So, yeah,
Hydreigon
being
is
level
an absolute amazing anchor for
Yeah, he just holds it. Like, he basically never has any trouble with any enemies unless he gets confused.
And the crunch
Yeah,
sound effect is so good. Just,
he's almost invincible, and he does a lot of damage. He even has a stab ranged attack like Oshawott. He just uses Dragon Breath.
I'm sad I can't hear the noises.
I'm sad I won't be able to hear the music in the next few dungeons.
Oh yeah, especially Whole Hills.
Not sure I'm gonna
The holes in the
dodge
hills.
this webble here. Nope.
This is one of the situations where the camera pan is almost relevant.
Good enough. I mean, it helps a decent amount.
Yeah. Something I didn't know for a long time is that you can actually run away from those battles even after you engage them. You just get a certain number of tiles away, and the game's like, oh, you got away.
Like sometimes it doesn't work though if the field is too small.
Yeah, I don't know what governs whether or not it
I've
works.
had that not work in Ragged Mountain before.
Yeah, for certain areas, I guess it's just too small, and it doesn't give you any space to run away. Ooh, that's a lot of enemies.
Conga line.
Just for that end, anyway.
At least we have Reunion Cape. Teleportation pad Hydreigon at our service.
But yeah, this dungeon and the next one are just going to be. I think the next two dungeons are just going to be Axew and Hydreigon.
Yep. This dungeon I don't really remember anything about, but I do know that like
much to talk about for these
Yeah.
because like they're very very simple. Like, this might be like, I don't know, the most reliable part of the game, like in terms of like not getting trolled.
Yeah.
'Cause,
Although
like-
there is Lilligant.
Winter
Lilligant's
Savannah,
annoying.
yes. Oh my god. Holy zebra.
I'm doing this.
Yeah, good call.
Bye. I'm out.
Bye.
Actually, this might not even be
Oh yeah, nothing interesting will happen in this dungeon. Gets surrounded by an army of zebras and gets destroyed almost.
Just
Hey,
that
right,
sentence
that's
is enough to pique interest from literally anybody. Oh, what happened? No, so there I was, and just a bunch of zebras just swarmed me menacingly. All right, I'd like to hear this entire story, please. Just,
also for the first time, X's health got low.
yeah.
He's been killed before, but he's never been in the red.
we found the rest of the zebras.
And now there's a dragon behind us. A Dragon Ball.
Not helping.
I almost wonder if the team attack is actually worth using when you're like that surrounded.
Perhaps it was, yeah.
It's like, I get why you wouldn't think about it though. That's another thing in this game. There's that shining like badge item in the top left next to the floor counter. That's like indicating that you're ready to do a team attack. That's a Gates exclusive mechanic where after you walk for enough tiles, you gain access to this special attack that you can activate by tapping the middle of the touchscreen. And it's basically a room nuke.
And
It does
depending on which starter you picked, you'll get a different effect after the team attack's over.
Oh, yeah.
Selecting Axie will give you a attack boost. I think it might actually max out your attack, if I'm not mistaken. Max out the attack of the entire party. I don't remember what the other ones do off the top of my head.
Tepig's is bad. It boosts fire moves, which is kind of like as if
So it just
flash
gives you
fire got activated.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Oshawott I think slows the enemies that survive the attack. Snivy's heals you, so that's kind of cool. It's a party heal. And then I don't remember what Pikachu's does. My guess is paralyze all the surviving enemies, but it's an attack that does so much damage that usually nothing will survive.
Super has alliances. They look very similar, like the animations and stuff like that, but they're very, very different. And like alliances are a lot weaker, but like they're able to be done on command. So
Yeah, unless your whole party has room ranged attacks,
oh yeah, true.
then it would not be weaker. But
Well, you still need to be adjacent to an enemy to even like use an alliance in that case.
yeah, fun fact:
Silly.
the enemies eventually get the ability to do it too.
Is that,
It's just you never really see it.
is that in the Fable post game I've heard about?
Yes, that is a post game thing.
I see. Yeah, this reunion cube stuff is silly. Good lord.
Yeah,
It's
it really
just-
brings to mind how many massive dead ends there are.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm old school. I it went the wrong way. There's time to go back. But it's just,
Yeah,
it just cuts all of that out, and it just seems like it adds up to like so much time. Like I didn't
might be
really realize how much time small time saves could add up to. I saw your post in this and Gates of Infinity channel in our Discord. Join our Discord, by the way. About mashing during floor transitions, and it saves like at least half a second every single floor. And nobody really tested it in Super, so I decided to test it on a few floors, and it saves 0.8 seconds per floor to mash between the floors during the floor transitions. With how many floors there are in the game, that's at least 2.5 minutes.
Yep. In this game, I think it's closer to 3 or 4. So yeah.
Poor SPD was grinding this game for so long without even realizing that was a thing.
Yeah. Good thing I did get to know that before my last PB in this.
Yeah, that's when you got like the 7-0, whatever. You think sub 7's possible? That's a disgusting sentence,
I
but
want to say yes. With enough
Well,
of a
okay.
grind.
That would be a really tough RNG grind.
Yeah.
though.
like what time would you want to grind for in cutscene list before you ever attempted that in
I don't know, because I don't quite know the equivalent with the... So I updated this hack to kind of speed up the loading times, because previously I've done a poor job altering like the way scripts flow, so it was loading a lot of unnecessary assets every time. So I haven't grinded on this new updated one very much. As a just sort of guesstimate, I don't know, some kind of like 2 hours, 4x, maybe even 3x would probably be the kind of time. As a complete guess.
At that point, we're talking about like perfect luck and perfect execution.
And for reference, my PB on this cutscene list right now is 252, which I just got earlier today in preparation for this event.
He wanted to make sure he couldn't PB during the event after all, so.
Getting put to
here's
sleep
sleep
by Brass
status.
Whistle.
Resident Sleeper.
Sleep and poison. This is a great illustration of the fact that in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, you can have multiple statuses.
See, but
at
this
once.
is what we'll do.
Oh, yeah. Even the major ailments for main series.
Yeah. I mean, there's some instances where, like, okay, so, like, if somebody gets, like, petrified, or, like, paralyzed, like, I don't think paralysis and poison can coexist, because, like, one of them seems to overwrite the other.
Yeah, that's a weird one. But yeah, paralysis sometimes overrides stuff. But you can be asleep and poisoned. Or asleep and paralyzed, which is really awful, because that makes it take longer to heal the sleep.
Thank God. That's exactly what I was looking for in my video game.
Or you can get confused and put to sleep at the same time, which, well, I guess just means you've been put to sleep. But then when you wake up, you're confused. But yeah, the ailment stacking is really bad, especially if they stack with anything that slows you down, because that increases the duration of the other ailments that would wear off. So yeah, the trolling in these games can get real fun. Also, this dungeon has one of my favorite songs in the game.
Yep. The Gates to Infinity OST is plain amazing.
I don't think I've seen a Lilligant here yet.
Not yet, but yeah, there's plenty of them here.
Yeah, we were mentioning that this dungeon is where you can start to get trolled.
Unfortunately, I don't
Lilligant has-
have many health orbs to deal with them either, so I'm just gonna have to come up with something once we inevitably meet some.
We'll deal with it when it happens. I like the attitude. But yeah, an attack that can hit anything in the room that inflicts confusion. That is what Lilligant has, and it is really obnoxious.
There's one.
Oh, okay, at least you got the edge
Yeah.
on that one.
Got it before it got to do anything.
Yeah, in general, moves that can hit an entire room in PMD are beyond broken. And quite a few do it, like Discharge, Earthquake, Surf, although that one hits partners, so does Earthquake. Those kinds of moves are just crazy. And it's really, really not fair when the enemies have them. Even worse than an attack that is rearranged is an ailment inflicting attack. The worst of all is Silverwind and Ominous Wind, though, because
Yeah.
those moves not only hit your whole party if they're all in a room together, but for each hit that connects, the user has a chance to get the Omni boost that it boosts all their stats. So it's like if you have a party of 4 and you get Ominous Winded, you're probably just dead right there, because one of the boosts includes a speed boost, which may cause the enemy to immediately attack again before you can even do anything. So you can literally just walk into a room with a Silverwind user and then be dead. It's great. They're pretty busted when the player has them too, but they are nerfed in the sense that you actually have limited PP. Those moves don't have a lot of... Like, you can't use them many times without using an elixir when you use them. But the AI doesn't have to worry about that, so it's just complete unfair garbage. They can just go to town and spam it on you, and you can't do anything.
I noticed that the Leafeon used Sand Attack on you. We recently found out how, like, Sand Attack really just completely makes you inoperable in Super. Is that the same way in Gaze, or?
I'm not actually sure. There's a Monster House. I think that's the
Hey.
first.
Yep, you got the Monster House
we're gonna
tutorial
just-
text.
Let's try.
And thankfully no trap on the entrance.
Yeah.
Lots of traps in the room, though. Oh, there's the slumber trap. Good thing
So
you didn't come in from that side.
Exactly. But yeah, I'm not really aware of what the developments from like Super Sand Attack accuracy are, so I can keep talk. I do notice that, like, however, like just getting Sand Attacked in this game is devastating.
From playing PMD for long enough, my least favorite thing to have happen to me, of all things, is getting an accuracy debuff. It is so frustrating. Like,
especially
as
in
it
Super,
is.
like I was getting, or not really actually debuff, like missing moves. Like every time you miss a move, your opponent gets to do something. And if they use like an HP draining move, you have to watch them recover it. And your partner does something, like they can miss too. It is a massive time loss every time you miss a move, and you do it all the time in the Super Mystery Dungeon.
Yeah, Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, as it is nicknamed. Although, really, in all the PMD games, in general, moves are much less accurate than they are in main series. Like, most moves will have around 88% accuracy instead of, like, 100 or 95. It's like a blessing to have a 95 accurate move. It's painful. So to get a sand attack on top of that is just like, ugh. Absolutely awful. It's so frustrating, especially if you're in a situation where you don't have many elixirs and you get sand attack, it's even more frustrating because then you're wasting PP, missing attacks all the time. It is my least favorite thing to have to suffer through.
Yeah, if only there was a way to like, I don't know, make accuracy better. Like, it's so frustrating.
I wish there was an item that worked like a wonder tile, which those are how you restore lowered stats. You step on the wonder tiles, but
Like,
you can
that's
also find stairs.
I don't want to get too much into Super before we get there. That is one thing I really appreciate about the wand system. Because like you can get your accuracy lowered or whatever, but your wands will not miss.
Thankfully, yeah.
Like in the beginning of the game, we just spam blast wands everywhere, and it's just so nice to not have to worry about accuracy.
Yeah, this run has had a lot of Reunion Cape demonstrations.
More than usual, I even say.
That's good. That showcases the game to anyone.
Yep.
Yeah,
This is all on purpose.
Completely unrelated, but the world record for Mario 64 16 star got broken the other day, and it's almost a perfect run. And then people were joking about the person that's going to beat this run isn't even playing Mario right now. They're playing like Roblox or something. It's like the person that ends up getting the sub 7 gates has no idea about the game and is just like, you know, off like playing Apex Legends or something. Like they're out there. They just need to find this GDQ hotfix showcase and like see all these Reunion Cape demonstrations. Then they'll be hooked, and then they'll be here with us.
Anyone interested in speedrunning Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Gates to Infinity in chat?
Anybody interested? Mod check.
Hey, at least we have a cutsceneless
There you
patch to
go.
practice on now. Back in my day, you just had to do runs. It took a while.
So I think I found
have a
like
lot
two
of-
pure seeds so far, as well as a bunch of full hold orbs.
Plus, you got them for missions. So, I'm guessing the goal is to completely skip. Is it Western Spire? I forgot which
Yes.
one it was.
That's the dungeon we're just saying goodbye to.
That's a shady strat, I think.
I believe so. We also
Shady had a
nicknamed it-
decent overhaul of the game even before SPV got his hands on it. So I didn't think there was much for SPV to innovate, but I clearly was wrong. Yeah, you don't
So
just,
did Hydreigon just A attack? Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
you did.
run out of PPs. In this game, if your partners run out of PPs, they start using A attacks.
they do that in Super too.
Yeah, or if they have no moves that have any effect at all, they'll A attack. Which, unfortunately, in this game, the regular attack, yeah, that's a feature. You have a way to attack without using PP for a move. In this game, in Super, it is capped at 5 damage, though, so it's like really terrible. And it can actually do less than that if the enemy's defense is that high against your attack. But it is capped at 5. Also, WoW Toxic is really nasty.
Gonna do this for safety.
Turns out slowly losing health on these floors is terrible.
God. At least it isn't like incrementally getting more damage like it would in main series
Okay.
games.
Yeah.
One of those points where I had to
Toxic is-
stop and actually look at where I didn't.
I was about to say that like it may have seemed like you just were losing time, but it's so important to just, all right, let me get my bearings straight. Where do you want me to go?
That was one of those. I'd like to call those floors. Do the stairs exist? Floors.
Let me
where
make
it's
sure
so bad.
the game developers didn't make a mistake here. Just-
Yeah, where it's so bad that you're afraid that the floor is just impossible.
But where are the stairs?
Oh no.
Like with the client in PMB2.
But where's the client?
Yeah, sorry, we
Oh,
forgot
my.
to spawn in the stairs. You gotta redo the dungeon, sorry.
Oh, that would be so bad. Then escape orbs would be required, and the run would be all about that. Just not having that happen.
That dungeon was very long.
That is, I think, one of the longest.
The most normal weather savannah I've ever seen in my life.
Sherry. That as well.
After this menu, would it be a good time for a break?
I would say so. Yeah, I'm gonna complete this menu, and then we'll...
You don't even have to play music. We can just let Whole Hills play. Just let the game audio go.
There we go. That's it. That's it. We can take a break here. The end game is approaching after this.
Yeah, like I said earlier, during these long runs, we like to take breaks just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water. Right before we take a break, just a quick reminder, your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and Bitch Cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel do help support Games Done Quick Hotfix. So if you like this content, any of our anniversary specials, any of our regular shows, it really does help us put on this content. With that said, we'll be right back after this break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is the Pokémon Mystery Dungeon Gates to Infinity Anniversary Special. We're in the middle of a Gates to Infinity run. I'll hand it right back over and we can get back into it.
All right, welcome everyone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Sour Please.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Yeah, we were just here in Whole Hills, and I guess we should do a countdown to resume this run in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Gates to Infinity, Axel Dual Chop, Dragon Dance wins.
Good summary. Good summary. Right, so what's the lore right now? We are with Hydreigon, and we just got past Wither Savannah until we... after which we were basically like told by Munna's group that our partner was in their hands and we had to go to Whole Hills and we wanted to get him back. And so obviously we're here now. I forgot to do this stuff on Hydreigon.
Oh yeah, every dungeon you enter with Hydreigon, all of his partner settings get reset. So you have to readjust his moves, readjust his tactic, turn him into a turret.
Only for Hydreigon. Doesn't happen with the other.
Yeah, really weird. I guess the way he's coded into the party is just different. Like, he's not a permanent member, he's just getting thrown in every dungeon individually.
I guess... This is a 12th floor dungeon, by the way.
Yeah, all the dungeons from this point, I think, are just really long. With, like, the exception of the final one of all things.
Yeah. It's like this really short dungeon at the very end of the game where not only is it 5 floors, I'm talking about Glacier Palace Great Spire. Not only is it 5 floors, but almost every enemy is asleep and can't be woken up unless you specifically attack it. There's a Lilligant.
I really wonder why they did that. Like, maybe it was a lore thing? Like, all the Pokemon are just exhausted being this far in? I don't know.
Yeah.
The lore, at least I think, not really lore, but like the reasoning, is that if Pokemon are like beyond your capacity to, kill, they'll put them to sleep so that you're not overwhelmed. Like,
it was
they're
actually
like a challenge thing. Like, if you're like 10 levels higher than we would be in the 80% speedrun, they might be awake and roaming the floor.
Curious about that. Maybe one day I'll have to do a playthrough where I just take all the joy seeds on one character, just bulldoze through. Or I could like actually properly speedrun, but I have a lot of practice to go. Splash is a very powerful move. In this game, it actually does nothing. They keep changing Splash throughout this series. Like in the older games, Splash actually does something. It moves you to a random adjacent tile. Which, well, whoop-de-doo, it's still terrible. And then if you collide with a Pokemon in doing so, you both take 5 damage. The only cool thing it could do was you could potentially go through the corner of a wall with it. Which you normally cannot do that unless you're a ghost. And then in this game, it does nothing. In Super, they enable it to jump over enemies, which is actually kind of cool. I still wouldn't want that as one of my 4 moves, but at least it does something. The description for the move even says something like, "Your flopping efforts finally pay off!"
try to run that Jolteon.
I guess real talk, Splash would be a fantastic move in a speedrun, though, for what it does. Just jump over enemies. If they're in a conga line, you jump over them all. Alas, though, no Magikarp speedruns. Maybe if anyone ever makes me do that, that would be what I would do a lot, is use Splash.
Well, yeah, you do have channel point rewards for...
Yeah. And we have the ability to put any Pokemon in Super and Sky, so it can actually be a thing.
Yeah, one thing I've been really impressed by is the amount of like reverse engineering that these games have had. The DS games, I guess, more than the 3DS ones, but yeah, we still have like the ability to do a bunch of cool things.
Yeah, there's a whole ROM hacking community for Sky now.
Yep.
Courtesy of Sky Temple's recent development.
Okay. Right there. Look at that.
So Hole Hills. Is it holes with hills, or holes in the hills, or hills with holes? I don't know.
I think it's supposed to be holes on the hills and the... I don't remember.
Are there hills inside the holes? In the whole hills? This is too much to think about. Let's just go fast.
Yeah. We're almost done with this dungeon anyway. It's 12 floors, where the 12th is just the walk to the end.
Yeah.
The league
I guess you
ends,
could call it a guaranteed stair floor.
Yeah.
I think this is the last dungeon where you can see Lilligant too, which is a relief.
Yeah. Especially since I've been pretty low on health orbs this whole run overall.
Yeah. It's good thing there weren't too many incidents.
Oh, speaking of which...
Oh, okay, we talked into existence. There we go. Confusion healed. Nothing like having your semi-invincible Hydreigon suddenly just abruptly getting destroyed, and you're like, wait, what's happening? And then you realize it got confused.
Okay, we're basically done with this.
I like that in some of these overworld events, you still actually use a staircase.
Oh, yeah. Alright, so
in the
we
base
got our
game, we
partner
would
back.
have... Yeah. Oh, yeah, hi, Oshawott. In the base game, that was one of the coolest cutscenes. One of the ones I remember, Hydreigon, like, actually fires laser beams at the enemies that are pursuing you. And then you free your partner from, like, a little jail cell. Or no, they're in like some cave or something. I don't know. It's hard to tell because they didn't animate that part.
Yeah, that's the one part where your partner is supposed to be tied up in like a cave or something. But yeah, for some reason it's just not animated.
Probably because of all the different partners, but it's still a bummer. Now we have 2 turrets. Oh, and Oshawott gains all the EXP that we've gained throughout this whole journey so far with Hydreigon.
Yep. I guess the whole budget for that cutscene went towards the barrel roll.
Yeah. Dual barrel roll. Yeah, this is a mod of Gates that cuts the cutscenes out.
Yeah,
because
this run is more...
without...
Go for it.
Okay, with the cutscenes, it's like a 7+ hour run, more like 8 hours for newer runners, whereas without, it's like, it can be done under 3 hours, so that is how much there is. Over half the game is holding B in cutscenes, because you cannot skip them normally. And you cannot speed up the text normally. The best you can do is hold the B button, which will advance the text frame perfectly.
Technically, this is not a cutsceneless run because we watched the ML go in.
Right,
Okay, semi-cutsceneless. Removes cutscenes that are required.
Yeah.
So just consistently reduces runtime by like a factor of about 4 hours.
More Sandstorm.
So yeah, welcome to the desert. There's sandstorms everywhere. And here's where Weatherband actually is really nice for a time save.
Yep.
Every time, like basically the way the weather works, specifically the bad weather, is you just occasionally take 1 damage after you take a few steps, unless you're one of the types that's immune to the weather condition. So, and then it pauses you in your tracks, I think, every time you take that damage.
Yeah, you have to basically repress the direction that you want to go into once you take that damage.
Yeah, so that's why Weatherband is like a very minor time save. And also just makes playing the game less unpleasant.
Yeah. It basically
Yeah.
saves a few frames every time you take that. You would take damage from weather. So there aren't that many weather floors in this run, but it still ends up totaling out to being just enough to where it's like actually a time save if you input the Wonder Mail in roughly like 10 seconds. Okay, this is the 10th floor dungeon. Normally when you run this game, you have like splits on the side that like remind you how many floors there are.
Oh, you're just going off memory.
Yeah, I'm just going off from memory right now. Getting them all memorized. Bug bite.
Oh, bug bite. Okay, at least it's only an Oran. I hate bug bite.
Yeah. In previous Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games, bug bite can only eat specific seeds. So, for example, it can't eat, I think, any seed that has a negative effect, as well as stuff like pure seeds, I believe. In this game, it can just eat whatever.
Yeah, they could take your pure seeds off of you.
I don't like
They could also take joy seeds, which is really awful. Oh, nice to get to see that strat, using a stun seed to block a whole corridor. Only to end up having to go in the room anyways.
That's
Yeah,
okay.
I guess with that
Yeah, it worked out though. Worked out.
that occurrence and everything, we already kind of touched on it in the beginning about like what kind of speedrun most of the PMD games are. Where, like you get better by playing
We
the
might
game
see
more,
an evolution.
stuff like that.
Maybe not. Okay.
But basically, if you're looking for a speedrun where you don't have to like practice the same exact movement over and over and over again, and like just grind it down to like a science, and personally, I find that kind of boring. That's just me though. The PMD series is a very good speedrun for you, because there's just it's all dynamic. Like you're basically, like we said earlier, just making sure you're equipped as good as possible the entire game. And at any point, anything could happen. You just want to make sure you're as prepared for it as possible, and you know what to do in the scenarios and stuff like that. So it's a very cool, innovative speedrun, I think.
Yeah. It's nice to have a speed game that you don't even necessarily have to practice. Like, you just practice it by doing runs. You could just roll with that for years.
That's what I did.
Guess that's kind of what I did too.
I just remembered I forgot to withdraw all my revives earlier.
Because personally,
Oh,
like
good thing.
in all the speedruns I do, including Legends Arceus and Scarlet and Violet, I learn best by actually doing runs and making mistakes. Because the trauma of the mistake that I made makes me never do it again.
Yeah.
Personally, like
Yeah. I mean, that happens even with an execution-based run, but yeah. Also, yeah, the quick save category would be the exception to that. That category, you do have to practice a ton.
okay, we just skipped 30 minutes of cutscenes.
Yeah, by the way. Or
Just thought I'd bring that up. Just
That is normally the longest break in the game.
Oh yeah, now we're forced to take Verizon and Emolga, and they were like level 10 or something, and now they get
Now, if
all
you fought
the
enough
XP.
enemies, Emolga might get acrobatics.
I basically never get it. Right now, Emolga got to level 28, and he learns it
Dang.
at 30.
Wow,
Usually,
pretty
he
bad.
gets to 28 or 29 in my runs.
That's kind of fascinating that using Dragon Dance so much that even with splitting up with your partner, you're getting less EXP. Usually, split ups entail getting more EXP. That's interesting.
I feel like when I first started using split ups, I noticed I was getting more experience, but over time, it got to this point. So I don't know if it's just that I got like better.
RNG got better,
I'm
clearly.
just especially surprised given all the conga lines we've seen, like the Sandiles, the Zebras, and everything. Like, he didn't get it.
Well, the key is avoiding those fights,
Yeah.
which he didn't always have to kill everything in those.
I don't like this.
Oh yeah, Verizon is like okay, but Emolga tends to really struggle here, sadly.
Yeah. He's
Want to like
okay,
Emolga,
really,
but
but yeah, he can. Both Virizion and Emolga can more easily get sniped from enemies farther away. Emolga is
Oh,
more
yeah, neither
frail.
of them have-
Emolga is more frail in general.
Yeah, neither of them have a ranged attack. That's right.
Yep.
I remember at one point we were gonna have a strat where. So if Emolga or Virizion faint, they will automatically use up the revives in your bag. But if you don't have any revives, they are actually allowed to faint, and you won't fail the mission. Like, usually you're required to keep your whole party intact in the story, but this game, it's okay as long as you and Oshawott or your partner are alive, your main partner. So at one point, we almost did a strat where we threw all of our revives on the ground, and then used the blast seed to kill Emolga, and then picked them back up to get rid of Emolga.
Yeah, that's quite funny.
You know, in older PMD games, there was an easy way to do that because they had the IQ skills and item master and all that.
Yeah, but those games also always require that all party members live in the story, so it doesn't even help.
I don't know. Whenever I see this part of the game, for some reason, the first thing I think of is the one time I used a Pyrocene and it didn't take me to the room that the stairs were in.
It's happened to a couple times to me too now.
I was mortified. I felt like a principal rule of nature was broken. It's like if something went up instead of down. Like, you know how gravity works? Like,
Yeah.
it was that jarring.
Yeah, I don't even have an explanation for that. I guess the game just very loosely approximates where the
I
stairs
was
are.
told that I was within a certain number of steps of the stairs. And that was good enough, but that's not good enough for me. I didn't appreciate that. I still didn't know where they were.
Oh, geez, Memento. At least the Wonder
Yeah.
Towel is right there.
Ooh, okay, we got a health orb. Just saw Momentum being used on my partners back there.
Yeah, Memento is awful. Because the attack and special attack drop won't wear off unless you hit a Wonder Tile, so it's like you just become unable to do anything if you get hit by Memento. And the user of Memento doesn't die, they teleport somewhere randomly with 1 HP, so they might just do it over and over and over again if they keep encountering you. It's great. It's a room ranged attack too, so it's hard to prevent. Exo at least can Dragon Dance his attack back up, but your allies are like doomed if they get Memento'd. Unless you Health Orb.
Yep. Even more reason why this is such a great item. Get confused, just use a health orb. Get, you know,
So busted.
attack dropped, just health orb.
Yeah, one of the greatest blessings Gates gave us. And, well, they do exist in Super, but it's like way less common to find them there.
This is a laggy dungeon for some reason, by the way.
Yeah, it's not like it's the layouts,
Maybe
because
it's all the water.
it's so weird. It should be so similar to, like, Killiania Road. I think it even uses the same tile set, but with different colors, and yet... Oh, maybe it's all the partners.
Yeah, I don't know.
The game works in mysterious ways. Yes, health orbs are in Super. You just
Probably
have to...
dungeon keks.
Yeah, you have to get it from Dungeon Kex, so good luck.
Dungeon
also an
Kekleon is
item-
basically Kekleon, but if you actually sold good inventory.
Yeah.
But his inventory is so bad in Super.
Yeah. I mean, it's good for, like, attrition, because he always
He's like
has,
always
apples.
selling a progress device. Thank God, we're dying for those. He's giving you every looplet you don't want. You'll get like 3 days in a row of Petra looplets. It's so bad.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm trying to bully him so that he'll be like, man, I really am just stipping you. I'll do better. And then we're gonna get
Monster
into the
Kek.
run. And then
Incoming
we're
stair floor.
Oh, the guaranteed stair
No
floor.
way. That's crazy.
Why are there 2 up arrows pointing away from it? Actually, I wonder what happens
Ooh,
if you
that,
do
oh
go
god,
up there.
oh god. Wait,
Oh.
that saved me.
Interesting.
Dude.
That was a
Yeah,
monster
so-
house.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody's gonna spawn from there now.
No,
Probably
no,
you've
nothing
loaded
spawned.
in all those
Nothing
Pokemon.
spawned. Nothing spawned. Yeah,
They
you
didn't
don't
even
have any audio, but
that's-
yeah, there's not. Like the monster house music is not playing. None of the enemies spawned. If you get a warp trap and it warps you, ooh, right there.
That is one of the weirdest interactions I've seen. Wow. You can walk into a monster house and just happen to not actually trigger it. Interesting. I was thinking, like, whoa, you're teleporting away from the partners? Oh no. But
Well, probably it starts after the trapped activation. But
yeah, I guess.
yeah,
I think
you
that's
have to be in the
correct,
room.
because when you hit the slumber trap, it's like you have to watch yourself fall asleep in front of all the items, and you just know you're doomed. Level up stats are actually completely fixed. Like every Pokemon has a preset set of stat gains for each and every level.
Okay, that's it for Terra Maze.
And suddenly boss fight. We're actually getting pretty close to the end here now that we're in the we're in the Great Glacier again.
This is one of the rare instances that any lore explanation I give could be just as efficient as that visual you just saw. The transition. This fight really does just pop up out of nowhere.
Yep. Oh no, it's Salamence. We have to fight.
Yeah, you're
this
sitting there
fight-
looking at the Great Glacier. It's like, wow, there's something flying up there. It's Salamence. He just swoops down and starts a fight. There's literally no nuance to it.
Getting
I'm just
unlucky.
taking Oshawott so long. Oh, he got confused. Okay.
The Chandelures are
Tough skill.
such huge trolls. Yeah. Sometimes that strat works and sometimes it doesn't.
This is the Eastern
Oh, yeah.
Spire. The next one is the one that we're just gonna like skip entirely.
That is correct. Although
Yes.
I do have a few pure seeds in inventory, I think, right now, maybe. Might use them on a few floors. I want to ideally like have maybe like 10 pure seeds for Western Spire.
Yeah, I would
'Cause
assume you got one on every single challenge board, and I saw you buy one
Yep.
from CAC and pick one up off the ground, so
Yep.
probably plenty.
Kill the Krogonal because I don't like those enemies.
And
They
finally,
can-
one of Axiu's only weaknesses becomes relevant. Ice.
Yep. And it's the very end of the run. Something about Cryogonals, they can just spam Icy Wind from a distance onto your partner and make just combos, because like a speed drop on your partner makes it skip its turn.
Lovely.
Yep. This
Like,
dungeon
it's
is
just
going
like
very well.
just like getting a speed boost. Oh, there's
Oh, boy.
Silverwind. Uh-oh.
I don't like you.
Why are moths so dangerous in PMD? What the heck?
Yep. Okay. Let's pure see this. Oh no, I don't have
Venomoths
a
are
pure
like
seed.
the-
Okay.
Venomoths are like the deadliest thing in the world in older games, and then here it's like Volcarona.
They're also like one of the tougher enemies for some reason for Axu to kill.
Yeah.
They also have flame body,
like-
so if you fail to kill it, it just
Burns
kind of
you.
burns you. Yeah.
Doesn't-
Okay, I don't want Oshawott to fight two enemies like this. Like this late in the game, the enemies really start to catch up. Good. What? Good. Nothing here.
It's pretty common to have a lot of antics in this dungeon too.
Yeah, I've lost several runs to this. Oh, hi there.
Oh, hey, Monster House. Speaking of antics, and it's right near the partners.
I got a fold. I just lost that Petrifier here, unfortunately. It's kind of unfortunate because it means a lot of enemies are stuck in hallways now. Ideally, you use a fold right at the start of a floor, because enemies cannot spawn in hallways, and so if you just use it right at the start, they're all gonna stay in the rooms, and you're very likely to just have clear hallways. Never have to fight anything.
Unless you get one of those weird Mysteriosity post-game floors that's like,
yeah.
oh, the whole floor's corridors.
Whoops! Have
Oops,
fun.
all the corridors.
Okay.
I made it through though. Had to use a really good item, but made it through.
Yeah. Got a full hold left. We'll keep it for now. This is a 12th floor dungeon, by the way. Both Eastern Spire and Western Spire are 12.
Yeah, and they're full of some of the toughest, trolliest enemies.
Yep.
Western, or this one's east, the other one's west. Western's even harder, just because you get stuck with the Mulga again.
Yeah.
It's like, here, have the same hardships, but now you have an ally that's gonna get destroyed. Thanks.
Also, another reason why it's optimal to save all the like pure seeds. Oh, this is concerning. Oh, it's one of those. I don't want to engage in that. Wait.
Come hither, Oshawott.
Yeah, Trigonal just hitting Oshawott over and over. Could have easily comboed into like a few reviver seeds.
Yeah, not only is our speed boosting broken, but so is the enemy's speed drops against us. Just lose every other turn. Like, okay.
But yeah, as I was saying, another reason why it's optimal to just kind of leave all the like floor skipping items towards the end, because that means that you get to skip the enemies that give the most experience in the run, so it usually ends up like saving level ups. And in this game, each level up is around like 10 seconds. It's quite a big deal.
Yeah, those 10 seconds add up. It's like weird, just because in PMD, it's like generally 10 seconds is not too much, considering the randomness of the games. It's like 10 seconds in PMD is like 10 frames in an NES game, but it's still like you want to save it.
Yeah. I mean, anytime you can save time without like much risk, you should always like try
Here's
to take
another mob fight.
Ooh. No level up. Okay, we're gonna all protect. That defends us completely for a few turns from literally everything. Then I'll power up, which boosts the entire team's attack. We're gonna kill the.
I love how Axu is just slowly approaching these stairs, like he's completely ignoring the battle. It's like, oh yeah, cool enemies. Anyways,
Emog is still level 29, so
Wow.
typically acrobatics is slightly better for this fight, but I have no option but to use Shockwave.
Shockwave against ground types. Excellent.
Yeah, it's not that bad because he can actually hit multiple extra drills at a time. But yeah, a little bit slower. Should be fine.
This is a very exciting fight. Just waiting,
Yep.
waiting for things to die. There they go.
Okay, and now very important. Right before Western Spire, we visit storage box 34 items, so I can withdraw this pure seeds. There we go.
10 pure seeds. We got a 12 floor dungeon before us. We're gonna skip 10 floors automatically. And we just need 2 random good floors, or even if we don't get that, we have a full hold orb, which can also kind of work.
That is correct. We have nicknamed this dungeon the Western Elevator. Hey, there's one of the lucky floors.
Or you'll just get a stair floor anyways. And this is the second to last dungeon, with the last dungeon being the one that we talked about earlier where everything's asleep. And that would have been another really long cutscene. Oh, another stair. Can I get spare pure seeds potentially?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have some stuff that I can use for Great Spire. Like this. Cling clangs, don't want to deal with those.
Yeah, maybe this would look anticlimactic, but well, if you were to play this dungeon yourself, you would completely understand. It's not fun. It's awful.
Brutal. It's very brutal to try and actually play this out.
The game is notoriously easy, but the end game can cause issues. And then on top of that, there's a tough boss fight at the end too.
Oh yeah, this boss fight coming up. Luckily, I have a pretty good strat for this nowadays. But before that before that strat, it was very easy to just lose a minute or 2 minutes. Forgot to mesh.
I don't know if I've seen this strat, so I'm rather curious. Because, yeah, I know how bad that fight is.
Yeah, I'll go over it. We're almost done with the elevator here, though. Last floor.
Alright, ding dong, 12F. We've reached our destination.
Okay. So, this is the Munna fight. The really bad thing about this fight is that Munna has Moonlight, so she can just decide to heal party members. But there's a way to kind of play around this. So first of all, we're gonna all protect. We're gonna lure Munna and Munna alone away from everything else. use an all power up to boost our team's attack, as usual. And then we're just gonna keep luring her away.
Oh, you just make sure she can't do anything until everything else is dead.
I think, unless Muna has taken damage herself, she's never gonna use Moonlight. So I'm just gonna wait till there's like 3 enemies on screen. And now is a good time to start attacking her.
Huh,
there we go.
That's pretty clever. Oh, okay, well.
And I
guess this is... It meant for when you don't one-shot her.
Yep. Obviously, you can just one-shot her and it's all good, but... yeah.
Here we go, final...
It's definitely improved my consistency a lot on that.
That is really nice. So yeah, that on top of the Muna healing, and I guess actually the reason you'd be afraid of not one-shotting her is because they all have team skills, so sometimes they all just refuse to die, no matter how well you're doing in the fight. They can just endure forever with their toughness skill, or dodge forever with last minute. In this dungeon, well, the only real opponent here is these things, the Kling Clangs.
Yeah. And that alone is actually reason enough to not do split up strats in this dungeon anyway, because Ashawat does okay.
Yeah, they are ridiculously tanky. And they also zap Ashawat with discharge, so that does not help.
Yeah. Ashawat does not deal well with these Kling Clangs at all. Okay, again.
Axu. Even Axu barely can beat them, which is kind of ridiculous. You just smashed the boss to pieces in one turn, and then you get to this dungeon, and now the enemies are unkillable. What happened? Luckily, most of them are just nodding off.
Yeah. The floor's left. Ooh, stair floor. Do I have a pure seed left over?
If not, I think you have full hold.
I do have full hold, yeah.
That works too.
Actually, let me check. I don't, okay.
Ah, darn. Warp seed to the stairs?
Let's try it. It's amazing.
No way.
I'm a genius.
Way.
That was so dangerous too, because if...
Unbelievable. How am I supposed to compete with this guy?
Alright, here's Purim. Bye, Purim.
Yeah, that was a good fight.
Yeah. These final bosses can actually go very wrong. And this is the Bitter Cold.
Oh, hi, Bitter Cold.
This is the final boss.
So the lore here, the Bitter Cold is just a pure manifestation of negative energy. And that's literally his entire character.
Yep.
He doesn't
This is
speak.
Snowflake.
He never says anything. He's just here and angry.
I am angry, Snowflake. You can't damage him. You have to keep trying. While he just beats the heck out of you. Conveniently, Axu gets to hit it twice per turn with Dual Chop, and you just need to hit it a certain number of turns before you proceed to phase 2. We're now in phase 2.
Time is coming up, by the way. As soon as the fade out after the last hit here occurs, we can funnel Dragon Dance and deal actual damage here. Oh, we're confused. We're just gonna gamble here, though. Nope. It's only 3 innate to hit him in confusion. Just gonna Dragon Dance back up after the death. And he's done. Time is coming up. And time. Right there.
GG, nice run.
Thank you. That went okay, I guess. What was the final time, actually? Obviously, we had some breaks in between, but...
Yeah, I think the timer got, not paused during a break or something. But
that looks
I think that did happen, but I believe we reset it back to what it should have been.
Oh, okay.
So, timer says 2:49:20.
Interesting.
So you may have PB'd.
Yes, that would be a PB by 2.5 minutes, if so. Interesting. Oh yeah, the in-game timer obviously is a lot higher because I just left my console on during these breaks.
All right.
That might have, segmented run, I guess, in theory, but if we left those out, that could technically be PB. I don't know. In any case, I guess that was a pretty good run.
It didn't seem like too many shenanigans were happening, so that went pretty well.
Yep, that was just a solid run.
It was definitely a very good run. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Yeah, it was fun to see all the new strategies that I've just been hearing whispers about, but I hadn't really had a chance to actually explore myself. So was a really, really neat showcase.
How many revives did I have left? 7. That was chill. Wow. Very nice. Okay. That was Gates to Infinity. Very fun run, as we just kind of went over. This game is undoubtedly like kind of flawed and has a lot of like just dead times, mainly towards the beginning of the run. But it does have some like really good things about it, namely the movement. I really do like the Dragon Dance strats. I think it makes for some like really fun gameplay overall. And yeah, if any of you want to give this a try, go to speedrun.com. If you look under resources, there's my cutscene-less mod, a link to that I just played today. Join the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon speedrunning Discord. We have a bunch of like people and resources on there as well. And that would be all for me. Thank you, Cheese and Hulk, for being on commentary. Thank you very much for GDQ for making this hotfix happen. We're very, very glad.
The Gates on GDQ meme is no longer alive.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us.
We did Gates on GDQ.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, you go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll just leave space to Hakari to run the sequel to this game, pretty much the second Pokemon PMD game on 3DS, which is Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon. That game is going to be run on the original version, so you'll get to watch all the cutscenes, but luckily they're like a lot shorter than they would be in this game. Again, the time for this run would be over 4 hours longer if I was running on vanilla, so...
We wouldn't even be halfway done.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for showing up to do this run. It's awesome to be able to celebrate this anniversary with y'all. It was a fantastic run. Y'all did great. But like you were saying, we do have another run coming up, so we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with the next game. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Going Quick Hotfix. This is the Pokémon Mystery Dungeon Gates to Infinity anniversary. It was the 10th anniversary just this Friday. We are here with a Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon run. We have some familiar faces. I'll let them introduce themselves.
Hello, my name is Halkry. I am proudly 1 second off the world record in this 5.5 hour speedrun.
And my name is Mozzarella Cheese. This is the game that got me into speedrunning in the first place. Quite an interesting pick on my behalf. One of my favorite video games of all time. I am very, very passionate about this game. That said, a lot of new strategies have recently developed that I'm not familiar with yet. So this will be a very interesting run for me to watch and commentate.
Yeah, so go whenever I'm ready.
Yeah.
All right.
Give us a countdown.
3, 2, 1, go.
Right away,
So,
you get...
we mentioned it during like the off time, but like this actually uses the camera of the background. So like just to not show anything sensitive, I'm just pointing at the table.
Yeah, it actually pulls you into the Pokemon world directly. Like it turns on the back camera of the 3DS to show you in like your world, and then you go here and you get the personality quiz, the obligatory quiz.
Turning after it was absent in Gates. That wasn't a cutscene-less mod thing. That's actually how it works in Gates. There is no quiz.
Yeah, it just lets you pick. And in this game, the quiz is simpler, but it's still there. You can actually get the same result from it for at least your leader Pokemon every time by just knowing whether to take top or bottom option for each question. So right now, Hulk is going to aim for getting starter Pikachu. And then it gives you a question with like 4 options at some point. That question is basically which of these starters are you getting? And then it also gives you a question that determines the partner. You get one of 2 lists for that.
Answer.
Dang.
It's fine. I should still get Pikachu leader, but I might not get Chespin partner now. I was trying to do a double input, like down with the circle pad and then down on the D-pad at the same time to move 2 down, but one of them got eaten.
Oh. Yeah, we don't have an overpowered dragon type starter this time around, so we're going with Pikachu. They made the mascot of the series actually pretty decent in this game. Really, all the starters in this game are actually quite good in their own way.
It's right next to it.
At least it's minimal menuing to switch. Yeah, that's also cool. This game lets you change what it gives you if you don't like it or want something else. So it's like a minor time loss to select what's optimal.
All right, now we're in. I might need to turn up the audio on my game and listen to that because this is a lot more delayed than I thought it would be. Right now we're using like a virtual sound output from the 3DS capture software.
Oh yeah, I can see why that's distracting.
Yeah. 'Cause I'm pressing buttons, but I'm not hearing buttons. But yeah, this is Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon. This is basically, I think, what they wanted to do for like the last game in the series. Just to go out on a high note. So they
There's a few things in this
They
game.
really pulled out all the stops, including like this cinematic intro and everything. It's really pretty. Ready for a 3DS game, I'll say.
Yeah, for 3DS anyways. Get Deoxys flying in. Not really much context yet as to what's going on. He just knows that something wrong is happening on Earth. Like shortly after you've been summoned. Also, hi Sky Noodle.
Guy Noodle?
Casually flame. He Rayquaza as Sky Noodle, yes.
Man.
So yeah, we take Pikachu leader and Chespin partner. But obviously they're both going to be really good in combat because you have a lot of unavoidable combat in these games, the way the dungeons are structured. And in this game's case, you like unlike Gates, which we had on stream just a little while ago, it's kind of hard to run around enemies. You really have to utilize items to do it most of the time. So this one is a lot more about using your items and otherwise actually direct combat. Yeah, as of now, this is still the latest story we've had in a PMD game. Like, it's not the last entry we've had. We had Rescue Team DX, but this is the latest story we've had. And this game came out in 2015?
Yeah.
So
2016
it's been
in Europe,
3,000
I think.
years. Yeah, early 2016 in Europe, late 2015 other regions. Here we have Papa Nuzleaf. We just kind of find him and we're completely lost and getting attacked by the Italians and have no idea what's going on, and we just kind of follow him
Did you say
for
we were
safety.
attacked by the Italian?
No, it's
I was like, the Italian
aliens.
just laughed. What do you mean? He's hasn't done anything wrong. Okay, so new tech, if you mash between floors, it goes a little bit faster.
Yeah, this game doesn't have as much raw tech, but it does have a lot of strategy. But this first dungeon is like the tutorial dungeon where Nuzleaf, he shows you how to play. And forces you to walk through a few steps, and then he lets you fight and you get access to the menu and you can do all the settings and stuff. Basically just making it so, like, later on, if we split up with our partner, the camera won't pan to them. This makes it so any fights that occur off screen with the partner will actually be way faster than on-screen fights. Which is it's going to be one of the big time saves that help goes for throughout the run. It's causing encounters to occur off screen since they are kind of unavoidable and slow on screen. That's like probably the most important setting change. Yeah, in this first dungeon, you're only level 5, but this Nuzleaf is like utterly overpowered, so it's actually optimal to just have him feint attack everything consistently. If you try it yourself, you might not one-shot, you might miss. That dungeon's really short, but it just kind of continues into another one right after.
Yeah. Cheese, you actually were the one that, proposed putting Pikachu in the speedrun. So do you want to talk about, why?
That's true. So the original idea, specifically for the speedrun that allows Wonder Mail, it was because there are TMs you can Wonder Mail into teach Pikachu that have really high base power. Like, usually base power is not that significant, but it is when it's Thunder. So you can teach him Thunder, and also Thunderbolt, which is like an AoE move in this game. It hits everything adjacent to him, so sometimes that's applicable too. So that's what makes Pikachu really strong. Like, he isn't really doing too much yet. He will here.
Fun fact,
just
yesterday I
Electro
missed
Ball.
that Electro Ball.
Oh, it's awful.
I was
when
like,
you miss
I
attacks against
forgot
that
that
thing.
could even happen.
Yeah, it's one of the few very accurate moves. But yeah, we'll rant about that inevitably at some point. But yeah, accuracy in this game is awful. But yeah, I routed in Pikachu originally as a partner actually, and then the leader was going to be a Totodile with.
You don't have to go all the way to the end of this corridor. I meant to walk, but I accidentally ran.
Oh yeah,
you can just switch with Nuzleaf at the head of this corridor.
It's like one of the very few skips in this game you can avoid. You can shorten the tutorial a little bit. Like I'll get back to talking about the starter. On that specific floor, Nuzleaf attempts to highlight the difference between pushing partners and walking through them, because that's a new thing implemented in this game that gives you more movement options. In older Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games, if you tried moving in the direction that a partner was standing, you would always just swap with them, and that was all you could do. So if you were immediately facing a dangerous enemy, you couldn't really do anything about it. Like, it was either you fight them or you swap with your partner, kind of like main series. Here you have the option of pushing backwards in the event that you really need to get away from whatever's going on. So they tried to highlight that right away. The only drawback to pushing is it makes you get hungry faster, because if you are...
That's like hardly even a drawback, I'd say.
Yeah, it's not that bad, really. 'Cause there's apples and food all over the place. But if you don't eat and you're on a dungeon for too long, you do starve. Like here he's at 75% belly, but that dungeon's only 4 floors, so it doesn't even come close to starting starvation.
Make some changes here. Yeah, because the game audio as I'm hearing it is like almost a second delay.
Oof. That's really distracting.
Like, hopefully this isn't too big of a deal. Like I'm having Discord play out of my monitor now, and I'm just gonna plug my headphones into the game.
Yeah. It's at this point that Nuzleaf wants to leave us on our own. Like, all right, I got you out of that dungeon. See ya. And then you just get sad Pikachu face.
Yeah, it should be fine.
Or sad whatever Pokemon you're playing as face.
If tech can let me know if that's a problem, what I've done. I think we're good though.
And then 2 seconds after trying to ditch us, Nuzleaf picks us back up. And then we go to his home and his whole entire village.
Yeah, like this text speed is just so much faster. Like Gates to Infinity, 1 character per frame wasn't actually that bad in Japanese, but there's one they translated it to English and they kept it 1 character per frame, that it was just still terrible.
I heard the text say something. Oh, never mind. I don't know.
Yeah. Thanks.
Audio balancing is fun.
Yeah, I guess I'll hear cheese fine. Okay. Yeah, that should be good.
If you can't hear me, I'll just be louder.
So Wondermail codes.
Oh, okay. I'll talk about what these items do, or at least as many of them as I can remember.
Well, you can talk
while
about
you're
how
talking
we
to these
used to do
codes.
this, because the method's completely different now.
Also that's right. You're not even typing in codes anymore. This is the future. This is 2023. So this game, there's like basically promo codes that were given out that let you get items automatically very early in the game. That's what the Wondermail category allows. Normally, you would look them up, type them in. They're just 8-digit characters or 8-digit codes, 8-character codes. There's also another option, which is scanning QR codes. So recently, we had some community members find those QR codes for us, figure out all the ones that are compatible. They match the effects of the Wondermail codes, the ones that you put passwords in as. So instead of typing, you can just scan like you're a cashier at a grocery store or something, and it just works.
Yeah.
Oh, there's our partner Chespin. Partner in this game has quite a personality. They're like very mischievous and all over the place and emotional. Like right away, Chespin sees us, wants to show us around town, but then all the adults in the town want to like yell at him for all the things he's been doing. And he just has to run. And then that's when we regain control, and that's when Wondermail routes diverge from no Wondermail more by, entering the codes. Basically just going to get a bunch of really good items and some useful TMs as well for updating our moveset, so that's not terrible, because the Pokemon the game gives you, they're like decent, but some of them are way better when you use Wondermail TMs. Totodile, for instance, doesn't even really have a water move other than Water Gun, which does not do much. The ranged attack, but it's still bad. But then if you give him like a physical attack with way better base power, it's just so much better. And For Chespin, he's going to get Gyro Ball, which this game implements a speed stat. And the way Gyro Ball works is if your speed stat is lower than your opponent, it does double damage. And most of the time, we're really under-leveled in this run, so the enemies we fight will have a higher speed than us. So that's like one of the most overpowered things we get. And that's one of the most recently realized things, is that Gyro Ball is amazing. It's like even better than any same type attack boost move you could get. And then Pikachu's going to get Thunder, very high base power. Oh my goodness, this is really fast. I've never seen this done before. Holy. Yeah, you also get some accuracy drinks and power drinks just to buff the moves that you're spamming. Mainly, you want to boost the accuracy of Thunder, because just like main series, its accuracy is bad. And as it is, even if you're using an accurate move in this game, the speed mechanic comes into play to make moves really inaccurate. You also get Blast Wands, which, speaking of move accuracy, those are nice because those are just a guaranteed 30 damage when you wave them. Guiding Wands let you see where the stairs are and reveal the whole room and the entrances to that room, so those are really nice. Petrify Wands let you deal with enemies that are being troublesome. You get 40 of those. That's like the closest you can get to just walking around enemies. Slumber Wands are good for boss fights. They let you stun lock some of the bosses. Namely, I know it's the last one. Apples are just, you sell them for money, because Kecleon is kind of a scam artist in the PMD universe, but you can scam him in this game by selling him fresh apples. He's a sucker for them. He gives you 100 a piece. So if you get 20 of them, that's 2,000 Poke right there, and then that basically will let you buy equipment later. And then most of the rest, I think, is safety items, essentially, just giving us healing items and max HP boosting items. Those are very valuable because your base stats in this game are really low, especially HP. The HP growth in this game is incredibly slow. Like, for the whole run, Pikachu will probably go from 43 health to like 50 something if you don't do anything about it. So that's not enough for endgame. So we get Citrus Berries and Life Seeds for permanent health boost just to make our mains more tanky. And then we get lots of Reviver Seeds. Those are really overpowered for restoring Belly, restoring PP, and also just keeping us alive. The enemies in this game get really, really tough, so you want to have a lot of revives. Those will automatically revive you if you ever take a death. I forgot about Energy Ball. That's last run with Gates, we saw SPD using Oshawott as a turret. That is essentially what Chespin's going to do with Energy Ball. That's his ranged attack. He also gets Swords Dance, which he is actually capable of using smartly. He will use it once on a floor to boost his attack. That was really fast. Wow. That is amazing.
That was 35 codes.
Didn't feel like it. But basically, we've made ourselves much tankier, safer, and have utilities for dealing with awful encounters. That is everything that Wondermail provides us. And now we're just shopping. We do want some Blast Seeds for some boss fights. Blast Seeds do a fixed 100 damage at close range, so that is insane for some of the bosses. Immediately taking all the TMs out. Gonna basically unload most of these OP items right away in this next dungeon, which is kind of like the first real dungeon. They make you do it solo, but it's like the first
added Energy
actual...
Ball back because I had a really bad experience yesterday in School Forest. Like, Tortuga just completely walls Chespin if it gets a withdraw up. And like, I think with the QR code, it's worth it to like scan a picture just to not have to deal with that again.
That makes sense. I mean, that the time it took to scan that code and teach the move is probably less than a single Tortuga encounter without that. So yeah. There's not much lore yet. Still, this whole thing is pretty much just, oh no, some kid got lost in this forest. Hey, you random kid, go save them. Okay.
Sure.
Well, I guess I'll do it.
Yeah, basically, these two, Shellman and Pancham, told him to go in. Like, they're like hazing him. Like, they told him to like go into the deepest part and like write his name on a piece of paper and like leave it there, I guess. I don't know. I don't really understand what it was about.
Yeah, they like to bully the Goomy. That's the one that went in the forest. Because they figured that he wouldn't really be brave enough to make it through. Interestingly, this floor is totally scripted as well as a tutorial. So we know we're safe in this room, so we're just going to use some of our permanent buffs here. give ourselves like a whole 20 more HP, make us much bulkier for the run, and boost some of our moves and teach them. So Thunderbolt is our convenient AoE with reasonable offensive power. Thunder is going to be the main thing we spam. We use it here because you have to use the move before you can use the move buff drinks on it. Now we've given it like 4% more accuracy, so it goes from like, I think 75 to 79. Immediately kill the enemy that's sleeping at the edge of the room with a blast launch. These two you can also, oh, you can just Thunderbolt them.
Yeah, that's the idea, but you know, I always miss, so that's why I don't like to do it that much.
Well, it was worth a shot, at least you killed one. It's kind of funny, the game is like, oh no, there's two enemies here, you better use a Petrify Orb or you'll be in trouble, but with Wonder Mail you can just destroy them.
Ooh, 4 Petrify ones are really good.
Nice. Yeah, a big part of this run is hoping that lots of really good items spawn, and from this point on we now have more random floors where Hulk has to react to what nonsense is going on around him, which early game the enemies are weak enough that the fixed 30 damage from a Blast Wand usually just kills them, so that simplifies things for now. And
that was really good.
Well,
oh my god.
Wow. I couldn't even finish talking. Conveniently, the game remembers where the cursor was, like in the item menu, and the wands are all stacked as one item. So if you want to keep
gold there.
Nice. If you want to keep spamming the same wand.
I guess I stopped. Maybe skipping shop. I don't know.
Yeah. That you have a Wonder Mail split, right?
Yeah.
Dang.
How much time did I lose on Wonder Mail? I lost. The Wonder Mail was 8 seconds slower than my gold split.
I'm guessing it was just your PB was stair floor.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah. I guess I'll reiterate. So in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, it's random where the stairs will be, so you never really know how long you're going to have to spend on a given floor. But we call it a stair floor if you spawn into a floor and the stairs are just right there. That's the best case scenario and is really lucky. Here, the lore update of the story here is that Nuzleaf told us not to leave the house, but we immediately left the house and he gets mad. That's the lore update. The game, like, everyone in the game thinks your Pokemon is like a kid. They just say that it looks like a kid. So no matter how old you are when you're playing it, that's just how the game treats you.
So we're moving
unfortunately.
We're already on chapter 3, and there's 22 chapters in this game, I think. So
yeah, the chapter count goes by pretty fast.
Mm-hmm. It's literally just foreboding forth. I don't even know what the longest chapter is.
This is the school, home of one of the most dreaded dungeons. At least I think it is, but that's just me speaking from the no Wonder Mail experience, probably.
The longest chapter appears to be chapter 18. Oh. By a couple minutes. 24 minutes. Yeah, we are a student at a school.
You're playing video games? Enjoy school.
Enjoy school. We'll be here for a little bit, so.
Yeah. Yeah, this is another game that's like notorious for its slow start, but it really, really picks up insanely. Like, this game goes 0 to 100.
Yeah, the partner at least makes
also, our partner has killed us. Our first encounter with our partner was him getting pulled away by everyone in town. Our second encounter is he almost kills us. Bonus points for Chespin having spikes on his head when he headbutts us.
Okay. So, it really didn't matter in the end, truly. Actually, I guess I'm saying this too soon. There's gonna be a couple dungeons here in the beginning where they actually take my inventory and put it in the box. But I don't actually want to have too much, because then I'll just have like wasted time pulling it out. If I don't end up using it. That's why I literally only took
really good items.
Only took out what I needed from the box.
Yeah, honestly, the inventory management is probably like one of the things I'm the worst at with the run.
I disagree. I think
Especially
inventory management is fantastic, especially your menuing. Like, I watch you menu.
My
in the
issue
box,
is
I'm like, God, dude.
Okay, I guess my issue is I fill the inventory with like garbage too fast. That's my issue. That's where I need work. Because there's so many items in this game that are so good, it's hard not to pick them up, especially wands.
Yeah, the biggest thing that I've thought of since coming back to this game literally yesterday, is I don't know if you noticed, but I want a million and a lot of orange berries. It's my theory that giving Chespin or anybody a couple orange berries in the beginning of the dungeon, give them like 30 more HP as a buffer, will allow them to more effectively deal with enemies and not end up in the red and running away. You split up.
Oh yeah, that's a thing in this game. If your partner gets into red health or like below 30%, they instead of attacking just walk away, which is really terrible.
And I also
They're very
want
bad
a lot of reviver seeds, so the plan is just for them to just proc, just go.
Yeah. And now our partner wants us to go to this dungeon, or rather, his bullies want us to go to this dungeon. Yeah, Pancham and Jelmet also bully the partner.
Yeah, we're
Again,
going to a special place, minding our own business, and then all of a sudden,
and then they just show up. I do love what happens here. Like, you get a choice. You can either go back to town to prepare more for the dungeon, or you can go straight in. If you select going straight in, the partner just completely fools all the guards of the front of the dungeon. They're
These
supposed to keep the
cutscenes
kids
around
out.
Jober Mine are some of my favorite. They're so good. Yeah, let's sneak in, like right in front of them. I don't think to sneak in. What part of that is sneaking? You said it right in front of us.
We'll be really sneaky so you don't notice. Unfortunately, we don't get to see the cutscene finish because we just go back to town.
Ooh, that's good.
Yeah, see if we can get any blast seeds like that.
Blast seeds are super handy. They do 100 damage.
Yeah.
Which,
or 75 if
which is
you
a
throw
lot
them.
of damage for a long time in this game.
Yes.
I'm actually going to hold off on feeding Chespin my life seeds because I want to kill him.
Oh, you killed Chespin in here?
Yeah, there's actually, like, I just feel like there's no objective reason to keep Chespin alive. Like, because, like, there's
That's
so many
right,
reasons.
with
Like,
last ones.
there's a thing where if he's not level 10 or if he's below, like, a certain level, in Ancient Barrow, he'll be slower than the enemies. Like,
Interesting. I suppose it's true. The game doesn't yet let you get much control over the AI in this game. It just kind of like makes you roll with how they function. And you find out in this dungeon that the default AI is quite aggressive. Like if they are in a room with an enemy, they will want to kill that enemy. Oh, I see. You kill him while killing an enemy. I see. Rip Chespin. Yeah, in this game you're allowed to kill your partner like that.
probably should, like,
We do
not
it.
pick up the tiny revives in Forwarding Forest, because, like, I don't know, I don't think you can die in this dungeon anymore.
Probably not. You just blast wand everything. Because once again, blast wands are still enough to kill everything. Does it even kill Geodudes with sturdy?
No, I mean, nothing gets through sturdy.
Oh, okay.
Like, the Aerons
Darn.
and Geodudes have sturdy, yeah, but... Maybe
Darn.
another one.
But you can A attack them at least.
Geodudes aren't smart enough to be like, ow, that hurt. Let me get out of the way this time. Oh, I was trying to get that Nummel and the Slugma together for like a double kill, but the Nummel was recruiting.
Yeah, the blast wands have a really interesting range. It's like a Tetris T shape.
It's different
one
depending
tile
on
in
like
front.
how it connects with like a Pokemon or a wall.
Oh, that too. It's like if you're facing diagonally, it's all weird. I don't even know how the range works if you're diagonal.
Luminous Orb. Oh, he didn't see me. Cool.
It's like most things that have range in this game, they'll just go in a straight line. Rocks can hit anything in front of you. Blast wands are very unique. They you aim it in a straight line, but it explodes behind when it hits. And it's just the fastest way to deal with these encounters in this dungeon. This dungeon can really drag on otherwise with the trolling of the enemies.
And now that we're here in the second half, I'm down to give Chespin his life seeds.
And once again, we just walk past the guard very sneakily. Hold it, you can't go in there. And the partner's like, okay, we won't. And we just go.
He's really the worst guard. We're like, do you want to go in? Yes. You're really going in there, huh? The nerve. I'm not gonna do anything, but yeah, you need help.
That was never going to go my way, was it? Also, yeah, Chespin just magically gets revived after
I've had such an energy ball. Oh, I killed him. Oops. I actually didn't need to do that. How do you take damage? What? I didn't actually see him take damage.
I feel like I remember something hitting him, but I wasn't paying that much attention. Alright, so he's got his moveset. Gyro Ball, Swords Dance, Energy Ball, and Rollout, I assume?
Not rollout yet. Swords Dance, Gyro Ball.
Later rollout.
He will have rollout, yes. That's in the life seeds. I'll do it in a second.
And conveniently, just as Blast Wands start to get kind of obsolete for their fixed damage, we have like exactly 40 of them, so they kind of become obsolete just as we wouldn't have any more anyways.
Oh wait, we're not out of the wood yet. Okay.
At 1 floor to go. The dungeon floor counts do tend to be a lot shorter in this game than they were in Gates, but to make up for it, enemies are so much
That
more
was a
obnoxious
really
in
good
this
Gilbert
game.
coal mine. Oh my god.
Was it gold?
No.
Okay, darn.
I think my gold was like a run where I was just messing around and just guiding one of the floors. This is still really good.
Oh. That's cheating for gold.
No, it isn't. Because
Anyways,
theoretically, I could just find the stairs instantly.
Anyways, here's the first boss, Gabite. He's, well... He tries to summon his minions. He
Forget that.
tries.
You're on your own, boss.
He's just like, did that really just happen? Alright, fine! I'll just fight you! And then we blast seed him, and then he vanishes into thin air. Oh, sorry, Blast Wand, and do we even... Yep, okay, we do.
And then, oh wait. That's not fine, actually. That's so annoying.
Oh.
I didn't turn off Energy Ball, so he didn't use Gyro Ball, and he, didn't kill. Whatever.
Oh, Gyro Ball is a kill.
Yeah, Gyro Ball
okay.
kills. Fine.
Right, because already he probably outspeeds you. Yeah, that's your intro to bosses. I do like how all the bosses do have like a specific strat they go for sometimes. Like Gabite, his moveset is Sand Tombs, which makes you unable to move, and then he can follow it up with Dig, which you would normally be able to move out of the way of. That's what Pikachu did just then. It's a 2-turn move that you can just get away from. But if you got Sand Tombs, you are actually stuck in the way of Dig, and it does massive damage. So I do kind of enjoy that the bosses have strats like that.
Yeah, this is the first of our many very long cutscenes. Like, this is gonna be 2 minutes before I have to input anything other than holding B.
Yeah, Gabite shows us his collection of pretty jewels that is apparently so precious that he will kill children that will enter the mine looking for them, or try to, anyways. And then we leave, and the bullies are like expecting us to be mortified, and we're just like, "Oh, that was fun." And they're just like, "What?" And that's the lore update. And then we get to see the hill with the big tree, which is apparently the partner's favorite spot ever. Which it is cool. You get to see literally the whole village from there. Just don't mod the game to pan the camera out any further, or there's probably just going to be a void of nothingness somewhere.
Oh, Partner
Also, if
Theme
you
is
have
one
Partner
of like a
Tech-
lot of people's favorite songs in this game.
Oh yeah, I love this song. I can't hear the music right now, so I keep forgetting what's playing, but I really,
You're gonna go on
really
YouTube,
love that
right?
song.
And you're gonna search Partner Theme Super Mystery Dungeon.
And then I'll just start crying. Oh,
Then it'll actually fit pretty well.
you know what's really adorable is having Partner Tepig here, where he just breaks his legs when he sits down.
Oh my god, yeah, some of these partners don't know how to sit. And it's very, very clear that they just kind of made one. Like, they probably made Chespin first or something, and then they realized later what a mistake they've made. Like, Totodile's T-posing at all times.
Yeah, Elk used to joke about Totodile being like
We
unfinished
used to run
and ugly all
Totodile
the
leader
time.
Pikachu partner. And like I'd have to see it everywhere I went.
T-posing Totodile is incredible.
Chapter 4, field trip. Except this kind of field trip where we have to literally fight for our lives or else we die.
Sounds safe. Good schooling.
More like a battle royale field trip if in that movie.
Battle Royale. And we take away all your items before you go in. They give you a ton of food and then 1 elixir. Also, now Chespin's like already best friends with us. He just kind of tries to become best friends with everyone that enters the village until they get tired of him. That's like his shtick. Everyone like gets tired of how giddy he is.
But yeah, this is the first game to come out after I started speedrunning PMD. So it was really weird to like play it through the lens of like somebody who's like a super tryhard. So I had to like
And
once
to
you
make
speedrun a game in a series, you have to like force yourself to slow down and like take it in and enjoy it.
yeah, and worse yet, this game really plays differently from the older ones too.
It's so
Like
different.
it's so much tougher.
This game, when you're used to all the other ones, makes you feel like you're garbage at the game until you get it, and then it's like super rewarding
Yeah,
to play.
I was very, very fortunate to, I guess, have this one as the first one I picked up to speedrun. And
Yeah, every
the first
game's
one I
easier
ever
after
played.
this.
Yeah, every game was like cake after
Or it's
this
not really
game.
easy, but like
Whereas
it's less complicated. Like you have to remember like what all the
Yeah.
wands do. You have to remember like thousands of possible applications for each wand.
Yeah. My first time playing this game, I was like still kind of being an item hoarder. It was the first PMD game I played. But then when I got to Submerged Cave, that was when I learned that you couldn't just use revives as items. That was when the game taught me to use what I had. And it kind of changed the way I play video games in general ever since. I'm like, if you're guilty of being an item hoarder, this game might train you otherwise. You just use items before disaster strikes. Now we finally get access to the tactics menu. So we can... I don't actually know what the strat is anymore.
But
Okay, we can finally split up, okay. Once this Tortuga is done trolling.
please stop missing.
If we could hit Thunder. I guess now is when I talk about speed.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, they made the speed stat tied to accuracy in a way where, like, if your speed is significantly lower than an opponent's, they have a higher chance to evade your attacks. The opposite can occur as well if you have a higher speed. Wow,
Oh wait,
someone already
that's a
died.
Tortuga.
Yeah, also, the Tortugas have rollout, which is a multi-hit
missing?
move. So that's not... Wow. Wow, that's rough.
I think he's just missing the move. There we go. All right.
Wow, rough start. Enemy connects consecutive rollouts, no problem. Player fails to connect a single killing move. What a PMD moment. So yeah, you're slower than most of the enemies, so the accuracy of your moves takes a
Yeah, see, like
takes
this is
an
the
awful
first
hit.
game in a while I think where like if you split up with your partner, they actually they reveal the map. But because I
Yep,
have them
this
splitting
is the
up, I
first-
can see that the stairs are up here.
Yeah, that's the main benefit. Like, not only do you get off-screen fights, which usually are fast, but that's right. This is the first game in the series where the partners can reveal the map. So as we just saw, it just saved
Oh, right,
Telk
yeah,
from
like-
exploring like
Right.
probably that whole floor. This would probably be a good situation to use a wand if we had them.
We have a couple stayaways, but I like to save this for later.
Yeah, things get a bit dicey if like allies run out of moves and you only have that one elixir.
I'll let them run off a little bit. I can tell this floor is kind of small. I'm not going to revive Gumi
Rip
because it's
Gumi.
not worth it. He tends to
Sadly,
die.
Gumi only has bubble.
He tends to die more than once.
Yeah, sadly, Gumi has a very hard time holding his own, especially once he's out of bubble PP.
Okay.
Chest should be okay.
You know, you're making Gumi look really good. Gumi died once, but you died 3 times so far. Oh, Petrified Orb.
You only have 3 revs when you walk in here, too. So hopefully he doesn't die
No,
again.
no, Gumi. Anyways.
He's still here.
Oh, poor Gumi.
Funny enough, it even canonically adds up that we leave Gumi behind in the dungeon, because after this he does get left behind.
Yeah, he's like, in this cutscene, he's like, guys, I'm struggling. Slow down.
Yeah, and then after that he gets left
Oh
behind.
no, we lost Gumi. That happened fast. No, this is he's expected to still be with us right now. Forget this.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Some of the times where you get cutscenes in dungeons. Oh, nice pounce wand. Oh wow, that was excellent.
If you pounce one onto a
That's
tile
one of my
you can't
favorite
stand
wands.
on, it'll warp you.
Yeah, which luckily took you to the stairs. That's one of my favorite items in the game. So many applications and so much creativity once players like learn to use those. I totally forgot what I was saying. Our partner revealed the stairs again. He's also out of PP. This game at least does give you like a sound alert when the partner runs out of PP for a move. So you kind of like get a warning that it's coming. You're using pounce wands to reduce our steps, and it also actually warped the partner to us because he was in that room. So that was also a nice application. Now we're almost out of here, so Hulk's using the stay away wands to immediately end fights. Those will warp an enemy away and petrify them. So basically an insta-kill button. You do have to be careful that your partner doesn't walk into a room with a petrified enemy though, because apparently it makes their AI freak out. Or at least according to what I've read. I have not seen it happen. But they like want to kill the petrified enemy, but they also won't attack it because they don't want to wake it up. So they just stand there. Shocked Pikachu face. Oh no, we lost Gumi.
Yeah, that was not a very good school for us, but that's okay.
I'm just glad Chessman didn't
And like,
die.
the only things I really burned in that dungeon were like a few pounce ones and a few stayaways and like the tiny reviver seeds. And ideally, I'll never actually withdraw tiny reviver seeds. I'll just use my regular revives because like having a choice, at least as far as Pikachu is concerned, pops up a text box.
Oh, that's right.
I'm not gonna.
I didn't even think of that. I just figured the regular revives are better anyways to restore everything.
It withdrew like almost every code. I skipped 2 codes of reviver seeds. Like there's
Yeah.
2, 4, 6, 8. There's 50 reviver seed codes or 50 reviver seeds from codes total, and I took 40.
Yeah, that's a pretty safe amount.
Yeah.
Another thing we kind of like went back and forth on with this game. I remember when I was doing my early runs of it, I played in such a manner that I did not need revives much, so I only took like 2 revive codes just to reduce the time spent entering the codes.
This is actually a very good run.
I remember-
I'm only 20 seconds behind PV.
Oh, nice. It's just School Forest, really. That was bad.
Yeah, School Forest, like, we mentioned that like there's so much you can do to like get better at this game with like wand usage and stuff. You know, getting better like using applications of wands, using your looplets and emeralds and all that stuff. But a lot of that doesn't exist, and we had a forced bag. So like, you just kind of need School Forest to just go well naturally, because naturally is
Yeah,
like all you can really do.
Yeah, that dungeon's really RNG heavy. The whole run is because the items you pick up want to be the same between runs, and you might not even get the same equipment, but especially School Forest. There's like nothing you can do if you get a bad dungeon there. And the same is almost true of the next one, but the next one is like at least you get looplets, and it also is guaranteed to give you power boosts with those looplets, so that one's like at least you can kill things easier.
I don't know why I checked that.
Just to get ripped off by Kecleon.
True.
If you can't waste your money, he'll waste
I'm
your time.
buffering a bad shop so that next time when I actually want something good, he'll actually give me something good.
Yeah. Eventually, we're gonna need to shop. We're gonna need to repeatedly check the Kecleon shop for
Hopefully
equipment.
not. There's a
in
chance
hopes
that I just end up with the attack looplet quickly.
I mean, yeah, that would be ideal. The hope is that as soon as possible we get in an attack looplet.
Like the last
I think
attack looplet
special
I
attack
got,
is also
I
good.
got off the floor in a dungeon.
That can happen too. Sadly, Glittering Mountain, the first dungeon with looplets, only spawns plain looplets, which you can put emeralds in them, but that's it. So it's like you get that's like the next mechanic coming up. The game kind of like slowly introduces the mechanics. The next one is the looplets and emeralds. which Vice Principal Watchdog proudly introduces us to here, where basically like the looplets are the same thing as the
He
scarves
does
in
this
older games.
really cool telekinetic, like he's like projecting the image into our minds. Like it's actually super neat.
Yeah, this is how he teaches.
It's just
Nate's the team's Vice Principal Watchdog excellent team. But yeah, basically the looplets are like your passive buffs, like power bands, special bands, those kinds of things. And then you can put stones in them that gives you buffs that last for the dungeon you're in, for the rest of the dungeon. And you find those as you walk around. So it's like you get random buffs in addition to your one consistent buff. And the emeralds can get really, really powerful. So those are the looplets. You start with like 3 plain ones that only have 3 slots. They're kind of garbage. They don't even sell well. But we want to get attack boosting and special attack boosting ones as soon as possible. So our stats are so low and grow so slow that it makes a massive difference to have that permanent buff. Alright, this is where the Giga Chad Watchdog shows us. Using psychic powers, the image of Emeros going into a looplet. Behold his amazing powers.
The amazing.
When even all the kids play along except your partner, who's like, it's just a drawing. And then he gets all angry. You're actually not on a team with your regular partners. You go with Esper and Deerling.
Oh, because we told the partner that he was annoying yesterday, so he's mad at us.
Oh, that's right. You're forced to tell the partner that they're annoying.
I don't think it's a very hard decision. The partner's kind of annoying. At least with what we know about him right now.
So this first floor of this dungeon is scripted. It's guaranteed to give you Power Boost X and Power Boost Y for Emeros, which each increase the offensive abilities of the Pokemon that has them. So it makes this dungeon a lot more of a consistent breeze than it otherwise could be. Still can be a bit of a mess though. And once again, we're doing split ups. Deerling sometimes has a hard time because she's like a close ranged attacker.
For the best.
She at least gets double kick for multi-hit, but yeah, she's she's gone.
There goes
Esper, on the other hand,
she's
gets
done.
Yeah, Esper gets Psybeam, a ranged attack, so she fares.
Because Deerling's not alive to enjoy them.
That works. Oh yeah, I didn't even mention it yet. It was like alluded to, but yeah, when you eat an Oran, you get an HP buff that lasts for the rest of the dungeon. Not only do they heal 100 HP, which is way more than you'll have for quite a while in any playthrough, but that's also like the permanent HP buff is great. It stops giving you the permanent HP buff once you're at 100, then you have to eat it at full health to get it, but it's still like they're really good. Watchdog ain't gonna be happy. Yeah, it's okay. We got punished for leaving behind Gumi, but we can leave behind Deerling. Sorry, Deerling fans. And I guess with this dungeon comes like infinite items to talk about because there's so many different Emeros. They come in different colors, but each color can still be like a variety of things. Yellow ones are perhaps the best to check because they could be Power Boost X, which is great. You could get Lullaby, which is a fantastic defensive tool that makes it so things you attack may fall asleep. If they haven't been, knocked unconscious by thunder as it is. Which is already almost hitting triple-digit damage. And then there's, most importantly, Wand Expert.
Wand Expert, hi.
Which...
Right on cue.
Well, there we are. Right on cue. Makes it so if you wave a wand, there's a chance it will not vanish.
There's actually the worst dungeon to go
on it. Yeah, that's... In this dungeon, the only wands you're given from the school are Pounce Wands, which have limited application in this specific dungeon. It's just kind of hard to get away from enemies a lot of the time in here. And also, you can kill them anyways with Thunder, if it hits. Thank you, Pikachu. But still, generally Wand Expert is like the best thing to find. if you get it and you have guiding wands in your inventory, which let you reveal the stairs, you would want to generally wave those every floor in hopes that you get a free charge on the guiding wand. That essentially is just like a free giant time save if that occurs. So yellow emeralds are the most important to check. They all also have a number above them when they spawn. That's like how many turns you have to walk up to it before it just shatters. So very rarely, you may have to plan your movement around touching one before it explodes if you're really desperate for a good one. Usually you're not that desperate in this category, but it can be sometimes significant. Wow, that did a lot of damage and flinch. Bye! And there we go. That was pretty quick.
Yeah. Pretty good.
Another thing Wand Expert does is it changes the range of wands. You normally can only fire a wand in a straight line, but if you have Wand Expert, it kind of changes to the range of like Graveler Rocks in old PMD games where it will just hit anything in front of you. Sometimes makes it hard to aim at something you want to, but generally really potent. You can just walk into a room. If something's being annoying, you just wave a stay away wand in the general direction of whatever's annoying you, and then.
Did you mention what happens if you crush emeralds?
I did not. So yeah, if you see one you don't want to equip, you can crush it, or some say eat it. I don't know what you do. It'll give you a stat boost for the rest of the dungeon.
So the yellow ones, if they're not wand expert, not anything I want. Chespin is primarily going to be a physical attacker, so you can definitely just crush the yellow ones on Chespin. They're not good to equip anything.
Yeah, their color corresponds to the stat they boost. So like green ones always give you +5 max HP. Yellow ones are +2 physical attack. It's very minor, but
Purple
it can add up. Yeah, that can actually be important too on Pikachu. You don't want to give those to Chespin because you actually want him to be slow for Gyro Ball to be as powerful as possible. But Pikachu, on the other hand, the more speed on him, the better. He's more likely to connect hits with his attacks. More likely to be in the ideal thresholds for
harmony scarves.
Basically, there's various thresholds where the game changes the accuracy of your moves versus like the enemies you're fighting. It's like if your speed is, I don't know, this percentage lower than the enemies, then you get this percentage accuracy drop. It's unfortunately an awful mechanic. It's like, I love this game, it's like one of my favorite ever, but that mechanic sucks. It makes it Pokémon Mystery Dungeon, unfortunately.
Now we finally take the walk of shame by ourselves to school. Now Caitlin actually sells Looplet, so I really want an attack Looplet. I think this is the Alliance tutorial skip. I gotta deposit all my stuff anyway.
Oh yeah, this is a recent thing too. And I guess one of very few glitches in the whole series.
Yeah, I guess I have to explain this one. I'll explain if I get it. There's no point explaining if I don't get it.
I unfortunately don't remember the inputs at all. Ooh, 2 blast seeds. I'm out of space. Luckily, Keklan also buys progress devices for a good price.
I need to deposit all my items because I'm going to be giving up in a tutorial. If all things go well.
Yeah, so the next mechanic that we get, and I think the last one that gets introduced, is Alliance attacks, which are kind of like the replacement for linked moves that you had in older games, where you could chain moves together and always have a combo attack at your disposal. In this game, instead, you pull your allies nearby and surround an enemy, and then you all unleash an attack together. And the attack you unleash will ignore type disadvantages, which is the main benefit of using alliances, other than repositioning. It's very spammable. The only punishment for using it is that each participant in the alliance loses 3 belly, which is not a big deal. You can just have apples to heal that. But funny enough, when the game tutorializes it, it's possible to just completely break the tutorial and then gain control and give up in the menu.
So I guess I'll say what I'm going for in a nutshell. It's going to ask me to select a move on each of the Pokemon that I'm doing the tutorial with. I think it's Pancham, Shelmet, and Esper? I don't know, it doesn't matter. If I move the cursor to select a move and press A on the same frame, for some reason it doesn't count me as having selected the move. And if I do it for 2 out of the 3 moves, I will gain control of the menu and I'll be able to give up and skip the second instance of the tutorial of the alliance being used. It looks really cool too.
just have to
There's like
deposit.
water that you're not supposed to see, or like there's just blue underneath, like a skybox you can see.
Yeah, first the Magnezone demonstrates the power of alliances on the Vice Principal and almost kills him. And he gets back up. He's like, I'm fine. Is everyone learning? I hope everyone's learning. All right, come at me.
Sorry, I didn't see it. Can you do it again?
So it had to do with the
Got it.
first alliance. Oh, nice. So yeah, you see tutorial text overlapping with the move text, and now you can just go into the menu and give up.
Easy.
Nice skip.
I didn't actually go down to the water because the menu opened up a lot quicker than I thought it would.
Yeah, I forgot that you don't actually have to move to do
You
it.
just have to be holding a
you
direction
just get
for it to
menu
pop up.
control.
That was like probably the best alliance tutorial skip I've ever done in my life. But I literally did not move.
Marathon luck.
Yeah, it saves a few seconds, but it's still cool that like PMD has has another actual skip.
Yeah, they're very few and far between. Keck has no looplets, just selling junk as always.
He'll actually have
and
another inventory when we leave
assets.
school right now.
Oh yeah. Pac-Man will do anything to get our money. I think he even has a line of dialogue that goes something like, even if you're just children, if you have money.
Yes, you lose items and money when you do that, which is why I had to deposit my entire inventory beforehand.
Yeah, which kind of works out, because the school gives you a bunch of garbage before you go into Glittering Mountain anyways, so it's like, you get to filter that out at least.
Yeah, I was going to be putting
only
a lot of that
drawback
stuff
is-
back anyway.
Yeah. The only drawback is you also deposit money, so you have to withdraw that as soon as you see something in the shop that you want. Or you could, I guess you could just get it before the next real dungeon. Now the lore update of the story is... I don't even remember. We went from cutsceneless, where I just had no idea, to oops, I haven't been paying
Yeah,
attention
so
myself.
yesterday we saw a bunch of adults talking about Nectar Meadow, how like it's their season for honey, and the honey is so great it can cure anything. And little baby Badu was sitting there listening. Oh boy, Nectar Meadow sounds wonderful. My mom's sick. I want to help her. So Badu went to Nectar Meadow by himself. Ooh, oh my god! I'll take the placebo.
Whoa, Luminous
I'll
Orb.
take it.
Hello. Hard to come by those in this game.
We will take the placebo looplet.
Oh, and I didn't even see the speed looplet. AKA the placebo looplet. That's great. Named as such because, yes, it does increase your speed, which should make your attacks more accurate and make your evasion a little better, but the difference it makes just is very rarely significant enough. Definitely falls in the category of better than nothing, though, so... At least there's that. Which, well, the only alternative is nothing, so... But yeah, I used to think that would be one of the best items to pick up. I was wrong. It's very situationally helpful. Doesn't have many slots either, sadly. Now we're kind of like put off on our own. Now all the mechanics have been introduced, and we finally have access to alliances. Still gonna do split up strats with the partner though, because he can still deal with stuff on his own, generally speaking. Especially given an HP buff from Oran berries, and if Gyro Ball would connect, then, well, luckily these guillotines are missing. Oh, jeez. We're doing great here. Immediate sand attack. Immediate guiding wands.
I just want to get out of here,
And
man.
then this thing double team. We're doing great
This
here.
floor is not great so far. I need you to go.
Yeah, it's right away that we see just how obnoxious enemies can become.
Lord.
That was an experience. At least now the Oran berries are fed. We Let's see what this emerald is. Oh, it's just Lullaby. Lullaby at least keeps the partner a lot safer.
Yeah, Lullaby will definitely help Pikachu or Chespin take care of things. Because like if he hits something, it has a chance of putting him to sleep. Ooh, Big Ear's super good for me.
Ooh, Big Ears. PogChamp.
Big Ear's PogChamp. Alright, man, listen.
Oh, yeah. Neat thing about the AI in this game is they're not very smart in corridors. They just walk straight. So the two enemies above Hulk, they're just not going to see him as long as he hides there. So that's one way you can avoid encounters in this game. Conversely, however, the enemies are much smarter in rooms. Like, if you were very observant, you may have noticed there was... I forgot what it was. That bug type that, like, evolves from the shell. That thing that was water shurikening, it was, like, actually trying to move in a way that it would stay away from the player and in range of water shuriken. So, AI is brutally clever in rooms sometimes. Generally speaking, in a Wonder Mail run, when you meet enemies in a room that are far away, it is best to just petrify them so that they can't troll you from a distance, because they will try very hard to waste a lot of time. And I don't know if we have warp wands yet, but if we do, this is... Oh, we don't. Darn. Warp wands are one of my favorite items in the game also, because they can hit multiple enemies near you and make them all go away. But I guess when in doubt, a room range orb works too. And so do blast wands. Now if thunder would just hit, there we go. Exceligor, that was the Pokemon I was trying to think of. So yeah, it was like trying to line up a water shuriken. Oh my goodness, now we're confused.
Oh, there wasn't
At least, okay, that's an application of
me.
evil. Nice.
That's not the one I
Too
wanted.
bad you can't put the speed... I don't want to put the speed limit on Chespin, so I guess that's just 1,000 Poke down the drain. We don't want his speed getting increased, because it might nerf Gyro Ball. But yeah, nice application of Thunderbolt. Being confused randomizes the direction you face, but that doesn't matter if the move you use hits everything around you. Now we're pouncing to get away from that encounter, so that we can find 2 more encounters.
I'm interested. Wait, there's something on it. Prolong.
What the hell? Oh, that makes status moves
really cool.
or status elements last longer, which is not going to do anything
Not really
for
useful for the
Chespin.
run, but yeah, when you pick up Looplets off the ground, you can get emeralds that you can't normally get in the 80% speedrun, which is why I didn't recognize what that was.
Yeah, Alex like grinded this game, but yeah, there's only so many emerald types that are actually supposed to spawn in the main story, and then when you get the post game, like the floodgates open and there's just a bunch more. But if you see a looplet on the ground, sometimes it already has an emerald slotted in, and it could be a post game emerald. You can get some really interesting stuff with that too. Like there's one that boosts all your stats but disables revives. I think I forgot what it was called. It's like Go for Broke, I think. You might not want to put that one on, depending on the situation. There's one that actually could locate the stairs every floor if you're like ludicrously lucky. Get stair locator emerald slotted in a looplet. It doesn't reveal the whole room that the stairs are in like how a guiding wand does, but still just having a stair locator that tells you exactly where they are is like insane.
What are you doing? Oh, you got disabled again.
Getting trolled.
So annoying. I'm probably just gonna let him die, actually.
That's one way to heal an element.
I'd use them. Actually,
that works. So I guess Disable is back to doing what it does in main series in this game.
It's gonna be used. Awesome.
Oh, jeez. Chespin's having a wonder. Well, he took care of it all, and he got disabled again. This dungeon is being so bad.
Yeah, he's running into like every single Venonat that ever lived.
Here we go, dodging encounters by using the enemy AI in the corridors. Another special attack looplet, completely useless. Doesn't even sell very well. Kecleon doesn't sell looplets for very good prices. In general, I guess you're really kind of meant to be using alliances a lot here, so like trying to split up, it just makes the encounters so much tougher. But it is nice being able to reveal the floor.
Helps your accuracy.
Supposed to. Allegedly.
That's like the biggest asterisk allegedly ever.
Yeah, that's why it's called the placebo looplet. But I guess after this, you're done with it, though. Like, you got special attack that's going to be better. Did they just disable Thunder?
Yeah.
Wow, this sucks.
I love that animation of Venonat just going to sleep. He just fell over.
Alright, shutting down.
Stairs? Alright, you're one of those.
Oh, Shedskin. Can't petrify Shedskin. You can blow him up, though. He has been blown up.
I'm gonna lose it. Where are the stairs? Thank you.
Okay, there we go. Only three floors to go? 2 or 3, I forgot.
Yeah, I might start guiding wanting this dungeon in my own runs now, because this is just terrible.
It could be even worse, too. We have a partner that at least has
I guess you
powder
only want to split up if you
immunity.
get an attack looplet for Chespin.
But yeah, I was gonna say, at least the grass type partner gets powder immunity, because it's Gen 6, so it's like, at least he can't get stun spored or sleep powdered, but yeah. They have they have a lot of other ways of causing trouble. What is happening? Why are there 3 enemies near Chespin?
Oh, oops. Whatever, it's fine.
Oh, at least
I
you're
meant to
almost
use
out of here.
a regular Reviver Seed, but I thought I had Tiny's left, so I did down A.
Red Chespin again. Oh, there's one more floor. Oh yeah, I think I got him launched. Excelgor is trying to do the evasion buff, but you can't evade wands! And that one was not ready to evade Thunder. Okay. Almost there. Oh, I don't even want the tiny res. Finally we get Barrage. That's like one of the best emeralds you can get. Using a Pounce Wand to make sure we avoid that encounter. I love good Pounce Wand usage. it's like the Reunion Cave usage of Gates.
Yeah, that was a really, really, really bad Nectar Meadow. Like, I lost like several minutes, actually.
Yeah, that's the sad thing about this game. It's like, it does take a lot of skill, a lot of knowledge. It can also just be a giant troll. And it was not being nice during that dungeon. And now we have to do a boss.
Mm.
I don't remember any of the boss strats.
Yeah, just for reference, I was 33 seconds behind my PB coming in here, and right now I am 4 minutes behind in counting.
So I'm so sorry.
That's fine. You don't show off the game without showing off the game.
Yeah, sometimes it's like that.
We're showing off the good, the bad, and the ugly of Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon today.
Oh, this is neat. You blast one then. Okay. That makes sense. They have like no health. Huh.
Yeah, Secure Account came
Also,
up with
like,
shout out to Secure Account. Started out in PMD, but he's actually the Celeste any percent world record holder now.
Yeah. And has world record in a lot of the PMD games. Very good at video games. Yeah, he came up with a lot of boss strats in this game too. Many of which I don't know. I like how you pounce to an invisible wall. It's like clearly the exit's right here, but there's just some force stopping us from escaping this battle. Imagine if you could just pounce out of the fight. I also like the dialogue of the bees where they're all like, busy, 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 bee, bee. When describing how busy they are. Then here Rosalia reunites with Bidou and then gives you a bunch of really good items. Like 3 guiding wands.
Yeah, definitely
3 pure seed.
appreciated now. Because I had to waste some.
Yeah, a looplet that is very much a better than nothing looplet.
Oh, the weather looplet's so good for Chespin without an attack looplet. Because it has a lot of slots on it. And Barrage, when you get it, it has a better chance of activating the more empty slots you have on the looplet.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that weird mechanic.
It's like
you like
6
have to
slots,
pull
the
up
weather
Barrages
looplet.
to. Yeah, 6 slots. Most have 3 or 4, so that is quite an upgrade. You could just put an insane amount of emeralds on him, and he just goes crazy.
I really want to say no, but to proceed the story, I do have to say yes, unfortunately.
He wants to say no to King Chespin's friend.
It's my favorite thing to do, man.
No sympathy for this poor chap.
Better than the placebo looplet? Technically, no. Because it's not really helping Pikachu being on Pikachu.
Yeah, but it would be better for Chespin.
Well, I guess the weather looplet would protect you from the Sunny nerf on Thunder.
Oh yeah.
It also protects you from the Sure Shot status on Rain.
Oh hey, it's my favorite cutscene. It's just my favorite Pokemon, nicknamed Servicefish or Lanterns.
Yeah, this is actually a cutscene where I don't have to actually touch anything. It's the text is auto-scrolling.
Yeah, weirdly enough. Most of the time you have to hold B to advance the text like frame perfectly in this game. That's how it works. But in this one, it auto-proceeds. And it's at this point where like the story is slowly starting to deepen. Like these guys are all checking out. They hear that a Wailord got petrified and they don't believe it, so they have to go see it themselves. And they shine their light on it to see it in person. Or in fish vision? I don't know. Fish vision.
And
they're like, oh my god, it's a Wailord.
It was a Wailord.
Or was.
Because Wailord has been turned to stone. And that's the big mystery for the first like couple hours of this game is who's putting everybody to stone and why. I wonder if you can do the mashing thing to save time on chapter transitions. That'd be funny.
I've tried it, but I have no idea if it actually saves time.
Well, you can't really tell if it saves time on floor transitions either. It's like it's so fractional. You have to literally like really be paying attention.
And now we get our Harmony Scarf, which actually looks pretty good on Pikachu and Chespin. It's like they for the first time in this series actually modeled equipment or drew equipment on the characters. It doesn't look as good on some starters, but they definitely made sure it looks great on Pikachu and Chespin at least. Some Pokemon like Chikorita, it like clips through their neck and looks terrible. And now we have the Dashing Wanderer and
the Dashing Wanderer.
He's such a great explorer. He just wanders around having no idea where he's going and discovers all sorts of things by doing that. And now he's off. Just bumps into everyone.
Look at his adventuring skill.
Oh, hey, he dropped LinkedIn. Darn. Yeah, the game like slowly gets into introducing the recruitment system that this game has, which is it's like Pokemon LinkedIn basically.
Pokemon
like
LinkedIn?
You in the older, yeah,
I've never. Heard
you make a bunch of connections. Yeah, in older games, there was like a job board. You would do missions off that. You would get random rewards, and then to recruit stuff, you had to beat the crap out of them and then hope they would want to join. In this game, it's you do their missions, and then they befriend you, and their friends befriend you, and then you unlock more missions. And that's how they handled having 720 Pokemon to recruit.
It really is Pokemon LinkedIn. I hate that. God damn it.
Yeah, one of my favorite speedrun categories is actually completing that. Now I feel awful about that. This
I was gonna say it's actually faster to select give up on school and not even try. Because I think if you select the top option, you just sit there arguing for a little bit longer before this happens anyway.
Yeah, what happens in the lore update for the story, like we had to skip school to check out Nectar Meadow, to check out like the Jew, because apparently no one in the school believed us when we said that child was in danger. So then we come back the next day and it's like, oh, whoops, we skipped class. Can't wait for Watchog to. Yeah, it's really weird.
And
like as per
Principal
like
Cineport with the save. It's just they have such different like management styles. Because Simipour is definitely like completely hands off, but Watchog is just like a strict micromanager and like a confrontational like jerk. Yeah, speedrunning Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games actually isn't that bad compared to other RPGs because like you can hold B to advance all the text, so pretty chill.
Yeah, no mashing, no variance there. The game gives you enough variance in the dungeons, so thankfully we don't have to worry about any outside of that. And now we realize we have Amphrose's LinkedIn app, and we need to return it to him.
And then Chespin's like, I think I've seen one of these at Techland Shop, which is absolute bull, because nothing good is ever in Techland Shop. It's definitely just a hallucination from our partner Chespin.
Yeah, that said, Kecleon does tell us what it is, and then we realize, oh, we need to return that, and then we just try to go off in the direction that Amphros went. And then we go, and then all the adults in the village are like, wait, it's really dangerous out there. And, oh, I guess they're not wrong. That dungeon can be quite a hassle. I think I've read that that's a dungeon that is like it's one dungeon that a runner might actually completely try to skip with guiding wands. One option for a dungeon. Every runner has like different dungeons that they absolutely cannot stand. I think for Helk, it's Revelation Mountain 1.
So bad. Like, it's short, but, like, the layouts are large and the Pokemon in there are mean.
I don't want to go in there. They're mean.
For real.
Yeah, Polyrath River, home of unfittingly relaxing music while everything tries to destroy you. We have water types. They also have ground typing. So you have to hit them with Thunder in an alliance. It's the only way it'll connect. In prior Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games, if a Pokemon was supposed to have an immunity to a given type, it would normally still do like 50% damage if you tried hitting through the immunity anyways. They probably had to do that just so that normal types wouldn't be totally walled against ghosts and such. Here, however, it's back to actual immunities. Oh boy. Oh, thank goodness Chespin woke you up there. So the only way to get through an immunity in this game is with an alliance, or you could get a type Bulldozer Emerald. That would work too.
Now, since I'm guiding wanding this dungeon anyway, the best thing I could ever hope for is getting Wand Expert early on here. However, I did do a speedrun of a cutscene list the other day, and I did get Wand Expert here, and I got 0 procs the entire time.
Yeah, that can happen. Even if you're lucky enough to get Wand Expert, it might do absolutely nothing. That's a lucky pounce. It's an interesting aspect of the Wondermail run, kind of trying to manage and decide what dungeons are most worth using these wands on, because you only get that now 40.
Includes Nectar Meadow. Because like I'm serious, like that's like the 3rd or 4th time I've lost like multiple minutes there. It's so bad. Like I don't know.
That's fair.
Nobody can handle it.
That's fair. That was pretty ugly. Ooh, Garage. Nice. Not that we're fighting a whole lot, but that's still nice. I guess that could help in the boss fight. Now we're doing the Pounce Warp strat again. It took us into the same room. Excellent. Just what we needed. And not only that, adjacent to a trolling Joltik. Can't use alliances if your partner has an ailment, so we just had to petrify that and move on. Oh yeah, we saw a little bit of this in Gates, but some of the enemies that spawn in this game are such a higher level than you that they don't even wake up when you get near them. They're just on don't mess with them status. Very rarely you might see them wandering around awake anyways for whatever reason, and if you do, they're terrifying. The worst one that comes to mind is Marowak, who can use Bone Meringue to double hit you and your partner in a hallway or something. That is the worst.
These are a few more
both hits would
like here, but that's fine.
Probably. Yeah, it's kind of tough. Like all the wands are so good, but you don't want to like spam them too much because it's awful when you run out of a given one.
Yeah, it's like it feels nice at the beginning or when you start using them. The time it's like wow, I'm going really fast, but you're just sitting there like depleting your resources. So it's
yeah. Eventually, you might run out if if you're not lucky enough to pick up more. So you have to hope that the game gives you more. You can buy them from the tech shop once you get to Lively Town too, but it's like, at that point, quite a time lost to be shopping. Like, ideally by then you do not need to.
What's this?
Hey, Splash did something! He got hit by Thunderbolt instead of Thunder! Good for him.
I like the... Wait, did I get up my money? I don't know if I got my money.
I can't remember. I think you did.
$1,000.
Sweet. Maybe the dungeon shop will give us the attack looplet? That's a defense looplet. That's not going to do nothing.
No.
Cover looplet. Ah.
I check that seed though.
Tiny rev. Yeah, was that a radar orb? Eh. Darn. Clutch Performer. That Emra, it's kind of like the last minute skill from Gates to Infinity. It makes it so if your health is low, your evasion is boosted. Not that great on the partner, because they still just kind of wander around like an idiot when their health is low, but at least on the player, it might help you tank in a situation that you're in. Also, wow, we're still only level 9. Forgot what a low level you play at.
Barbuch is a quick orb, but I need that for the final boss.
Oh yeah, we don't have access to a speed boosting move. Oh, it's a different Barbosh, bummer.
I have a choice to make. Do I want to get out of here, or do I want to find that Barbosh? I think I want to get
Just to look around, maybe? Oh, okay, no Barboach in here. You know, I'm sure you'll get a quick orb somewhere else, especially if you do more Keck Shop checks. Oh, nice stair floor. Nice splash. Oh, it goes around corners in this game, too.
That was a pretty good ending. I think it was pretty mid in the middle.
That was a lot of stair floors.
Yeah, the ending was really, really fast.
And then here we get a pretty convenient fight where we fight 3 Polyrats that like to summon rain, which just spells out their demise when we have thunder.
Yeah, it makes thunder absolutely guaranteed to hit.
Which, in a game where we're struggling to hit anything ever at all, that's rather nice. Also, they have 1 lackey, Poliwag. It's like almost a mob fight, but not quite, but it can still be annoying. Their strategy is to surround you and use round, which does more damage if you get hit by it multiple times. For a sec there, we got to see Barrage take effects, which is what allowed Chespin to double strike, even though he doesn't have a multi-hit move yet. Well, I guess he does, he has roll out, but we're not really utilizing it. And 1 turn, and these guys die to Thunder Gyro Ball. Unless they've used... I don't even know why that one only took 45 from Thunder, to be honest. I know they can use Bulk Up to increase their physical defense against Gyro Ball.
That was a really good fight.
But yeah, they don't last long against Thunder.
The only thing that could have been better
is
if, is obviously if he didn't use Protect there, but if Barrage would have procced on that last Poliwrath.
Also funny, you got to show off pushing an enemy, which is like a very rare strategy to have to use. And now Ampharos the Dashing Wanderer is here. He's the one that actually knocks them out, I guess. And we give him back his LinkedIn application, and then we talk with him here, and he tells you ask him about the Expedition Society, which is like a place that the partner's been dreaming of going to and joining, and he claims that he does not work there.
And he's not wrong.
A fine dream that is, he says.
So he doesn't work there, but he has the power to make us junior Expedition Society members.
Yeah, he gives us a bunch of junior equipment, which is identical to the real equipment, except it's like missing 1 thing or something.
What's the team name here?
Oh yeah, we didn't. GDQ, PMD at GDQ. I'm not very creative.
We'll name our team the Hotfix.
the hotfix. Yeah, so he reveals that the Expedition Society is like, they're trying to act like cartographers, trying to map out the whole region and somehow upload data to this thing. This gadget that's like basically a smartphone, but shaped like a bronzor.
That won't really lose me much time. You have to name your team one character in Gates. Because, oh boy, that text speed. They don't say the name very much, but it matters.
Oh my goodness. If you name yourself or your partner in Gates with more than one letter, you've just lost like probably 2 minutes or something on level ups.
Okay.
It was too late to name it Bread. But that's okay. And then here someone reaches out to Ampharos through, I guess, another gadget, telling him that he has the worst sense of direction. They cannot believe that he found Serene Village. Apparently he's known to just get completely lost and not find where he's trying to go. And now we get to do the first and only required mission of the run.
Oh wait, I just said no to saving. Crap. I do want to save.
Well, you can save again here, I guess.
Yeah, it's worth it to save if you get a really bad floor count here.
Yeah, so the one mission we get, it's actually a random floor count going back to Foreboding Forest. It can be anywhere from 2 to 7. I used to think it was 2 to 8, but I guess the game won't ever generate 8, luckily. That was a fun myth to solve.
I believe it too. Like, I swear I saw 8 too. It's like a Mandela effect thing.
I'm not the only one. Okay. Yeah, I'm not the only one. It feels like a Mandela effect.
There we got.
I thought I was the only one.
See it on the bottom screen. We zoom in on Sylveon.
Come on, show us Ada. Prove we're not great. Oh, 6. That's just
back.
terrible. Yeah, 6 and 7, among the worst possible. Could actually reset and get a better number.
You could also reset and it'd be 7, but
Let's hope that doesn't happen.
and there's no reason to manifest that.
Maybe after 2 or 3 tries, we'll just take it, so we don't get infinite in here.
I got 2 2s yesterday, so this is valid and warranted.
You wasted the luck. I'll now explain how to use LinkedIn.
If it's 7, I'm just gonna take it.
Please don't be 7.
6 again.
It's 6 again? Come on!
Sure, man. I'll
Come
go for
on.
6. If you insist.
Lame. What have you done to a Sylveon? Why did you have to get lost 6 floors deep? Twice.
Yeah, that's so annoying. I reset the game and then it's still the same floor count. I don't know how much time it loses to reset, but certainly if you get the same floor count twice, you're absolutely losing time.
Oh, that sucks. It's okay. You know what? RNG manip, 6 stair floors. Go. Maybe better
Ooh, yeah,
catch
you were
up.
just talking about the quick
No.
orb.
There's the quick orb. All right, it was all worth it in the end. Yay!
Yeah. That is a genuine certified Sylveon moment.
Oh, we don't have stairs here. Lame.
I gotta be careful with my pounce ones. I don't have that many. Oh, I see the stairs. I'm pouncing there.
Just pouncing all the way across the floor. I love when that happens.
Yeah, I wanna check this real quick.
Ooh. I'd rate you the stairs.
Not worth it.
Oh, confused wands. Lame. I feel like in general there haven't been many wand pickups, which is really unfortunate. Type Bulldozer, that would have been a lot better in a lot of other places, but doesn't really matter here.
I'm gonna split up, I think.
At least it wasn't Ada. I would have been happy if it was Ada, just so I could finally feel justified after feeling so awkward.
What better place to show that it is possible than games and quick hotfix?
Ah, the worst RNG ever does exist. We did it. We proved it. But yeah, not much to say. Interestingly, the enemies, I think, are slightly upgraded from the first time you're in this dungeon, now that you're a little higher level and have a partner. It just kind of makes things more annoying because it's still rather easy revisiting this place, for the most part. I say as Chespin's getting his butt kicked. Unfortunately, the level ups you do get, you don't get very many during the run, and then when you do get them, it's like, oh boy, +1, +1, +1, +1, +1. This is definitely the game that is the harshest on you in terms of stats. Like you really rarely are able to brute force battles in this game. Like unless you use an alliance with 3 Pokemon against 1, or unless you like have a massive advantage in some other regard, like range or typing or something. It's rarely a simple process getting through a battle in this game. Even with Wonder Mail, it's like, all right, I can use Thunder. It's probably gonna miss. Down to 1 Pounce Wand, so really hoping we pick up more because they are very valuable for boss strats.
I'm sure I need it for some boss fight down the road.
Yeah, it's like a bunch of Pounce strats and bosses.
This is the only way to the stairs. Fantastic. But Sylveon's on the next floor.
Of course.
And it'll show you Sylveon at the beginning of the floor, so I can kind of glean the information. I think that's a corner. I'm gonna go with top corner and probably be wrong.
Yeah. She looks to be in the middle of nowhere.
No.
Unfortunate. Could just be the top corner of some
there's
other
no
room.
other information there. There's no items on the floor. There's no Pokemon, enemy Pokemon on screen. I did what I could.
She's got nothing. Oh, there she. Okay. Well, she was in the stairs room, as it turned out. Unfortunately, if the partner walks into Sylveon's room, they will not reveal Sylveon. You actually have to do it yourself. And there we go. We got our basically only recruit that we get through regular missions is Sylveon. EV enjoyers rejoice, I guess. And then, unfortunately, from this point, in like a casual playthrough or 100%, we get to where things get really fun. But in any percent,
compared to my best segment, I just lost 4 minutes, including the reset and going all the way to 6F. But my best segment's literally like I got a 2F instant Sylveon yesterday, and I still lost like 20 seconds. So my best must have been like instant stairs. I went up the stairs, and Sylveon was like adjacent to me. So. I mean, it's at least 3.5 minutes behind like a decent regular person Sylveon.
Regular person Sylveon. Yeah. I am not an ordinary person today. I'm just an unlucky slime.
So the way this is going to work now, we now have the ability to do jobs or to do missions, and we have to pass days to continue the plot. So I'm going to show you what basically I'm going to be doing for every time this comes up. And then we're going to take a break, but I'm going to keep playing, keep doing that. And I have to do it 7 times, and it's going to take a little bit. It's going to take the entirety of Chapter 7. So I'll show you guys once, and then we'll take a break, and I'll just keep doing it.
Yeah. It's definitely the tragic, most lame part of the run. Oh yeah, Halucha Slam School also opens and allows you to reteach moves. I think at one point we contemplated going for Nasty Plot, because you can actually teach that to Pikachu. So the weird mechanic the game has is your pre-evolutions, you're able to teach yourself any moves that they might learn.
Yeah,
so
Pikachu's
Pikachu can actually be taught
the only
Nasty.
starter that has a pre-evolution.
Yeah. So conveniently you can get Nasty Plot. I don't remember if it's used, I'm guessing not. But I think at one point it was investigated. As part of a tutorial, they make you take Sylveon. We go on a great adventure with Sylveon. Alright, the adventure's over.
Wrap it up. So yeah,
No more
that's basically what
expeditions
I'm
today.
doing every single time it asks. The game requires me to do missions. It's just walking in and giving up because I don't need any rank points. I don't need anything. I don't need levels. I don't need experience. I just need to progress the game. So with that, GDQ tech friends, if you want to put us on a break, now's a great time.
Just as a reminder to everybody at home, we like to take these wellness breaks, during these long runs so everybody can get up, get some water, stuff like that. So we're going to take a quick break while Hal does the really boring stuff, and then we'll be back in a few minutes. And welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is the Pokémon Mystery Dungeon Gates to Infinity Anniversary Special. We are in the middle of a Pokémon Super Mystery Dungeon run. We are still failing. I will hand it right back over.
Failing.
We're still failing. Wow, you're selling our progress real good here, man.
Man, you don't need to talk about like, Nectar Meadow like that, man.
We are still failing as intended.
Yes,
I'm
yes.
sorry.
Yes, we are.
But yeah, no, literally all that's happening right now is there's all these like filler days where you're expected to be doing missions and gaining recruits and befriending Pokemon. In an 90% speedrun, you just skip all of that and just go into dungeons and die on purpose and then leave.
So our school is having a pesky little ghost problem. So the teachers are all keeping watch, and that's what's going on right now. But Mr. Farfetch has experienced supernatural things. So gone.
He gone. Rip
That's
Farfetch.
Mr. Farfetch.
Oh yeah, Mr. Farfetch.
Yeah, he went to school for a long time to get that.
Anyways, back to Pikachu. I think we still have 1 or 2 filler days left to go, but now with like actual cutscenes in between them. But yeah, you got the whole lore update. All that's
Yeah, we
really
actually
happened
like
is
skipped
like
like
some,
the perfect amount. Actually.
yeah. Basically, there's a school. The school is being haunted.
Oh, we're on summer vacation. That was what.
Oh, yeah.
That's what chapter 7 is, which we're in right now. Is chapter 7 summer vacation, aka do literally nothing but give up. That's how I like to spend my vacation.
Summer vacation.
Just completely just giving up and accomplishing nothing.
I guess in fairness, sometimes it is nice to actually like unwind and do nothing in a vacation. But yeah, it's a bit weird to do it in a speed run.
Yeah, I've been checking the shop pretty much every single time. No looplets. Nothing I want.
Yeah, I meant to ask during the break how Keck's shop
I got
was going.
one
Then I saw you
Blasty, the
type
one
in chat.
Petrified Orb. That's pretty good, but that's
Woo.
pretty much it. I only have $1,000 left, so I'm kind of worried. I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's not like you want to buy another speed
Black
looplet.
looplet. I don't remember what that does. I don't think it's that good.
It's like, I think it's like the pass scarf of this game, but nerfed because it only activates if there's like 2 enemies nearby, or if your partner's nearby, you'll deflect attacks onto them. It's not that good.
Oh, and I started. I think we're still here for the tutorial with putting Sylveon on the team. The next day, Sylveon was unavailable to be on the team, so it makes us make a second team. And you would think I would just make one consisting of only Pikachu, but I decided to make one of only Chespin. Because the game's going to force us to have a team of Pikachu and Gumi later. So rather than having 2 teams of Pikachu, I'd rather have one with Pikachu and whatever than one with Chespin. That way, if I end up having items that I need to consume on Chespin, I don't have to like do any deposit work or anything. I can just get the item, consume it, and then give up on a Chespin team. So it might come up, might not.
Pretty
but
clever.
It costs like fraction of a second to press down and select Chespin on the team.
Pretty clever optimization, because yeah, once in a blue moon you might find vitamins, or you could buy them from the Kafagrigus shop, because he's obsessed with gold bars, and eventually those start spawning, and you can trade those to acquire vitamins that give you permanent buffs, which is kind of how you're meant to play post game in this game. You're kind of meant to like get a bunch of those and customize your stats, so that's why it's there. But if we get gold bars, we can either trade them for revives, lots of revives, or we can do that and you can get a vitamin for stat boosts. Since the level ups are awful in this game, that's like your most reliable way of getting stats.
I already have 2 special attack looplets, dude.
Monster Keck.
I mean, it's good that I have those for Ampharos later.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But like, I don't need a
There's
third one.
Ampharos and there's Pikachu, but we need our attack looplet.
I just look at the chat and I see he's got that little guy energy. Funny sentence.
I think it's here where we get to go to our next story dungeon.
Yeah, this is the end of chapter 7.
Actual gameplay!
Well, no, we're going to sit in the school at nighttime for like a couple minutes. And then actual
the children
gameplay.
get curious and want to see these supposed ghosts for themselves.
Chapter 8, prove your mettle.
8 out of 22 chapters in. And it's here that we discover that our partner has a very unusual fear of ghosts.
I don't think a fear of ghosts is unusual.
Okay, that's true, but it's like exceptional for the
That's
partner.
like the biggest trope of like fears. It's a fear. I ain't afraid of no ghosts.
Okay, I guess when I say it like that, it's like there's ghost type Pokemon, which normally only certain types are weak to, but he's like particularly terrified more than the rest. And there's like actually a lore reason for it.
Yeah, I've said yes to letting Chespin stick by us at night because he is a giant
too
coward.
scared. That's really odd. It's like in the early game, he's all like, "Yeah, let's go to this dungeon. I'm not afraid of anything." And then you go to here,
Yeah, all of a
and
sudden
he's
a
like,
ghost rolls up and he's shivering in his boots.
He's completely folding.
Okay.
And Pikachu jumps out the window. Not animated. And so you get to walk around the village at night. Oh, no, you don't. I thought it let you. No, it lets you walk around later. Okay, I was going to mention there's like a cute detail on the partner when you're like able to walk during this section where the partner AI usually tries to walk next to you if you walk in town, but they actually will like stay behind you. And if you get away from them, he actually reacts and tries to rush back to you. We won't really get to see it though, because the only time you can walk with the game in this state is when you're literally a foot away from the dungeon you enter. But it's a really cute touch. Also, he's already fainted from fear. And then as things gets worse, I guess the rest of the kids just faint on purpose so that they don't have to experience whatever's happening. Except for Pancham, who actually gets attacked.
Yeah, Pancham and Shelmet.
Rib. Captured by Satan, apparently. And then the rest of us wake up like, wait, what happened? They only notice that the others are gone, and then you just decide to go to the Ancient Barrow. I guess they just kind of assume they went there. Oh, Esper knows. Okay, I forgot how they actually know to go there. Okay, that's right. Esper pretends to faint, but actually she was watching the whole time. Esper is like the Chad of the group.
Yeah, when we eventually leave the town, Esper is like the only character that actually like becomes relevant later in the story.
Yeah, it's quite weird. They introduce all these characters, but out of them all, only 3 or 4 will like actually be returning.
All right, so the Ancient Barrow is interesting. It's gonna be our first time splitting up with somebody that's not. Well, when I have Chespin and Pikachu, it's the first time splitting up with a third person that's not either of them.
That won't die in 2 seconds.
Yeah, won't die in 2 seconds.
Or at least I hope they won't die in 2 seconds.
Well, I guess we did with Chespin and Gumi earlier, but Chespin's going to stick with me, and only Esper is going to be shot off on her own.
I take it Chespin just doesn't really fare too well on his own here. I think I've read that he actually outspeeds some of these enemies.
Whatever. I was going to say, I guess I didn't take that other special attack loop off the ground. Fine.
Oh. Darn, that actually could have been okay on Esper.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
It's fine.
Um,
Sure, it'll be fine. This dungeon has a bunch of poison types in it, so... Which, the type advantages are not as potent in this game as they are in main series and other PMDs, but they are still a thing, so they do make a difference.
oh,
Oh yeah, that works. Esper gets the speed looplet. This is quite a long dungeon, broken into 2 chunks of 7 floors, 7 floors, and then 4 more floors. And you get a really big party for it too. Which we then proceed to destroy partially.
Esper, I need you to move, honey.
Alright, we have now reduced the size of our party. Just to reduce clutter and chaos. I say before chaos ensues. Oh yeah, that's true. Like I was saying the type system is not that relevant, but for some reason, if you, when you use not very effective moves in alliances, yeah, the boost you get from that is like insane. Like that Thunder just did 71 to a ground type. That's like crazy damage. Yeah, Chespin's completely neutral Gyro Ball just did as much damage as a Psybeam to a Coughing. So yeah, the typing is weird. Oh, hey, another Quick Orb. Or rather, I guess the type multipliers are quite weird in this game. Can actually result in situations where, like, especially in No Wonder Mail, you actually want to try to use not very effective moves in alliances to optimize your damage. Here, it's significantly less common to see alliances, but with Chespin behind us, it comes into play more. I love the sight of Pikachu attacking a Zubat without even looking at it, just using a
Esper, can you go somewhere, please?
Oh, you told me to go the other way? Whoops.
I don't know where Esper wants to go. Go somewhere!
Yeah, at least you found the
stairs. At what cost?
I kind of enjoy how this dungeon is like, to me it vaguely feels like a taste of how much more serious this game gets. Like ultimately this whole adventure here becomes totally plot irrelevant in a way, but I do really enjoy that it like, the pace and the tone we've seen so far is like incredibly chill, laid back, slow, kid friendly. It like changes so dramatically once you get about halfway through the game. So this is like the warm-up of that in a way. That's how I think of it anyways. Most might just think of it as, what are we doing here? Other than annihilating a poor spider. Sidetrack note, Ariados is one of my favorite Pokemon. That's a hard life. Here, Pikachu tries to learn Quick Attack, even though he already has Fake Out as one of his starting moves, which is, like, functionally the same in this game. And apparently, Esper's
I wanted to
already
push
got
Esper
PP.
onto that Emerald before it disappeared. It's a guard boost Emerald.
Oh. That's surprisingly nice. You'd think a guard boost would like not be optimal in a speedrun setting, but things do so much damage so fast in this game that having that Emera, which almost cuts damage in half, is like incredibly helpful. It's also just crazy how strong it is. Like literally almost half damage when you have that thing on. You become so much tankier.
Well, that Beldum's going away from us and towards its demise. Oh, Esper's out of PP. All right, now towards its demise, I mean.
now that we've corrected that.
Yeah, that was the
nice.
most
Both
useless stun spore I've ever seen in my life.
Both characters are immune to stun spore. That's convenient.
Because I'm immune to paralysis come electric, and then Chespin's immune to powder moves.
Yeah. One of the nice benefits of Chespin. I don't know if we've talked yet about like the differences between Chespin and Tepig, because they're both like really viable, but I think Chespin was found to be just a hint better.
There's
That powder immunity probably being a contributing factor. I can't really speak much on the matter because I don't really know the strats that well. Oh my goodness, you're not even making it to the stage.
this is like the halfway point, so I thought I could make it.
I know. I know you were trying to do there. You take damage so fast from starvation.
Yeah.
Such a shame.
Sorry, I don't have much to say. I just gotta focus because, like, unlike Gates, where like a lot of the time save is execution, a lot of the time save is like making sure you don't lose time. And that sounds dumb,
game.
but like it if you play this game, you know what I mean. Because like, there's no way to cancel animation, so every animation you have to look at loses a lot of time. So you have to make sure, like, there may be like 10 solutions to get out of the situation, but like, then they all could just result in
You want to pick
loss.
what's going to save the most time or lose the least time and not waste too valuable of a resource. Like, for instance, obviously at any given time, one of the best wands you can use is a guiding wand, but you can't use that in every dungeon. So you have to, your brain goes like 90 miles an hour when you speedrun this game. I like it, but it does get a bit tiresome. I'm just glad that I'm not blabbering too much because I was just afraid I was talking too much.
No, you're fine.
But yeah, no, this game is like,
Talk more, please.
it's very, very mentally challenging in a way. Like it's a lot to think about very fast. There's only a few things that I quickly react to like that, where if you have two enemies side by side, the warp wand will get both of them. And then you just hope you don't encounter them again and again and again. But even if you do, as long as it's only one at a time, it's doable.
There's a lot of other really cool stuff you can do with wands. Like you can like wall bang some enemies. Like if you can like fire a wand at like a warp wand, for example. I'm pretty sure you can do a thing where you fire off the warp wand at a wall that a couple enemies are adjacent to, and it'll warp everybody that's touching that wall.
That's correct. Yeah,
Really
because
cool.
it has an AOE. It's like an explosion effect of the warp. So yeah. That is a clever thing you can do from time to time. You do have to be careful because the warp wand can also warp your partners. And I mean, sometimes that's a good thing, but other times that's really not what you want. Like if you were to warp Chespin away here, then he'd probably start having issues in this dungeon. We're on the last floor, so not too shabby for like what a long dungeon it is.
Good time for one next break.
One expert loves to show up on the final floor. Power move stacks. At least it's an attack buff, I guess. Oh wow, Chespin actually attacked at low health. I'm surprised. Usually they just run away at low health.
Please let us in.
I guess if the AI feels cornered enough, they just go for it. Also, wow, that room took a while.
Yeah, I was sitting there for like an entire minute.
And now we're to another boss fight.
It's okay.
I think this was another really creative strat from Secure Account.
Yes. A lot of our boss strats were from Secure because a lot of it beforehand was mostly improvisation. Slash like whatever kind of seemed to work that everyone could copy off each other. But like I think the first person to like sit down with an emulator and save states and like really try to like sit there and grind out strats was Secure.
Yeah, for a long time, I didn't even really have a computer that would be able to run an emulator of this game, so I had to figure out what I could on console when I was routing, and yeah, most of the strats I came up with were very inconsistent. Like, for example, you can try using a Petrify Orb in this boss fight, because it does surround you with enemies, and the Petrify Orb will work on the minions. But the problem is the boss likes to use Safeguard a lot of the time, which will unpetrify them and protect them from further petrification. So that was a really crummy strat. It didn't work most of the time. Also, yeah, we're just fighting a legendary now, don't worry. Just a Giratina chilling here. So first thing we're doing is updating partner AI, which has been only going to use ranged attacks. Comes to this guy. So he's like immediately dead. The Litwigs. Okay, never mind. He used protect. Well, usually the Litwigs will die very fast. They're just very annoying because they. Oh right, blast spawns go through protect. That's neat. Yeah, the annoying thing about the Litwigs is they all have embers. So they can all try to snipe you, but only from 2 tiles away.
So what's been happening to me the last couple days is like that Litwig goes for goes for acid armor, as you just saw. Okay, it didn't get to happen. And then Giratina will go over to it and psych up.
Oh, that's awful.
Yeah, it's been happening like consistently the last couple days. It's insane.
That's awful.
I'm just constantly getting 5-handed out here.
Like, man, I didn't know it could be that clever. Holy. I mean, at least you still hit it with Thunder and Energy Ball, I guess, but wow. Oh, Blast Seeds too. Oh, and deleted. Strong Legendary. And then, as all Legendary Pokemon do, it like gets sad and starts crying after its defeat.
I do that too, man. I do that too. Yeah, there's a lore reason why we just fought Giratina. There better be.
Yeah, and why we were able to beat him. Yeah, that's where it's just like... and then it's just a Solosis.
So the Giratina is actually a Solosis that just really wants to help these Litwick because they're like starving because they can't scare anybody.
Yeah, apparently their sustenance is scaring people, so that's why they've been haunting the school.
I love that little animation of the torch just going insane. I scared you. Man, it makes me feel alive. Oh no, Ditto's later. Ditto's actually very real and very annoying.
Oh, goodness, yeah, there's... You see that in dungeon mechanics, and oh boy, it causes a lot of trouble. Unless you have a person looplet. It'll be a while before we see it, so I guess I'll talk about it. Because, yeah, some Pokemon in this game have very specific gimmicks. Ditto's gimmick is that when it transforms into one of your team members, everyone else on the team immediately gets the confused status ailment, making it likely that they'll hit each other and stuff. Which is funny, but incredibly obnoxious. And not only that, Dittos can disguise themselves as items too, apparently. So there's a dungeon where like you'll just try to check for wands and looplets and orbs, and then you'll just out of nowhere trigger a Ditto instead and just be completely destroyed by your team. Because they all get confused when they turn into you. So it's a funny gimmick, but it's also like awful. The best bet is like you need to wave a wand at that Ditto, because otherwise your team members might try attacking it and hit you.
Yeah, there's something where like, because you can't really tell whether or not you're going to step on is going to be a Ditto or if it's going to be a actual item. But apparently if you pounce one towards a wall and then check the floor underneath you, like the underfoot setting, it'll actually have like a Ditto icon. I'm like, this is a Ditto, be careful.
That's right, I totally forgot about that. They like kind of work as a trap.
Yeah, that's way too slow to like do consistently, like for every single item.
And it's a terrible waste of like a really good item too.
Yeah, you have to waste a pounce one to get it. So
yeah, you would only want to do that if it's like, okay, the game gave me nothing but pounce wands today. All right.
Yeah, if you have like 60 or something. Like I think I had like 30 at the end of my last run. I've hit so many.
Yeah, never know what you're gonna get dealt. It's like doing a run of this game. It's like getting dealt a hand of cards. You might get absolutely nothing of a wand you really want to have. You might get an absolute insane surplus of something you.
Yeah, so you're in this
don't
game
need
being
that
dealt a
many
hand of cards, and we're just looking for a royal flush at all times.
of. Yeah.
Because like most of the regular cards are terrible.
But yeah, the wand assortment is like especially where it matters.
The wand
biggest
situation is
deals.
really good. I love the mechanics of the wands, and I think it adds a lot of depth to the game. But I really wish that you could just buy them or like have access to more.
Yeah. It's like really nerve-wracking being on a run where you're not picking up many. It's like every one you use, it makes you feel like you're bringing your doom to yourself.
Yeah, like I'm out of pounce wands now, and a lot of the wands I've been picking up are like confused wands, which are like borderline useless.
Yeah. It's like worst case scenario, you are capable of brute forcing all the battles anyways. It's just slower that way.
All right, so right here, the entire party is really thankful that we helped them out. Our partner got grounded, so they're all offering to go with us on this adventure for today. And while our partner is out of action,
He's busy cleaning the house or something. So we take Gumi as one of the school children because each of them gives you a different reward at the end of the day. And Gumi gives us slow wands, which are very applicable for stun locking one of the bosses.
yeah, we used to take Deerling because Deerling gives you whirlwind wands, which are pretty good as well.
Yeah, those had a nice application in one of the next dungeons coming up, where you could use them to blow enemies away. If you did that in a dungeon without walls, they just warp somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the slow ones are even better. They are kind of hard to come by, and you want these free 5s are very valuable for the last fight. And then you recruit them all, even if you did nothing that day. So we're up to 6 recruits out of 720, and now Chespin's free. And then Nuzleaf tells us about this place called Revelation Mountain, which Valkyrie is very familiar and fondly knows.
I will be guiding one in this dungeon. I will not be taking any questions.
Yeah, I guess this is just one of those dungeons where it's like, I don't know, a
This
lot
is
of runners
this is
say
a
it's not that
personal
bad,
choice.
but Valk is like, no.
I'm good. I've seen enough. It's only 9 guiding ones. I can part with that, especially because I didn't even guiding one a lot of the floors of Polyrath River.
Yeah, that dungeon actually went pretty swell.
I was supposed to guiding one every floor on Polyrath River. Yeah, so Shelmet and Esper give silver spikes, and Pancham give 10 geo pebbles. So the rest of them are garbage.
Yeah, wow, thanks for rocks.
Rocks or spikes?
What a
Take your
treasure.
pick.
So yeah, the wands are a lot better. Even if they're still like some of the more niche wands, they both have nice applications in the speedrun.
I really should stop looking. It's just the gambler's fallacy. Sunken cost or something like that.
Cacleon just will not cough up an attack looplet. It's such a shame. And now we
Not
do more
real.
give up days. Thankfully, there's never really as many of these in a row as there are when the connection orb is first introduced.
So you may be
We have to
wondering
do-
why I keep picking Pewee Meadow. You may notice that it actually has the Ragged Mountain music. That's the beginning, middle, and end of my explanation as to why I'm picking it.
Alk really likes Ragged Mountain.
I really love Gates music, and I like to hear it whenever I can.
Yeah. Yeah, all the optional dungeons in this game play Gates to Infinity music. It's kind of interesting. Usually, in the mission days in these games, they will have you just mainly go back to dungeons you've already played in the story. But this one had like a whole bunch of other dungeons added into the pile, and they all have Gates to Infinity music, which is, that might sound lazy, but no, it's a treat.
One of them has like a really
Even
cool
if you-
remix of Amp Plains from Explorers of Sky.
Yep. So Sky. And there's also a Crystal Cave song, but I think you only hear that if you go to the Pelipper Island exclusive dungeons. Oh no, that plays in the weird chambers.
Yeah,
That's
so
right. It plays in
we were
the
talking
weird-
about it earlier, but Wand Expert gives you I think it's a 50% chance to not deplete the wand you just used on every individual wand usage. And on top of that, it lets you like throw it at non-cardinal angles. Lets you throw over walls and stuff like that.
anything in front of you.
Yeah.
Used to think it wasn't that great, but then it occurred to me that with guiding wands, it's like insane. Just potentially getting a free guiding wand is such a massive time save.
Yeah, the only wand
potentially.
extra we had so far was in Glittering Mountain.
Yeah, woohoo. The one dungeon you cannot have guiding wands in. I don't even know if they
I don't
spawn
think
there.
they do.
And Kecleon has garbage for day 50.
No way.
Give it up for day 50, everyone trying to shop at Kecleon Mart. Gonna get to the point where we're still checking in Lively Town. We're gonna start buying wands instead.
But I have nothing. I can't pick up any wands I see. I'm just out.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate that there have been so few, like, picked up.
There's an unused Star Cave remix in Gears to Infinity. I didn't know that.
Yep, that's correct.
Oh.
I only know about it because of YouTube.
I don't think I've heard it. I'll have to check that out later.
It's kind of cool. I really like it. It's like the first song on my default stream music playlist. And here we go. One of Helix's least favorite dungeons. Just awful layouts and kind of annoying enemies. You do get Nuzleaf with you. You don't get a lot of control over him, though. He's just kind of forced to tag along, and he likes to spam Razor Leaf on stuff, which it does hit hard, but it can still be annoying to have an ally that you cannot control. As for the question of how they, how the Pokemon know what a human is, I guess in this universe, a human is kind of like the equivalent of a unicorn in our world, where it's like a known thing, but it's supposed to be mythical or not really exist. That's like how they feel about humans in this universe. They think it's all Pokemon, and so when Pikachu here tells everyone that he's a human, everyone's like, "You're full of it."
I did say I was going to
Redax,
guide
you
him on the
just murdered her.
dungeon, but like when you're starting out in a room like that where there's literally only one way to go, it's worth like just going as forward as you can before you guiding wand, like just in case you can conserve it. At this point, I've explored it so much of the floor, I might as well just not use one.
Finish it off. Yeah.
Just because you want to save ones where
linear layout.
Yeah, see, I found the stairs anyway.
It's really funny watching this dungeon after watching a Gate speedrun, where it's like we just watched a whole speedrun of playing as Axew,
Like
and
4 guiding ones.
now we're oh nice.
Really good.
In this dungeon, you have to attack Axew.
It's just pure elation and joy to see guiding wands pop up on your bottom screen. I cannot describe the feeling in any other way. It is just actually just happiness, like contained.
Yeah, that is the thing you want to see.
No, it'll only thing that comes close to seeing Wand Expert. I didn't mean
Yeah, I
to.
never realized. Yeah, these layouts are pretty gnarly.
Yeah, that's why I like to
I guess
guiding
in
wands.
general, that
Plus, the enemies are super bulky.
I don't really get how this game generates layouts, to be honest. It's really weird, because all the other games, it's like consistent which floors will have which sizes. Like, they all have preset parameters that stay consistent between playthroughs. It's just random where the stairs are. This game, though, if you, like, play a dungeon repeatedly, you won't always see the same layouts on each floor, or, like, similar layouts. Like, this is a really tiny layout. It's not always a tiny layout on 5F. Sometimes it looks like a tiny layout, and then it turns out there's like actually 20 rooms. I don't really get it. It's very hard to judge what you're gonna get on a floor in this game. A lot of the time, anyways. That said,
Look at this
though,
really
those
linear layout.
floors. Yeah. What the heck? I guess you're getting to conserve the guiding wands at least.
Yeah, at this point, like I said about the other floor, was that
Other wand that was
Special
true.
defense
No,
liquid.
trash. Hi, Axew.
I asked you?
Well, he's not dead. He's just stuck there for a while. Yeah, I don't really. The only floors I know that are like always
still
bad in this
alive?
game are those floors in Nectar Meadow and Polyrath River that have locked doors on them, which you later get to unlock during missions with the LinkedIn orb. It's actually called the connection orb, but I'm calling it the LinkedIn orb because if you see it, it's like, okay, it's absolutely LinkedIn.
I gotta kill this as fast
there's
as
a
possible. Mightyena can steal looplets.
Yeah, that is. I am terrified of Mightyana's. One use of Thief, and not only do they steal your looplet, they also teleport away with it, which is all sorts of messed up. And then they will try to run away from you after doing so. If you see them after that, you know it's them because they'll have like a sweat drop icon above their head, and they'll be
I
actively
wanna check
playing.
that,
But it's
actually.
like
Right sleep. Getting
stay
really
away
greedy.
wands. That was worth. Hey, there's 2 wands in
That was
here.
terrible, and it was not worth it. Whatever.
Oh, really?
Let's get the
I
dungeon.
always think of stay aways as being good.
Yeah, very minimal guiding ones used, and I actually didn't lose that much time.
Not bad.
I mean, not losing that much time in PND is apparently 2 minutes and 20 seconds off my gold, but
That's just PMD.
that is
That's
a PMD split if I've ever seen one. Oh, not that bad.
Yeah,
I
the
only
funny
lost
thing
2
about-
minutes to the best I could have possibly done it.
Yeah, that's the thing with Pokemon Mystery
Like my
Dungeon
sum of best
speedrunning,
segments
it's
is a 455, and the world record is a 524. So that kind of shows you.
Yeah, well, want a speed game where your sum of best is just reflective of your total playtime?
Yeah. True.
Because yeah, all it takes is getting a random dungeon where you just find stairs like the whole way through, and then bam, gold you're never beating that will always be beating you by like 2 minutes instant. I think now we have a couple more give up days, and then we start to get into when the story gets considerably more intense.
The chapter's named "A Journey Begins" very appropriately.
And the game gets a lot harder.
Another chapter where nothing really happens. So, when's the last time we took a break? Tell you what, I would actually prefer to take a break now, and then we skip like the 5-minute break, if that's okay, Tech. Like now, I'm once again doing very little. Oh my god! Look at this. Reviver
What the
scenes.
heck is... Would you like revives?
Because right now it's just more giving up and watching cutscenes. But the cutscenes that we'd be skipping on that later break would be very, very cool to watch.
Yeah, I'm guessing it might be too early. It's okay. There's only a couple more, maybe one more day. Not too many.
Yeah, it's just the chapter is 7 minutes, and I'm only a minute into, so I'm like, it sounds like 6 minutes of nothing.
So I do love the proud portrait on the partner. You only get to see it like a couple times in the run, but that's like my favorite thing. It's the proud portraits on each partner.
Bringing the light on give. Ooh, that's a good idea. When is that? That's
Oh yeah, there's like 4 in a row. It's...
If you're ready for a break, we can
Actually, we'll do one on after chapter 11, at the start of chapter 12.
Okay.
Because somebody in chat pointed out that's a great time for it.
Yeah, that's like 4 in a row. I like the cutscene that happens here anyways at the end. This is one of the ones that actually like hits my emotions. Yeah, basically the lore update now is we checked out Revelation Mountain because Nuzleaf encouraged us to. We don't know why. It was being guarded by some other members of the town, but Nuzleaf tricks them into just walking away. But then we got further. It was very heavily guarded. So we're just like, okay, never mind. And then our partner starts to have thoughts about leaving the village. Because he just wants to go out on his own and explore more. And everyone tells him no, so... In fact, I think in this split, or this part, you just talk to everyone in town, and they're all like, no, don't leave the village, you're crazy, etc.
He's like, come on, we're gonna go ask the entire village, and the entire village is just gonna completely shut us down.
I do wonder, did we ever hyper-optimize the movement here?
I think the way I do is pretty good.
'Cause, yeah, there's like 7
I've literally
NPCs
spent,
that
like-
you have to
like-
talk to.
A couple hours, like, just trying to, like, theory craft, like, the best way to do this. This is the best thing I came up with.
Oh, you can get to Lombre from pretty far away, at least.
That's the best I can come up with.
Yeah,
There's no good time to go to
Just
Lombre.
do like a big loop. And then Chessman's all like, I want to leave anyways, after all of that.
So this whole, like, someone's watching me thing is, like, very, very poorly explained.
It's like very, very vague.
Yeah, it ends up being Esper that's watching us, just spying on us, seeing what we're doing. But, like, we're just paranoid as heck that it's, like, the Behemoths that was chasing us in the beginning.
Yeah, they like to make you think that something's going to be a lot more major than it is sometimes in this game. But then there's other moments where there is very important foreshadowing, but it's like you have no idea. Like way earlier on, there was just a random line of dialogue that was like, bad emotions, I feel them even here. It's just like out of nowhere, but you have no idea what that was about. Kecleon strikes again. I think this is our last give up day before we go to the mountains to die. I know everyone in the entire town told me not to leave, but I'm leaving anyways. Are you coming with me? And then it's just like, I guess so.
Yes.
Shockingly, if you say no, the game makes you say yes. I don't actually know if I've seen what happens if you try saying no there.
Me neither.
A lot of other situations, the game gets kind of goofy. I'm trying to remember. It's like if you say no to letting the partner walk behind you before Ancient Barrow, I think they like start crying or something. There was a funny one somewhere. I can't remember what it was.
Oh, crap. I was looking at my notes and I missed a big problem.
I'm just trying to I'm trying to remember the funniest instance where you can say no to something that you're forced to say yes to. I'm drawing a blank though. Here, the partner wants to see the tree one more time before you leave, and then
Okay, running down this tree is so awkward and bizarre. Like, it doesn't make very much sense to me in a 3D space thing.
it's kind of hard to tell how far you can go.
It just looks weird. Very.
It's like, wait, you were supposed to follow the road.
Was I?
Well,
your guess is as good as mine on how to get out of there fast.
yeah, as far as doing it optimally is concerned, I don't know. Yeah, here all the school children find you as you're trying to leave the village quietly. Didn't do a good job, evidently. You also find out that all the adults in the village are completely aware that this is going on, but they've just given up on stopping Chespin. So they just write a note instead, which Panchan hands over. Even the partner's father writes a note.
Okay. So
The Kecleons are like, oh yeah, we have a shop in Lively Town.
we are approaching the hardest chapter in the game.
Yeah, chapter 11 is brutal. Yeah, that cutscene really got my emotions the first time I played, probably because I know the pain of moving away from a hometown, so that part really got to me when I played. It's like the first very emotional cutscene, and then followed up with massive difficulty increase.
Yeah, so I was mentioning this little transition here. Because like in the cutscene version, you go from walking into the town square to just being here. It's so jarring.
It's like, what happened to town? Where'd everyone go? Yeah, this is the longest dungeon in the run at 13 floors and some of the largest layouts in the game. They are awful to traverse. So Helk is absolutely stocking up, like lots of healing items, lots of revives, almost certainly guiding wobbing each floor that's not a stair floor.
I'll be using up my
I don't remember.
my pure seeds and my luminous orbs first.
Yeah, luminous orbs are really nice because they will tell you where the stairs are, tell you where all the enemies are. They even reveal items in this game, so you can also look for emeralds and see if you can get a good emerald early on. Unfortunately, pure seeds are really, really rare in this game, so that's like possibly the only one we'll see all game.
I'm not getting one in quite yet because I think there's a big room over here to the left. I want to check it out first.
Is this dungeon kind of like Gates layouts, where it's like they're just comprised of various
Yeah, it was the
pieces
big room,
and you just
but
kind of
I
know?
don't see anything. But like this layout seems kind of small, so I'll probably explore it a little bit more.
Also, this dungeon features Drift Loons, which have Unburden, which is an absolutely busted ability in PMD.
I like where this is
To
going.
make it so.
Like I'm getting scammed.
This is what happens when you try to explore a floor
Yeah.
here.
Figured I'd give
Yeah,
you all a
Unburden.
taste of what dungeon can really do.
You're like halfway through this floor too. That's the worst
Oh,
part.
see, it was
okay, there we go.
time save for sure.
There we go.
Maybe. Oh, I don't think so.
Time save for next run. Next time on GDQ.
I hate all of this, actually.
Good petrify. Got a yellow. Oh, it's just power boost X. That's still good. Power boost X and Y. I don't know how potent it is, but supposedly if you equip both of those at the same time,
Gives you an accuracy
get an
boost.
accuracy
Oh, I got
boost.
big ears too. Holy moly.
Wow, those are good emeralds. Big ears PogChamp. That reveals the enemies. So now he could theoretically just try to avoid all encounters even without using Guiding Wands. It's still probably worth it to Guiding Wand though, because this dungeon is very long. Or Luminous Orb, that works too.
Okay, thank God I did that. I would have been going the wrong way.
Oh boy, that would have been a long floor. That probably would have been the last room you checked.
I wish there was a thing over there I could like pounce to. I don't even know if I have pounce wands. I don't.
Yeah, I think you still have 0. Oh yeah, you can do a funny thing with Pounce Wands here, where since if you pounce on a tile that you cannot stand on, if you pounce off the mountain, the game will warp you. It's not instant death, but the game will warp you. Two enemies next to each other right in the starting room. That's like the worst luck you can have in this game, is if you like keep spawning near multiple enemies and they're in awkward spots where you can't even get them with wands. It's like the worst case scenario. And yeah, the enemies in here are just...
Oh, thank God that didn't work.
Oh, that scared me.
What a terrible placement that was. Ooh, I'm gonna check that sparkling spot. It can be a gold bar. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Or it could be a protein, which would also be nice. Permanent attack buff. Calcium.
Ranberry,
Or it'll just be a 1 Ranberry, thanks. Okay. It's gotta be like the worst thing it can be. Yeah, there's a lot of really terrifying enemies here. The fighting types are like kind of tanky, but they're not that bad. But the flying types here are just awful. Like the Swablues can put you to sleep and then hit you with Fury Attack, which is a multi-hit. Multi-hit moves are still very potent in this game.
Once again, I just wanted to check the big room first. That's an awakening emerald. I don't know if that's any good for me.
That's very slow to use, but that is an interesting sight.
I'll use it just to
It's
show what
like
happens.
something to use just to show what it does.
Oh, it didn't happen. What?
And then you realize you didn't have your looplet equipped.
Do it not?
You don't have your
Oh.
special attack is unequipped.
I was like, yeah,
There we
I don't know
go.
why I didn't notice the lack of big ears.
And we did it. We became Mega Pikachu. It's just Pikachu, but now
I was gonna say my favorite thing to do with pounce wands in this dungeon is like some of these rooms have like giant rocks in the middle, like this. This is kind of like a rock formation. You can pounce and like jump to those. Like if you use the guiding one, you see the stairs is in a room with like a giant rock in the middle. You can like do that. And I'm out of belly. You can like pounce to that rock and like instantly get to the room. Because like, you know, there's no... Oh, I want that.
Oh, hello, Luminous Orb. Yeah, that's a really, really cool strat that can be done if the game actually coughs up pounce wands.
Okay.
It's just not being... Oh, this right here would probably be a good time to use one, but oh well, we get to see what the Awakening does. It blocks frontal attacks.
You're just a tank.
Yeah. That did 99 damage. I'm guessing it boosts your damage output too. I don't remember it doing that, but it wears off pretty fast is the drawback. And then also, the Awakening is what enables Mega Evolution, because this is a Gen 6 game. So if you put an Awakening on a Pokemon that can Mega Evolve, you will get to trigger that form for a brief period. But there is a special thing that happens, and it's kind of terrible, and it's after the timer runs out on the Mega Evolution, the Pokemon then goes berserk, and they start wandering in random directions and punching random things and doing massive damage, which they can do that to your allies too. So you have to either manually unequip the Awakening Emerald when they get close to that point, or you have to get away from them before they murder you. So, weird, but Mega Evolution is in the game. And we're already on 13F. That feels like it went by pretty fast. So, I guess this floor must be awful. Yeah, wow, I gotta say, this is really kind of a nice place for an Awakening. It prevented a lot of damage.
I am making a mistake. Look at all these steps I'm taking. I just can't get out.
At least you have really good Emeras.
Let me out.
Where's that meme image of like someone behind a cage screaming, or like someone behind a fence? That's Hulk trying to get out of sheer mountain range.
I don't know, man. This is so silly. I avoided going a certain way because of like Pokemon that were there, but like I just ended up getting punished for it. Like I can see them coming from the room, coming up to where I am. I'm like, okay, there's another. I see that other exit to the stairs room on the right. I'm like, okay, so this must loop up around over there, right? No, no, it does not.
Wrong. Yeah, playing while being able to see the enemy locations can save a lot of time, but it's very tricky. It's like, it really changes the way you want to look at the map and play. It's very hard to adapt to. Still, that felt like it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, it's fine.
Which is pretty good for what that dungeon is. So let's follow it up with another really hard dungeon. After your sheer mountain range, where the enemies suddenly get like so much tankier, you then are met with Gentle Slope Cave, which is anything but gentle.
This is called Gentle Slope Cage on my splits.
Because they trap you here forever.
Yeah, it's really small and there's tons of enemies in here.
Yeah, it is like a cage match. This dungeon does consistently have kind of small layouts, but yeah, it's really non-beneficial when there's enemies everywhere that just massacre you. I say as the Hulk massacres the enemy, but I mean they'll bully him.
They
too.
started it.
They started it.
It's justified. I don't know.
Well, I guess the whole premise of Mystery Dungeon is kind of that. Like all the enemies in here are going crazy. I guess we're fighting them. I don't even know why they go crazy in the dungeons in this game. They just are. They like tried to make a lore explanation for why the enemies are going crazy in the other games. It's like Rescue Team, there's natural disasters making the Pokemon go like evil, I guess. And then I guess in the sequel, the time distortion does it. After that, they just gave up. It's like, all right, there's just enemies everywhere.
No.
Oh, that's a really badly played sleep trap.
Yeah. Oh, my toughness.
Rip.
I got a toughness emerald.
Oh, nice. All planned.
Absolutely calculated, yeah. Dude, I'm running so low on ones. Oh my god.
Yeah, there've been very few
Oh,
drops.
Larvitar picked up a Luminous Orb and Skrull picked up a figure. So death to all Skrull and Larvitar. Public enemy number 1 right now.
You will surrender those items.
Nothing personal, kid.
You just picked up the side. Oh, of course, this floor is like really big. Just as we were talking about the layouts being small here. Yeah. They stole the loot. Oh, wait, maybe. Oh, goodness, it's using Sandstorm. Chespin, why you gotta use Sword Stance now? Just kill it.
Alright.
Okay.
Thank you.
Worth it. Worth every second. I think. Yeah, this dungeon is at least only 8 floors. It's a long 8 floors when you play it, trust me.
Oh, there's a sketch shop here, but I don't have any money, do I? I have a little bit.
120.
Why is there a kick shop here?
Anything for a little cash.
For real.
Yeah, nothing.
I didn't think he was this dedicated to the grind. Okay,
Well, I mean, I
for
guess he
sure
has
like one of
shops in
those
between.
channels that
Great.
like, you know, is like, oh, I got like 5 cars and I can show you how to make the easy money. Absolutely, that's Kekleon.
He has shops in Lively Town and shops in Serene Village, so I guess he's got shops in between too. It's like, this is the drive-through shop. Do you need any supplies?
I thought I had another Luminous Orb. Weird.
This item allocation is weird in general. Not like no wands, but you keep getting luminous orbs,
Yeah,
which are
it's so
really
whack.
rare. Super critical. The only thing super critical does is increase the critical hit rate of moves that are super effective. Not that impressive. I guess Chespin's Energy Bell could benefit a little from it here, but it's like, who cares?
Oh, this is not a small layout. Oh, this is very not a small layout. Kind of looked like it was gonna be one at first. Oh, good lord. The doggies are barking.
Kekleon is a crypto. Oh, goodness. He would. But there's another one. Oh, Energy Seed. That's like... It's
No,
just
it's
an
not another
Orion
one, it's
berry,
the
but that's a
same
rare
one.
item.
He saw it in like his wares and he like sped up past me and got to this floor and was like, how about this? Is this any good for you? I gotta go bar.
Glittery. Ooh, gold bar. Nice. It's either 5 revives or a vitamin. Or I guess you could save up gold bars to buy a TM, but I don't think there's any that are really that important.
This looks like a small layout.
I feel like one day it would be fun to have a run where we main a water type and actually get enough enough gold bars for Ice Beam, but it would still not really be as good as like Energy Ball, Flamethrower, anything else we get.
Let me out this last floor, please.
Let me out! Let me out!
Okay.
Crawling in starvation to the stairs, Pikachu makes it.
Oh my god.
Now, welcome to the second half of the game.
Yeah, so once chapter 12 starts, that's a good time for a break, I think.
Which we just finished chapter 11, so we're pretty close. Or, well, like, we're at the end of chapter 11. Now we're in Lively Town. Something cute this game does is as you progress further in the story, there's like more different wallpapers you can see on the file select screen. I really like the one for Lively Town. It's like the happiest Cyndaquil and Pikachu you've ever seen, and they're wearing the Harmony scarves. But when you actually show up here, everyone's just like, "Who are you? Get out of the way! Leave me alone!" And these two are just like, "Wow, what?"
music's also super good here.
Yeah. I love all the town themes this game has. This game has like 6 towns. In any percent, we only need to visit 3 of them, but there's like 6 different towns that you can depart from and shop at.
Chapter 12 end? No, I'm about to fight Jirachi right now.
That's it. The first thing that happens to us in Lively Town is getting trampled. Sounds great. This Croc Rock was about to rob us, but after getting trampled twice, he's just like, you know what? Life sucks. I'm out of here. I give up. And then we can go get taunted by Kecleon some more if we want to. Never mind, we give up on Kecleon. We're depositing our items again, which, if you're... Well, that should indicate that we're doing give-up strats later, and that is correct. But there's another reason we do that, too.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good to me. After I lose to Jirachi, well, that's literally, like, I think that's the final answer about when I want to take this break.
Final answer.
Final answer, Regis.
Cue Who Wants to Be a Millionaire music. And here we see Google Maps. Not backed up on any server of any kind.
Why give them names when you could just call them real life things? Forget the connection orb. Forget the whatever this globe is called. The Nexus.
Yeah.
Just linked it in Google Maps.
Oh, they just destroyed the Google Maps server. Time to start our cartography all over again.
The GeoGuessr competitive people are just mauling right now. I've had an idea to like do GeoGuessr in some of the games I run. Like I think that'd be a cool thing to set up because like I did recently a 100% speedrun of Pokemon Legends Arceus, and it took like over 450 hours of real time to do. So I know that game in every area in it front to back. You can show me like a very like cropped screenshot of an area. I'll probably be able to tell you where it is. So I thought it'd be like a fun game for like me and some of the other top players of Arceus to do like a GeoGuessr game of it.
I've never even heard of that, but I'm guessing that's what it is. You get like really little screenshots of specific spots.
Oh, you never heard of GeoGuessr?
No, I haven't.
Oh, it's like a game. It's a website actually where like it just drops you somewhere randomly in the world on Google Maps. You have to figure out where you are.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
You've probably seen it, but you probably didn't know what it was called.
Yep. Also, it is here where Ampharos reveals that he does not work here, but instead that he manages. And that we're at the Expedition Society. They were starving after chasing each other around, so then we go get them food, and then they introduce ourselves with these beautiful cards. Imagine if your business card was just like a gorgeous artwork of you instead of just being a picture and like an address. That's like apparently how these guys work or something. Whatever Ampharos does, he does it.
Yeah, I saw that website, and I was kind of disappointed they didn't allow you to like upload your own stuff. Like it's only like games that they program. That was like my initial idea of where to do it.
And all the guild members in this game like to mess with Ampharos and say that they quit after he's like, I must make these Pokemon work! And they just leave all that food that was donated here. I just think it's hilarious that like that much food appears because apparently the Pikachu and Chespin just wander around town looking like desperate kids. They just bring in that much, like this gigantic feast. And then conveniently they have a spare bedroom for us and we just live here. Imagine finding shelter that fast. And not having to pay rent.
That was really convenient. Sure. Okay. Chapter 12.
Life at the Expedition Society, and now we get to meet the last member that we haven't been introduced yet.
Yes. Yeah, after this fight, we'll take a break. But basically, the whole thing with Jirachi is, those of you that are familiar with Pokemon, they're like, why is our legendary working at this this place? Isn't he a little bit too big for this this establishment? The answer is kinda. He's like asleep up there, and he's like, sometimes I toss and turn in my sleep. And then it just starts with the battle music.
And it's like some of the coolest battle music in the game, too. You rarely ever hear it.
Like a remix of the PMD2 battle theme, I think.
Yeah, well, they're all remixes of the same battle theme, but this is like a hard rock version. But we deposited all of our items, so you may already know what that means. You don't actually, like, die if you lose this fight. You just... The game just resumes.
I didn't need to technically deposit all of my items. I just needed to deposit the Reviver Seeds, but it was faster to just deposit everything. There's a hotkey for it.
Yeah, and we're gonna be doing give up days after this anyways, so it's like it works out.
Now we're still alive.
Goodness, Jirachi, just finish us off already. You're not supposed to win this fight.
Oh my god, just end it, please.
They won't stop it, Dory.
Am I gonna win? Okay, we're good.
Okay.
That's right. I just wanted you guys to hear the music a little bit more. Alright, so now, like I said,
yeah,
now's a good time
planned.
to take our break.
Okay. Just repeating it like I said earlier, during these long runs, we like to take breaks every once in a while. Just get up, stretch, get some water, stuff like that. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Like Quick Hotfix. This is the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Gates to Infinity Anniversary Special. We are in the middle of a Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon run. It's underway. I'll hand it right back over.
Yeah, so we just got robbed. That was Crocodile. He's the baddest person in Lively Town. We were allegedly, harassing the Crocorock, I think it's called.
Crocorock,
yeah,
who just happened to get
and he told on
while
us
we were while he was trying to rob us.
So we're already on Crocodile's bad side. We just got here. We've already made enemies. Not a good sign. But now we've been kind of going around the town for a few days, and we haven't seen Arkin. So we're asking Arkin right now what he does every day, and he's like, "Oh no, I work across the sea." So that's what the next chapter is called, Across the Sea. We're gonna learn what Arkin does every day.
He rides Lapras because he can't actually fly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the only other thing that was done off screen was Chespin got to drink a protein for a permanent attack boost. That's how it works in PMD. They just permanently boost stats. No effort values or individual values like in main series. It's just straight up, you drink a protein, that's +2 attack points forever. So it's really simple, and you can theoretically get yourself to like a max of 250 attack very early if you really want to. Yeah, now we're finally getting ready for another dungeon. Another thing is Pikachu has been taught Tail Whip over Grass Knot, which is going to be useful for some boss strats.
And just general gaming strats. Like eventually our alliance is going to be Tail Whip Gyro Ball.
That's kind of hilarious that that's the most effective damaging move. Wouldn't have expected it to be so potent. Well, I guess if you use that with like a partner that also is using a physical move alongside, then yeah, it gets out of hand.
I need to withdraw my money. I'll do it in Baram Town.
Yep. It's Larpus! So it's here where Arkin's like, hey, I want to take these guys across the sea too, and then Lapras is like, well, you need a ticket. And then he tells you to go buy a ticket from Kecleon, and Arkin's like, oh, alright, I guess I'll cover it. Great.
Yeah, let's just ignore the fact that we have some money. I don't know if we can afford How much is okay? There's actually a very interesting strat we used to do that we don't talk about much anymore, even though it's not really faster anymore.
Yeah, we can talk about it now that it's not really faster. But yeah, we used to have a shadow band strat where you can now buy passes to other continents at this point. There's one that costs 3,000 Poke, and it takes you to the Sand Continent. Oh hey, it's my favorite legendaries. And if you go to the Sand Continent, there's a shop there that has mainly looplets and TMs. You could get a warp looplet from that, which just warps you around between random rooms. And the animation for that was really fast. So you could just cheese the entire game by just randomly warping all over the place, trying to run away from encounters, letting your partners die, and just eventually finding the stairs in every room. It basically turned the whole game, like all the strategy and everything, into just rolling dice and hoping you got to stairs. So it was really awful. And the worst part though was that if you tried going to that shop, you weren't guaranteed to actually get the looplet there. Like you would only get a couple days where you could check for it, and then if it didn't spawn, your run was just basically dead. So it was so trash that we all decided we didn't want to do that in the game. It was so bad it became a shadow ban strat, but now it's like the split up strats are so effective that it's not even really worth it to do that anyways.
It might save like a marginal amount of time, but nobody in their right mind is gonna grind for it.
No one wants to do it. It's awful getting this far in the game and then potentially just resetting to something entirely out of your control.
Yeah, we're almost 3 hours
feeling.
in. So yeah, that'd be.
It's an awful feeling not getting the looplet. It's like that. At first, the strat seemed kind of cool, and then when we realized how painful that reset was, it was like, okay, this is actually terrible for the game. Yeah, here's one of the other towns you get to visit, Brandtown. Not where Arkin wanted us to go, but he just dug out enough money to buy the cheapest passes available. So we got dumped here by Lapras. Kekleon still doesn't sell anything, nothing new.
So this is actually going to be the only time we're able to equip a looplet to Arkin. Because he doesn't have acrobatics yet.
Yeah, later on he gets acrobatics, which does massive damage, provided he's not equipped with anything. Here he just has stab wing attack, so he actually can take, like, well, an attack looplet if we had one.
Yeah, I don't even have an attack looplet for my chest bin.
Yeah. It's starting here that we start to see more and more Pokemon getting turned to stone. This time, unfortunately,
Like
being my favorite
projectiles.
legendaries. You just see them crashing
Make
down.
a wish, honey. A shooting star.
Aw.
During the daytime.
Yeah, everyone in town is like, what happened? Oh, hey, there's an Expedition Society member here. That's convenient. Go, Arkin! And then Arkin's like, oh, I have to take these guys. And then, indeed, we are kind of dead weight to him because he's, like, way better than us.
Yeah, I'm going to send him off on his own. Back that talk up, why don't you?
With a really cool dungeon theme. This dungeon tends to spawn a lot of wands, but the enemies here can be really obnoxious too. So, double-edged sword of a dungeon. We set Arcanon's off with just stab wing attack, and then also roost, so he can actually remotely heal himself if he's in danger. So that's pretty convenient. Though it can be slow, but at least it's like, you don't have to go to the menu all the time.
He's gonna probably fall asleep next turn, I think.
Yep, there he goes.
That's actually really good.
Oh, Power Boost X. Always nice to see a yellow Emera very early in a dungeon. Hey, another thing about constantly having to do give up strats is you end up unequipping your own looplets all the time, so you have to manually remember to re-equip them. It kind of reminds me of Explorers of Time and Darkness, because that was a weird thing with those games too, where between dungeons, it automatically unequipped your equipment, so you had to put it on every single dungeon in that game. Just Time Darkness specifically, they fixed that in Sky, so many might not remember what the heck I'm talking about. But this speedrun kind of feels like that too. Still picking up junk wands. Confuse wand won't really do much for us, sadly. Unless we get horribly desperate. But it's preferable that we do not get horribly desperate. Okay, Warp Wand, that's actually pretty nice. Yeah, they added a little bit of a creative effect to Sweet Scent, and that it makes you get hungry in this game. Not really that significant, I just think it's a neat touch. Once again, Thunderbolt being handy for hitting through confusion. Splitting up with Arkin works out really well here, because it's like you still get to use alliances with your main and your partner, which makes the combat with them usually not too bad, and then Arkin can take care of things really fast off screen too. So it's like, it's kind of a win-win. Actually going on your own in this game is very hard. It gets to a point where you just don't have the brute force you need for the enemies most of the time. Unless maybe you're doing 100%. By that point you might have already taken a bunch of calciums for special attack. Oh my goodness, this aromatiques are really being problematic.
I hate it here.
Okay. Everything's being problematic. Yeah, this is the thing
Make sure
with
you're
this
taking
dungeon.
care of Arkin, please.
You'll be fine, Pikachu! I gotta heal 20 HP though. Alright, there we go. It's one of the Wiggly Woos taken care of. Oh, okay.
Ooh, more pounce ones?
Okay.
Okay.
At least you got a good wand, finally. Like, besides Warp Wands. This dungeon has to give you something good if it's gonna torment you.
That's how it works. You have to. You can't just constantly give me nothing. Like, you have to keep my hopes up to destroy them.
Exactly, that's what PMD is excellent at doing. You'll have like little bits and pieces of runs that will give you little sparks of hope, and then the game will trash you some more. And I guess Roost is like less than half health restored when used in this game. In Sky it was like a fixed 40 health that it healed. Here it's just like a really low fraction. Ooh, sparkles. Oh, it's another Oran berry. I mean, at least it, like, sure, we'll give Arkin more health.
This is the most normal mystical forest I've ever seen.
Yeah, this is another dungeon Helk hates, and yeah, over time I've come to understand why it does get awful.
Everything puts you to sleep. Everything stops you. Arkin, like, he's really frail. Like, he's good, but he's really frail.
Yeah.
Which I was hoping the Oranberry strap would help with. I guess it does help, but I guess if I'm going to use the Oranberries, I need to turn off Roost. Because, like,
I do think Roost heals more the more health he has, but still, yeah, it's like healing maybe 40% or so. It's not great.
What are you doing? Huh? Oh, he was confused. Okay.
Oh yeah, I haven't talked about that yet. The partner AI, like, by default, loves picking up items in this game. Ooh, gold. Gold. If you leave the partner AI on Let's Go Together, they actually, like, first they target enemies that are in the same room as you, which they try to do so somewhat smartly. Like, if they have a ranged attack, they will try to line that up from a distance. But then otherwise, if there's items in the room and your bag isn't full, they'll like go out of their way to check the items, which can be a little nice. Yo, nice A attacks, Arkin.
He has a wing attack disabled.
Oh, ew.
I'm gonna get around here. I don't want to stay here too long.
And of course, they were right in front of me. At least you knew where to go. Stacks for one floor. Yeah, they only grab items if the bag is full. But yeah, if the bag has empty space, the partner like goes really out of their way for items. I think if you set them to follow me, they don't do that though. Then they like actually focus on following you. Maybe a little too hard at times because sometimes they don't fight when they would be better off fighting. Yeah, it's kind of jank.
I see that.
Anyways, we're out of there.
And I actually will be right back because this is like a 2-minute cutscene.
It's during this cutscene that we tragically discovered that Latios and Latias were petrified, my favorite legendaries. And yeah, going forward, like, we had a couple of really hard dungeons, and the game still is pretty brutal in general, but we at least will often have Expedition Society members with us to help us, like how we had Arkin here, so that's nice. Kind of, it enables us to do split-ups and still be able to use alliances for the on-screen fights at the same time, so that we're not just getting absolutely destroyed. I like how Latios and Latias are different sizes, but they just gave them both like the exact same room for their statues. So the explosion is just way too big. And then Entei's just kind of here, who apparently can just teleport. And then we almost fight him. And then Arkin shows up and he's like, no, please, no. We totally won't be fighting him next dungeon or anything. It's not like he's a... We totally can handle him. I guess the lore of the beast is supposed to be that they can just, like, run really fast. But, yeah, they just outright teleport here. And we ride Lapras back. Except they don't show that. They just show us eating again. They like to have the munch gobble slurp whatever cutscene.
And then you can skip it in PMD too.
Yeah, sometimes, only sometimes.
It's the most bizarre
in that
thing.
game. Yeah, we've had some things in this series get discovered and told to us by just random casual players coming into our server and being like, "Did you guys know that this is a thing? Why doesn't anyone do this?" One of those things is skipping the dinner cutscene in Explorers of Sky, which you can do by holding start. No one thought to hold start. You hold B during the cutscenes, and it's only in certain dinner cutscenes too. It's like the most random thing that we never would have thought of that saves like a minute in the run. And we also were told by random casual people that you can do give up strats in the Carnivine fight in Sky as well. It's just some of our optimizations were literally just we had no idea that Chunsoft implemented that as a mechanic.
It's just it's crazy like how much like how many unintuitive things just get figured out and brought to us by people that have nothing to do with speedrunning. We have dozens of nerds that spend a lot of time combing through this stuff and like researching everything they can about these games, but like there's still, you know, as you can see, obviously there's still much to learn.
Yeah, it's honestly really like when you do level reset dungeons in these games, you learn that there's like a bunch of weird interactions that they thought of, like the developers thought of too. It's like really surprising how deep the gameplay can actually go for how simple it appears to be. Wish you could perform dinner skip now. Alas. Not too many give up days left. One more protein per Chespin. That's going to be nice. A little more damage later. That's why Chespin was given his own team slot for post game, or not post game, but post Serene Village, so that we can shop for vitamins. And it's here that everyone's like, "Hey, everyone, we're going on a trip tomorrow."
Oh, this is like everyone in chat's favorite song. The song of this dungeon.
The dungeon theme.
Like every time I think it's an okay song, but like every time I get here, like my chat is just flooded with dance emotes. Like, and I just like I appreciate the enthusiasm, but like I don't know.
Oh, you feel the same way about like partner theme. It's like it just does not hit you.
I think the
everyone
partner
else
theme
like loves it.
Like again, it's like it's a pretty okay theme, but like I don't know. I didn't like the partner in this game for a while.
My thing with Fire Island Volcano is when I first heard it, I actually like really did not like the instruments it was using because I was like, ew, it sounds like a violin. But then after listening to it enough, I was like, you know, this is actually pretty creative that they used this instrument for this, or it's actually like a didgeridoo, I think. It's like that was I was just impressed that they decided to do what they did with that instrument.
Yeah, I just don't like the way it
actually
starts
take-
because it sounds like, I don't know. Just I don't like the sound of like the what's the word? The banjo or whatever they
Didgeridoo?
use at the beginning.
Oh, that, yeah, I have no
This
idea.
is-
I don't know instruments well enough.
I don't know what it
I just know
what it
that
is.
their choice of instruments for that song is like really, I think it's really creative.
Mm-hmm.
How they like actually made a very hyper upbeat, fast paced kind of song with like musical instruments you'd think would be used for like, I don't know, church services or something. I don't know. Like anywhere where a violin might be used.
All right, we should go get ready. All right, we're good.
Okay, did we're ready? Yep.
If they
Are you
make
sure
this a
you
really
leave
big
nothing
deal
on you?
of like making sure you're fully prepared for the trip, you better make sure you're stocked up. There is a deposit box on this island. Like, there's no
Hey, they
point.
didn't know there'd be a deposit box on that remote island. I don't know why they wouldn't know that, because it's magically near all sorts of dungeons, but hey. I guess every PND game does that at some point. It's like, oh yeah, you're not going to be able to go back to town here. You better make sure you're ready. And then it's like, oh, there's Kangaskhan rocks here. I love this part too, where everyone stares down Lapras. Like, yeah, you're carrying us all right.
Labra's like, no.
Okay.
Oh, no.
All right, fine. It's gonna suck. Here we are, Fire Island Volcano. The partner thinks this is gonna be a fun trip, and he's just like, "Wait, this looks horrible. What are we doing here?" And you find out it's actually like a dungeon. Thankfully, we get the water type partner on our team for this one, and it helps a lot.
Yeah, Weasel's cracked.
Yeah, 2 ranged attacks that are stab and very effective against almost everything in here. Very helpful. Weird how they're like self-aware Pokemon types too. They like discuss it
I love that
here.
everybody in chat is like trying to use the Larpus emote in vain, even though it's not here.
If only.
I love the enthusiasm.
Here it is. Since this is a fan favorite song, I'll shut up for a good chunk of this dungeon. Yeah, Weasel just has water gun and wow, that's a lot of emotes. Water gun Aqua Jet. Darumaka is actually kind of a scary encounter because you need to get some blast seeds through this dungeon for a boss strat, but Darumaka can incinerate them. So that's like that and one other Pokemon you really don't want to see. It's this guy, Pansy. I wonder if the Slow Orb is actually worth having for Dark Matter. It is possible to have decoy seeds by this point, but it would kind of have to be from like a dungeon shop. I think it's your best shot at getting them. But If you have a decoy seed, that will automatically become the target of an incinerate, which is pretty nice. Give you a little bit more leeway. Usually what I do is I'll just have extra blast seeds so that if I do get hit by incinerate, at least I have backups, because you only need 2. But yeah, as you can see, Weasel takes care of business in this place pretty effectively.
Please let one of these be wand expert.
2 yellow emeralds, come on. Super crit. Oh, it's actually pretty good on Weasel here, I guess. But an attack boost on Chespin works too. Oh, geez, high rollout. Hello. 2 rollouts, and they're both super crit. Wow, that's lame. The 2 most disappointing yellow emeralds. Or well, two copies of the most disappointing one. And yeah, someone's mentioning the legendary looplets. Yeah, there's a set of legendary looplets in post game that basically share the names of previous series. Hi, Caesar. The heck are you doing in a Fire Island, Caesar? Are you okay? Are you insane? That's your 4x weakness, dude.
It's the rare, elusive Flash Fire Scizor in randomizers. A legend.
But yeah, in post game you can get a Time, Darkness, and Sky looplet. You can get it's like a red and blue looplet, and then there's also referencing the WiiWare titles, which weren't even localized.
Yeah, it's how I think it's how the translations got their names is from that.
Yeah, I don't even remember what they were called. Probably Tempest. What else? One of them was Tempest. I named teams after this in an event, and I can't remember it anymore. One of them needs to be content looplet. That's because one of the teams was just team content. That was Alex's team.
It's my team. Out of my boys.
Guessing one of them was Blaze. Maybe one of them was a light looplet. I can't remember anymore. But yeah, there's 3 looplets named after those. Oh, Tempest, Radiance, Wildfire. Yep, that's correct.
Team content was so good, we ended up having somebody jump ship. From one of the other teams to join team content. That's the fun side of the island.
Everyone wanted to join team content, yeah. Or the winner wanted to join the Radiance team. Yeah, they didn't name it looplet after Gates. And most of the looplets they had effects.
Oh my god, I got a protein from a spot.
Nice. That works. That just saves us the time of having to go to the shop.
And I got a gold bar, so I'll get that later.
Gold. Attack
Cover
looplet?
looplets.
Cover.
I'm sure that's on it.
Alright, and we are on... Wait, is
Go
this
for
10
broke?
or 9 floors? I don't remember anymore. I think it's 10. Go for broke?
Yeah. Oh, I'm putting that on
What the
Chespin
heck?
for sure.
What are the chances? I was talking about that one earlier. Why couldn't it have been stair sensor?
There is no shot I'm not putting that on Chespin right now. That's good. Oh, wait, I'm so done. That is going to do insane damage on these boss fights.
That's really interesting. So go for broke. Boosts all your stats, just disables revives. I don't know how potent the boost is, but I guess we'll see. That's really funny.
We will. Oh my gosh!
What the heck? Okay, yeah, that is a massive boost. Oh my goodness. All right, so that Emera just went way up on my tier list of Emeras. Oh my goodness. That is a huge boost.
That's absurd.
201 damage? That's like how much you do to things at the end of post game.
I have no word. Hey, he's about to use Sword Stance. Let's go together.
Yeah, he's still
I
his
have an
speed
idea.
stat's still probably lower than the enemies.
Find Weasel and Recurves.
Oh yeah, this strat makes heavy use of Petrify Orb because it actually works on all 4 of these Magmars, so you just have to fight Magmortar, which is really helpful because this fight is a mess otherwise.
I didn't use Sword Stance again. Did we all just miss? Oh my god.
Yeah, everyone missed. We're doing great here. There we go, 134, and boss is down.
Chessman got burned. That doesn't seem to bother him though.
Yeah, it's like lowering his damage multiplier, but yeah, he's the champ.
He really does not care that he got burned. Holy.
Yeah, this is like the one dungeon where a burn guard is actually really nice.
Not really slowing my fight down. And now it is because I missed.
Yeah, now if only Pikachu could hit. There we go.
Dude, that's absurd.
Yeah, wow. Today I learned go for broke is really potent. Wow. I mean, it disables revives, so it better be, but holy crud.
I can't wait to see what he does on Insane. I mean, the boss battle that I don't know is coming right now.
I think, does it not equip your Emeras here? I have no idea. If it doesn't, that's kind of funny. You could probably just win.
Yeah.
Oh hey, it's Entei again. Now we've come to his lair. And he's all like, did I not tell you that I would kill you if I saw you again? And then Weasel just walks right up and wants to fight immediately. I don't know what the plan here was.
Yeah, I also equipped Type Bulldozer, which should do more damage when using a Steel type on a Fire type.
I think it's like the exact same boost as an Alliance, so it might not really do anything extra in Alliances, but I don't know. Regardless, we saw pretty good numbers there.
Yeah, that was burned. Burned Chessman was doing 116. It was terrible.
You're like not supposed to see triple digit damage ever in the main story, so that's ridiculous. Oh yeah, we have like 10,000 IQ strats for these fights too. That got messed up, I think. Actually, I don't even know anymore. Yeah, you want your partner behind you so that if you get roared, you are still adjacent, and then you can win the fight by doing this. Just blast seed him twice, and then
I might have been faster to stick Chessman on him. I don't know.
That could work too. Yeah, in that case, yeah, getting roared away would have been like, oh no, oh, he died. And then, just when we are at our time of need the most, suddenly we digivolve.
Digivolve? This is literally digivolving. I just realized. You're right.
Yeah, that's what my chat says every time I get here. Oh my goodness, it's a Raichu. You never see Raichus, only Pikachus.
And Raichu and the mistake.
The mistake? Holy. Wow, that's rough. You really don't like Chestnut.
Mistake it is.
I just like to call it Bowser. It kind of reminds me of Bowser. Giant turtle shell with spikes on the back. Surprise plot armor! I am a slightly bigger rat and I have Bowser now. Once again, now we move so that if we get roared, we have a rock behind us.
I gotta know what this does.
I think your emeralds are gone now. What the heck? Okay, maybe they're not.
Yeah, he's still holding it.
Oh yeah, they're not. Okay. Oh wow. What in the? What? What the? What? What?
Easy.
That had to have been a gold split. That had to have been.
No, honestly, after the tail up, that's pretty normal damage, I think.
Oh. I've just never seen the fight done with those strats, I guess. I still am blown away, because, like, that's literally post-game damage. Also, apparently Mawala can just deflect fireballs from Entei.
Yes, he went for broke. Yeah, he sure did.
He sure did.
That is a way to describe what has happened.
Entei's like, I'm out of here.
They went for broke on me. I gotta recover from that. They don't sell a prescription that solves what just happened to Entei. He's gonna be out of commission for quite a while.
He got Bowsered.
Today is the Gates to Infinity anniversary, but we're doing Super Mystery Dungeon because we did the Gates to Infinity run earlier.
Yep, this is a follow-up. Good to do both 3DS games. And yeah, the Emeralds were the reason that the damage was so crazy there. Go for Broke is a highly unusual Emerald to pick up during the story, so that was kind of a cool, unusual thing to see. Evidently, its damage boost is really heavy. And then we discover that the tree is slowly getting more and more corrupt after what just happened.
Oh wait, Cobral heard me call Chestnut a mistake. I take it back, Cobral. I'm sorry.
Going back to the lore that this game has with partner selection, yeah, there was an ongoing like war over who was better, Chespin or Tepig. It slowly shifted in favor of Chespin, but like Hulk was on the forefront of Tepig main strats for a while, and just absolutely crapping all over Chespin, like every conceivable opportunity. I'm shocked he's using Chespin now.
It's eventually gotta. If you can't beat him, join him.
Well, I guess after what we just saw. Yeah, Tepig also can use Gyro Ball, so Tepig has like very similar capabilities, and he can use Flamethrower instead of Energy Ball. So he just doesn't have Rollout. He has Heavy Slam for the final boss.
100%. Cheese, how long is Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon? 100%.
2 days. Like a 30-hour run. I guess now it could be optimized to less with the very recently written route by right. Yeah, I'm kind of sad. There was the route I made happened to have like 4 Pokemon I really like. The new route has like 2 Paplatodes or something. But yeah, there's a new route that's been written that like completely obliterates bosses.
Yeah, Cheese was the one that ran it for really, really long-a-thon.
Yep. Yeah, some that have watched really, really long-a-thon may recognize me. I did that like a few years ago. It's the first run I did on a marathon, and it was a 2-day category. Yeah, this game has every Pokemon from Gens 1 through 6. You have to get every species. It's like a living dex. But it gives you multiple at a time often when you complete missions, so it's not too bad.
They have Cheese's name spelled wrong on the layout, I just realized.
Oh.
I don't know how long it's been like that.
Probably all day. I never looked. Sarge! It matches what you see in Discord.
I copy pasted. What?
Did I typo it on
Probably
my form?
auto correct or something. Or
Did I not typo it? I don't know.
I just happened to look at the
I know my
GDQ
name
stream
is
and noticed that.
my name is like really hard to spell. But yeah, who would actually run that? That would be me.
I was just breaking everybody's brains. That realization. I was like, oh, huh. That's odd.
I really, usually when I do these, I like have the stream up the whole time too, and I would have called that out immediately. But of course, this time I didn't.
Yeah. Because like the GDQ stream's pretty delayed. I'm sure that's on purpose by design, but
Yeah, I think that helps with I don't really know how to explain it, but
moderation.
gives a buffer. But yeah, I made a route for 100% for this game that just kind of it barrels through everything with like a Charizard, a Swampert, a Flygon, and Lantern, my favorite Pokemon. All of them are really good in this game because they all get access to room-wide attacks. You can give them all really high special attack stats to capitalize on that, so they just one-shot everything they get near in every room, and then Charizard could cheese the bosses by using Tailwind for speed boosts that would let you get multiple turns against enemies. So, but now it's like even more extreme. Now you can, there's an ability called Swift Swim, which is a speed boost in rain. What that does in PMD is let you double strike in rain, which is absolutely broken. So now the new route uses that.
Yeah, somebody was asking in chat like if they want to do a playthrough of this, but they don't want to do a speedrun. They just want to play the game like with a good pair. Like, what's the recommended besides this? A lot of the Pokemon in this game are really good.
Honestly, I would recommend choosing your favorite design-wise, or even just take what you get from the quiz, because they are all perfectly serviceable in this game.
Yeah, because like this isn't really a game where there's objectively bad Pokemon like Eevee and every other game.
Yeah, they're all actually good. Like you get all 18 starters from Gens 1 through 6. All of them are fine. Pikachu and Riolu, which Pikachu and Riolu are probably the most unique in that Pikachu has very little in terms of range, and ranged attacks are very good, but to compensate, his special attack is one of the highest. So at least when he gets things up close, he is a good damage dealer.
Yeah, and personally for my casual playthrough, I think I did Froakie Pikachu.
Yeah, Froakie is like a really good sniper. Gets Bubble and Water Pulse, I think.
I just took what I got from the quiz. That's what I'd actually recommend. I'd recommend you actually taking the quiz. Like if you don't have a favorite design-wise and you just want to completely random pair, let the game pick for you.
Yeah, they're all pretty good. If you want what's like especially good for a casual playthrough, they were definitely a little biased towards Charmander. They made him like really good casually. You get Dragon Rage, which is a fixed 30 damage. The same as the Blast Wands we saw in the beginning of this run, except with less accuracy.
Oh, that just unearthed a big memory. I remember I tried to route this category with Charmander partner. Oh my god, that was a moment in time.
That's right, he was viable for a bit too.
I had an insane run with Charmander. Holy moly.
That's right. Yeah, he's really good. He gets Flame Burst, which is a 4-tile attack right away, and it also has an area of effect explosion that does 10 damage to all things nearby. So that's like a fine move for literally the entire game. You can carry that into post-game and it'll still be fine. So they were a little biased towards Charmander. They also made sure the scarf looked perfect on him. Like he looks really cute with the scarf.
I think Turtwig used to be meta for no Wondermill, right?
At one point a while ago, yeah. I think Cobral was doing Charmander Chespin or something. Then I started using Tepig, who gets Flamethrower and has Heavy Slam for Dark Matter. But yeah, whatever you take in this game, it actually is like totally fine. I have a bit of a funny story where when I first bought this game, I looked at the box art and I saw like all the other starters and then this just big mega Charizard, and I was like, oh, that Pokemon's so overrated. I'm so done with it. I'm totally not going to take Charizard. And then the quiz gave me Charmander, and I was like, I can't say no.
The answer to your question, user in chat, that's asking like how we got through this so well. The objective answer is Wondermill. But generally, just knowing your tools and making the most of them, like I would say for a casual playthrough, don't throw away confused wands because you will find a use for a confused wand at some point. It's just in the pursuit of speed, we need to actually
we go for wands that have more immediate effects on getting
This
rid
is
of
on the new
enemies
Nintendo
or like
2DS.
limiting combat. But yeah, if you're playing casually, the ability to just confuse whatever you're fighting is really helpful most of the time. So yeah, in general, when you're playing through this game casually, if you learn to just use the items it gives you, you'll have a far easier time. Like, you got to play this game with the mindset of just use what you have. Don't try to hoard items. You will regret it. You'll eventually get to a dungeon where no matter how many revives you have, if you don't use the other items you have, you'll still get wiped out. So you cannot hoard items in this game. Just use what you get.
Yeah, level barely matters. That's a weird sentence to hear.
Yeah,
being
it's
an
true, though.
RCS
Level
speedrunner,
does not-
where level is the only thing that matters in a sense.
Yeah, quite a different change. But yeah, level doesn't do much in this game. It's pretty much just the higher your level is, the easier it is to take extra recruits with you in like side dungeons. Because the game has a mechanic where every day when you go to like do filler dungeons, all your allies have a chance to not be available for a given day. Like they have other stuff they want to do, so you have to take other Pokemon. But the higher of a level your leader is, the more likely everyone else is to be available. So that's like literally the most helpful thing it does. The stat gains you get from levels are minuscule, especially after you pass level 30.
All right, this
So
dungeon's
it's-
a massive run killer, so I'm probably gonna focus.
Oh goodness, yeah, this dungeon's very deadly. The main issue in this dungeon is Vibravas. They are ridiculously powerful if they spawn. They have earth power, which hits everything in the room. So you can just kind of get sniped. Also by Bunnelby. What you saw happen to Bunnelby, that is more or less what a Vibrava does to your entire team if it spots you. It's very dangerous. Yeah, the type system in this game is like much less significant than it is in other Pokemon games. Like even if you're at a massive type advantage, it might only make a slight difference in this game. The multipliers are just not that significant. Although immunities are still immunities, so those can be really helpful. Too bad none of the starters have immunities to anything. But if you have like a ghost or something, it is actually immune to normal and fighting. And yes, if the Vibravas kill you, you get to see an enemy evolve, and then they become a Flygon, and they start spamming Earthquake. It's pretty much equally deadly, but yeah, that's fun. That's another mechanic, which I think is adopted from Sheer and the Wanderer, where like if an enemy kills something, they evolve and level up and become stronger. They adopted that into this game.
This is actually where I'm gonna start using the Tail Whip Gyro Ball team combo. I just remembered after I saw that didn't kill.
I'm fascinated by that being like the best way to deal damage. Let's see.
Oh, good lord. I did nothing.
Well, I guess it doesn't work too well against Probopass.
No.
Okay, bye. Noticed that warped Chespin away too, but luckily the stairs were like right there, so it did not matter. And yeah, you may have noticed, but Mawile is yeah, she's pretty strong. She doesn't really have too many issues most of the time. Wow, Static just saved our life. That was neat. So as far as what looplets to use, well, you don't really get really cool looplets until you start getting into like the legendary treasures in post-game. That's when you get the looplets that have similar effects to like probably some of your favorite items from older PMDs like X-Ray Specs, Mobile Scarf. Actually, I don't even think that's a thing in this game. So it's like, it's kind of just whatever works. Like, if you want more Emerald slots, the Weather Looplet is great. Otherwise, a stat booster is pretty much fine for a while. There's also looplets that give you status immunities. Those can be helpful. Like, confusion immunity is like genuinely really good, even in a speedrun context. Once we get to some of the upcoming dungeons,
I really should take these. I feel like they're good pounce ones when I don't have pounce ones.
Yeah, it's like a neat alt strat you don't see every day. I love seeing Mawile take single-digit damage. That is hilarious. Oh, another gold bar. That's kind of funny. You found enough gold bars and enough proteins now that you basically have the equivalent of the attack looplet on Chespin. Just at all times.
Yeah, it's kind of silly. See, look at that.
Whoa, 126. Okay.
I knew there'd be a Keck shop in here. I thought about bringing money, but I'm like, Keck won't be here because this is a dangerous place, but not. That money isn't going to make itself.
Danger. Danger means nothing to Keck. I mean, he is, in fairness, level 100, so yeah, I don't think he's afraid of anything. Yeah, by the way, don't engage Kecleon.
I didn't see what those ones were.
Neither did I. I only just saw a bunch of EXP, and then I saw Chespin do 162 damage. Yeah, wow, that's, Oh. Also, I guess there's a Vibrava here.
That means I'm leaving.
I guess. Hi there.
Leaving without addressing the Vibrava is a dangerous game.
That is the one thing that can absolutely destroy Mawile is a Vibrava. No, if there's anything Pokemon Mystery Dungeon will try to teach you is that don't steal. unless you're like, unless you're like very specifically equipped for steal. 69 damage.
Nice. Hitmonlee picked up a Luminous Orb. Will Death Toll Hitmonlees then? Hitmonlees will no longer exist if I have my way with this.
Once upon a time, a Hitmonlee picked up a Luminous Orb.
That was the biggest mistake.
That was the end of that species' existence. Oh, that one had a Cherry Berry.
Oh, she got it. Cool.
Oh, thanks, Mawile. That was convenient. And then we were out. Not
That
too
was
bad.
pretty good, actually. I'm 20 minutes behind my PB.
Ouch.
Yeah, and this run hasn't even felt that terrible. That's the crazy part.
Marathon experience, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, no.
Oh yeah, if you try stealing from Kecleon with a Pure Seed in this game, well, you'll get played because there's 3 Keks that spawn near the stairs in this game. I don't know if the Troll Orb strat works either. I think they made it so the Troll Orb does not work in this game on shops. So they made it a little tougher. You like actually have to have a thorough plan. Simply beat up dudes and take their money. Oh, okay. Really, you don't even get money from beating stuff up much. You just kind of find it laying around, usually. Unless you use Payday, I guess. And now we see that Entei has been petrified as well.
This is what happened after he left when we go for broke him. we
His
propped him up here as an
petrification gradually
example.
started. So now it's like, okay, now what? I guess there was suspicion that Entei was the one doing the petrifying, but then we find this out and it's like, oh. Rip the doggo. That is indeed not a status effect. That is just, that is flat stone armor but not very good. And then after this, we have what I consider to be one of the hardest dungeons. I don't know if it's really considered all that hard in this category, though.
What dungeon?
At least not. Rev Mountain 2.
I've actually felt with my new Oranberry strats, like, I don't know, I don't have very much of a sample size yet. But it really seems like, that Arkan can hang if it just is given a little bit more EXP.
Interesting. I've always considered Revelation Mountain Revisit to be like the scariest part of the game because there's enemies with really strong ranged attacks all over the place, including Driftglims with Ominous Wind and Unburden, which is like the most evil
It is very
combo this
scary,
game
but like
can
with
throw at you.
the giant buffer of EXP, the ability to heal himself with Roost, he really just takes care of things.
Yeah, at the very least, Arkan does get acrobatics, which does insane damage. Like, pretty much going to see numbers like what we saw Chessman doing with Gyro Ball, boosted Gyro Ball after Tail Whip.
That might be my 4th or my 5th protein, which is kind of ridiculous.
I think you've had 5. Yeah. So yeah, that's basically your attack looplet.
Cool. I'll take it.
You'll get it eventually, you'll just have to work harder for it. Oh yeah, we picked up like a rune or something in Showdown Mountain, and then Mawile is the resident archaeologist that tries to decipher it.
No, 21 rollout are actually terrible moves on Chessman. Like, rollout is one of the worst moves in the game. Like, it just never hits. Like, for me personally.
Yeah. Yeah, how calls that the gamble move? Pepe
That's
gamble.
the biggest gamble you can take in a Super Mystery Dungeon speedrun is using rollout. And there is one moment we want to use
it. You basically have to rely on
There's
that
one
move.
fight we use it. And we'll get to that later.
Yeah.
But
I think you do it when you're a Chestnut.
yes, it is
It's like that's when you actually have a speed stat.
yeah, because the problem at the end of the game is that, Gyro Ball's only cool when you're slower than everything, but Chestnut can move around a little bit. You can play in 5 minutes.
He's got a good speed stat.
Sure.
So then you lose the buff that Gyro Ball would get.
Rollout is the best move in No Wonder. Don't say that. Don't say that.
He added unfortunately to the end of that sentence. Yeah, I always get hit by 5x rollout, even though it's like a less than 1% chance to happen.
Especially from Shuckle.
Sky.
Shuckle, who actually shouldn't be hitting anything because he's so slow. And now that we know how that speed, accuracy, evasion thing works.
Oh, Shuckle has like a really bad speed stat?
Yeah,
Makes
it's
sense.
completely min-maxed in defense.
Interesting.
That's Shuckle's whole gimmick.
I know that's how he is in main
I don't know if
series.
that's how he is in this game.
was
I
in
would
this
just assume
game.
he is.
Yeah, you can't. I don't know. This game does tend to have stats a little more similar to what you see in main series, whereas like older PMDs, they just got like every Pokemon has random numbers in most cases. It's like you have no idea what it's gonna be. Like one of the skill elements or knowledge elements of randomizers in Sky is, okay, which of these random Pokemon got incredibly awful stats for no reason? Which of these Pokemon got really good stats for no reason? I don't know. It's like the weird thing about PMD, especially the older titles. It's like really random what everything gets stat-wise. A lot of people like to assume that Mystery Dungeon will like borrow damage calcs and stat calcs from main series, but no, it uses its own formulas and its own really weird stat
suck.
gains.
And they're terrible.
Yeah, they are awful.
But at least they're their own. They're not copying anything.
Some random Pokemon get like legendary stats though. It's hilarious. Like Rapidash, for example, being one of the like higher tier mains in randomizer. Porygon, just Porygon 1, plain Porygon. It's like one of the
Honestly,
strongest.
if you don't want to
things in Sky.
speedrun and you don't join the server for anything else, We do Rando Sunday every weekend. I don't, but everyone in the server does Rando Sunday every weekend.
Yeah. Not
Wait,
everyone.
tonight's
in the
Rando
server,
Sunday.
But there's a few of us that race.
Today's Sunday, right?
Yep. Normally that would already have happened like 4 hours ago, but I think Strife might actually be holding out to race with you.
Yeah.
Because you said you'd do it after that.
Yeah, I usually got things going on Sundays, but if he's gonna wait around me to finish, I would feel terrible not at least doing one or two.
I will like occasionally join, but I tend to get really frustrated doing those personally. But yeah, that can be fun for some chaos from time to time. At least it's like a lot more playable than it used to be.
Yeah, we have like a format and everything. It's really nice.
Yeah, it's specifically banned and like changed the spawn rate of a bunch of stuff to actually make it like reasonable. Yeah, Rando Sunday is a thing.
Rando Sunday! Exclamation points!
Here we go. Revelation Mountain Revisited.
Once
with
again, I'm probably
completely
gonna
different
focus just to make
enemies,
sure.
mysteriously much longer. There's the Unburden Ominous Wind Drift Blim, one of the most broken things in the game. Double strike you with a move that has a chance to provide an Omni boost and can hit the entire party in the room. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, as I was saying, I'm probably gonna focus here because it's another dungeon that if I don't do everything I want to do correctly, it can just easily go downhill.
Yeah. I hyped this dungeon up as being difficult, and I think that's still justified, even with better strats.
Now, I think my strats are good, but it's not easy.
Oh, there it is right there. That one luckily might be holding an item because it only hit once, but yeah, it gets Petrify Orbed. We're not tolerating that. Yeah, it's not the hardest dungeon in the game, but it is definitely one of the hardest ones of the main story. Yo, there's even Sand Attack here? Ugh. Like, my dislike of this dungeon just got even worse. That's funny. Whirlwind just revealed stairs.
So I can't give Arkin a loop lip, but I can give him Crushed Emerus.
Oh yeah, that works. Yeah, if we give Arkin a loop lip, then the attack power of acrobatics will be severely hindered.
Oh my god.
What the heck? Oh, Unburden just
released no charge on that.
Shadow Force. Neat.
Phantom Force.
Good thing it missed, because that would have hurt a lot. Oh, roll call orbing because Arkin got confused. I didn't even know what was going on off screen, but yeah, when you hear the confusion sound effect, it's like, oh no. Oh, that was a good static proc.
I thought this would be a lot quicker to kill. I knew Nuzleaf was going to fight it anyway, so I figured I might as well help.
That's, I guess, fair. Oh, hey, stairs.
Yeah, it's a lot of like tiny things like that. Like, you know, a new player might think, oh, the stairs are right there, let me go. But you might lose more time trying to get to those stairs than you would just helping Nuzleaf deal with the problem there.
Yeah, just because of Ray's release spam against the steel bug type. Thanks, Nuzleaf.
That's the other one. I'll take it.
Power boost decks. Man, the game really doesn't want to cop up Wand Expert today. That's such a shame.
I haven't had it since Glittering Mountain, dude. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That would probably kind of explain my time loss, I guess. Like, it's not absolutely mandatory to have Wand Expert, but it sure helps a lot. It lets you just go absolutely nuts with wands, which you don't really have that liberty. Because clearly I'm trying to be conservative with my wands and I'm almost out.
Yeah, that's incredibly unfortunate.
Yeah.
Just like it's unfortunate to get hit by Tail Lip, buffed Gyro Ball, and then buffed Acrobatics.
So just a reminder for Tech, we're going to be skipping this break and we'll take the Prehistoric Ruins break. As we did the other one earlier.
Which is... That one is... That's like a good few dungeons away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got like another half hour, 45 minutes, I think. Lullaby's cool, but I don't know. I'm just going to give it to Arkin. I'm going to crush it and give it to Arkin. Another gold bar. Holy moly. I'll be able to use that one for a while. Yo,
Yeah,
finally,
that's
dude.
one. From this point on, we won't
expert.
really have a chance to go to town for a while.
Oh, hi. You are surrounded. I'm probably gonna give you yeah.
Having fun there, Arkin.
Oh, there's another
I got this. I'll just solo everything in the dungeon. I got it.
another gold
Oh wait,
bar.
did you get Wand Expert? I didn't even notice.
Absurd. I mean, Wand Expert halfway through this dungeon is really neat, especially because I haven't even used a guiding wand here yet.
Yeah, but I guess now you could. So it has been said that guiding wands do have a diminishing return when you use them with the split ups, but you're splitting up for most of the game anyway, so. Plus this dungeon has hail floors, so it's like extra good to be able to bypass those. The weather floors are very obnoxious. It's like you're already getting beat up pretty fast by everything in the game, so the last thing we need is a weather effect, whittling us down even further.
A lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage!
That's a lot of damage. I love the flex tape stuff. You guys an absolute treasure. Okay. But yeah, the first guiding wand I used gave me a proc. That's good.
Alright, free guiding wand,
Got
nice.
another proc, okay.
Yeah, you can tell if Wand Expert procs to spare a charge if you look at the text log on the touchscreen. It'll say something like you. Or no, I forgot what it said. I think it says the number of wands stayed the same because of Wand Expert.
Yeah, it's really easy to see because like there's like a yellow Ebmer icon.
Yeah. It gives you dopamine when you see that and you use a guiding wand. It's just...
I probably need to start using like all my wands because like when you have Wand Expert, you need to start using using as many wands as possible because like that's not just that's not really just a situation to conserve guiding wands. That's a situation to conserve all wands, including Petrify, Counts, Warp, like all that. Like you can just have like a 50% chance to not even spend that wand. So nice.
Yeah. And typically the wands will be the fastest way of alleviating combat, so it's like really good. It's like, oh, you want to instantly be rid of this enemy? Okay. You may get to do it for free, and even if you don't, overall, unless you get horribly unlucky, the charges expended will be like a lot less than they could be. So it's like you get a lot more time save out of each wand use in this manner. Of course, if Arkin just kills everything, that works too.
Oh, Arkin just picked up 4 more Petrify wands for me. Cool.
That was mighty nice of him. And here I think we have 2 scripted hail floors.
I got another Wand Expert. I don't know if it stacks or not, but I'm gonna set it anyway.
Now you get them all.
Yeah, I don't think the game understands
0 to 100.
what I'm looking for here. Okay, so you wanted when you said you wanted oh, wait, hold on. I don't know if I can save Arkin. I'll just revive him. I just don't like that he's like he was puppeted. That's like really scary.
Oh yeah, that's a special ailment where
'Cause he can literally
something
choose to
that
like
has
throw my
hypnosis.
guiding wands away because he has access to my inventory.
Have you ever had that? Have you had that killer run before?
Yes, I've had that happen before.
That is. Oh, that's awful.
It's so bad, but like it's always happened like early for me for like the like you know the drowsies and Polyrath.
Yeah, that's where it's most likely. Yeah, that's a special element they added where if an enemy has hypnosis, normally it's just used to put you to sleep, but if an enemy uses it on you when you're already asleep, then they wake you up, but you get a status called Puppet, where it's like they're controlling your mind, and it causes you to take completely random actions, which could include things like throwing random items, including your equipment or wands, which throwing wands is awful because you can break an entire stack at once.
Yeah, basically what
It'll
happens is
only
you throw it
activate-
and the game treats it like projectile and it does like 5 damage to the enemy.
Yeah. Or actually, the wand will take its effect on the enemy it hits, but then the whole wand goes away, which is terrible. Or yeah, if it's guiding wands, it probably just does 5 damage.
Well, Cobra says that the wand expert might stack.
Really?
Cobral's been playing this game more recently than anybody else, so I trust it.
That would be fat. You know what? That does sound right, actually. I think I've tried that, and I think I did get a lot of procs. Something else we need, like, a data mine for.
I've known Cobral for a decade, and he doesn't lie. He only spits good takes, except about Chessman. So right now we have about a 7-minute cutscene, where we're basically getting the big plot twist of the game.
Yeah. Strap in and get ready. From this point forward, basically every dungeon has plot twists after it. Almost every one. So at this point, explaining the lore is just going to be, like, impossible. If you've never played this game, this is a massive, massive spoiler.
Hey, look, we're going to be there later. But yeah, I have 29 guiding wands left. How many floors are left? 8, 16, 8, that's 24, 34. Okay, there's a lot of floors left. I'm trying to think like at what point can I just start...
The next 3 dungeons are 7 apiece, right?
Yeah. I'm trying to think at what point can I just like just go through the game and just spend them all.
Yeah, so it's like 30 floors upcoming in like just the next stretch, and then you have Submerged, that's another 10, so that's 40, 49 for the Ruins. How many floors was Primeval Forest? 9?
9 and then the boss,
9.
yeah.
So that's 58. And then you have Tree of Life.
Okay, so you always start using them from Submerged Cave onward, that's just a given. So 10, 9, 19, 28.
So I'm counting 82 floors left.
28, 35, 42.
It's been a while.
Okay, so if I start using them in Submerge, that's 42. Lord. Yeah, I've just been picking up nothing. Like, I had 1 guiding wand pickup this whole game, and as we just talked about, I just got my 2nd instance of Wand Expert.
Yeah, that's rough.
And my 3rd.
So let's see, yeah, like so Submerged is 10, Ruins are 9, Primeval Forest is 9, Tree of Life is 42. So that's like 40 floors before you can go ham.
Yeah, I've probably got like a disgusting number of hours on these splits, so that Shady could probably like analyze them and tell me like where the objective best place to use guiding wands is. Because I feel like I've tried everything with and without guiding wands, either by force or by choice.
3 left to freely use. Ouch. Assuming no more get picked up, which I like to gamble. A lot of the time you find guiding wands in Submerged Cave
use
or Sealed Ruins.
Guiding wands in Abyssal? Not a terrible idea.
That sounds like a good idea, because that's like the next... That's the dungeon where you don't get any partners.
Yeah.
Also, plot twist. Nuzleaf is evil.
Yeah, Nuzleaf bad.
Like, really, really evil.
Really, really bad. Like, despicable, actually. I'm so angry right now, I'm crying.
And apparently he has infinite petrify abilities.
Can't believe he'd go for broke Dente.
He'd go for broke.
Yeah, because I was supposed to use guiding wands here, and I did, I guess, but... Wait, Cobra, why do your notes say to not guiding wand sheer mountain range? What is wrong with you, young man? Okay, it says at the top of the paragraph, it says 13 of them are pretty much required to be used in sheer mountain range.
Okay.
And then 19 should be used in Submerged and Prehistoric due to them being very difficult. And then like the rest of them are like listed off in like a little dash line list. But I just didn't see sheer mountain range there. I'm like, something's very wrong here. Yeah, the notes on speedrun.com have like Polyroth River, Gentle Slope, Rev Mountain 1, Rev Mountain 2, Abyssal Badlands, Road to Primeval, and Tree of Life's 1+2. It doesn't say anything about sheer mountain range, but at the top of the section it says sheer mountain range is required. That just kind of caught me off
Makes
guard.
sense.
I was like, what are you doing that allows you to get through sheer mountain range with no guiding?
Oh, just pounds everywhere, forehead.
Just find the stairs. Do the patented juice box commando technique of just finding the stairs.
Good tech. Yeah, Nutsleaf's motive, and also he has Yveltal here. Yeah, why Veltal? I don't know. Bacon Bird? Anyways, he has that guy. And they're both basically being controlled. Like that's their motive. They don't have motive. They're being puppets imbued with petrification powers. And now they're trying to destroy the world. It's going pretty well. This run will not include the Mew now. That is like right after credits, so sadly no. There is kind of like a meme category for that, but it's not done much because it only adds 3 dungeons. Yeah, this is where everything hits the ceiling fan. Veltal goes crazy and darkens the entire world. Like Shadow Queen from
Oh yeah, I don't know if I want to use guiding ones on Primeval. I've had really good experiences in Primeval recently. Like, I don't know. I think you can probably split up with Chespin and I've never tried splitting up Chespin. I've only tried splitting up Ampharos.
I've only ever had bad experiences in Road to Primeval Forest. Never anything good. A threat from Gates returns into that dungeon, which is Lilligant Teeter Dance, and that alone just completely ruins it for me.
Yeah. How does the band seed work? I remember people talking about using a band seed on Lilligant.
It permanently bans a move for the rest of a dungeon.
That's actually super sick.
Yeah, so like if it uses Teeter Dance, but you're able to throw a band seed at it, you will then make all Lilligants unable to use Teeter Dance for the whole dungeon.
So you may be realizing a problem here for completing the game. We're dead. We got Go for Broke, and we don't know where we're going. So ladies and gentlemen, guys, gals, non-binary pals, welcome to hell. Canonically hell.
Introducing Pokemon Voidlands. The Voidlands section, like the obligatory fugitive section of this game. We are dead. We are actually dead. We end up here. And, well, yeah, aptly named, these dungeons are really awful. I hate these dungeons. Yeah,
look at this and tell me this isn't hell. Look at this.
Yeah, this is... Yeah. It literally is called that in the Japanese version, too. Like, they localized it to Voidlands, but yeah. JP version.
No, Yveltal's not the Jebel.
Like, I think...
No, cease and desist this dialogue.
Well, that was a nice luminous orb. I'm Electric. You have Lightning Rod. And, like, way too much HP.
Not enough.
Not enough for Gyro Ball. Yeah, this dungeon, it's a little short. It's only 7 floors, but the enemies are obnoxiously tanky here, and it's only you and your partner, so the encounters can get really annoying and tedious.
I really like the music here. It's like foreboding as heck, but like then it starts to like pop off like right here. Like it starts to kind of get into a little bit of a groove.
I've just had so many bad experiences in these dungeons that the music just gives me PTSD.
Okay.
Oh, hi! Like, things like that, yeah. Just random magnitude 10.
So you just own that Electrode.
Oh yeah, magnitude can hit allies. Worked out well in our favor in that case. That was definitely a good guiding wand given the direction we were headed. Oh, got two. Oh, you got two yellow emeralds, but one of them broke before.
Yeah, I didn't move properly. I don't know even if I moved perfectly after I could have gotten it.
Yeah.
I just saw right when I went upstairs that Bronzor picked up 5 guiding ones.
Oh, that's just the game teasing you now.
Man,
that's so sad. I hate that you've been seeing like an exceptional amount of yellow emeralds, but it is just super critical power boost decks over and over and over again. Such a tease.
I'll take it.
Or lullaby, the occasional lullaby.
The game was like, cheese, actually, you forgot about lullaby. Here, let me demonstrate by not giving him not giving him 1 expert once again. The game speaks. I wish I got one of that, but I forgot. I mean, probably for the best that I didn't, because I need to kind of conserve, because I'm not getting any more. I mean, it's literally my fault that I didn't get those ones from Bronzor or whatever, because like I just wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, probably would have had to wait a while to get them. Also, wow, that's... Put a sleep between 2 Pokemon, that's great. Uh-oh, puppet status. Threw an apple at the Bronzor. Oh, I really hope you get the ability to move.
That's so rude.
Now.
All
Okay.
all I wanted was that yellow emerald, and they put me to sleep and made me watch it break in front of me. That's all I wanted in my life right now, and I couldn't even have that. That's so mean. Oh my god. Good lord, dude.
At least even if it was a wand expert, we're on the last floor now. But wow.
Yeah, so this is why, despite it being a very short dungeon, we choose to
Kai wand it.
Yeah. I was kind of thrown off by how much damage that
experience.
Terrible, dude.
Oh, you got Confusion Guard right before the Ditto dungeon. That's also a shame. So much better after this. Yeah, puppet status kind of terrifies me. I've had runs in Rescue Team DX where that status has caused me to throw really good items at enemies and have them break.
I bet that yellow emerald that broke right in front of me was a one spirit. I bet.
Absolutely. Whenever you like see an item but you don't get to identify it fully, it's always like, all right, that was definitely a Petrify Orb, or that was definitely like Wand Expert, definitely Guiding Wand. It's the worst feeling. Oh yeah, it's here that we find out that there's like writing on the walls, ancient writing, that apparently only our partner can actually decipher. So he like finally has a special attribute. Besides dealing hundreds of damage with Gyro Ball. He then becomes like the translator of the team for all this ancient lore. He discovers that apparently something like this happened before.
Yeah, he was there. I mean, what? So, next dungeon.
Next dungeon. Earlier I talked about how Ditto functions in this game. I'll reiterate. Ditto spawns in this dungeon and will disguise itself as items instead of just like normally spawning and walking around. It's very rare to see a Ditto walking around
picked up
normally.
a flight loop or something, right?
You did? I don't know how good it is.
I'm gonna send Mawile off on her own, so I might as well just give it something.
I guess. But yeah, Ditto will disguise itself as items, and then when you step on those items, it will transform back into a Ditto, then transform into you, and any adjacent party members will immediately become confused unless they are immune to confusion. So they are very deadly and annoying. It's kind of cool that they have their own gimmick, but it can cause issues. There's a few other Pokemon that have special gimmicks too, but you only really see the Dittos during the main story. Like Ladibas, for instance. If you see, whenever Ladiba spawns in this game, it spawns in like a group of 4, like a pack of ladybugs, and then if you wake one up, they all wake up together, and then they destroy you, because Ladiba is actually pretty good in PMD. And then there's Delibird. Delibird.
Okay,
Oh,
that was my. That was
there it
literally involuntary. That was an instinctive item grab. All right, now I need to make a more conscious effort to not do that again.
yeah, you want to avoid orbs and wands in this dungeon, which is really sad. Especially when you want wands.
Good
Like, the
God.
last thing you want to have to do is run past, but a lot of the time it is Ditto.
Oh, the stairs right there. Okay.
Another thing is, if an apple spawns in this dungeon, that is always a Ditto. The only food that spawns here is grimy food.
I did not know that actually.
Yep, it's really rare to see apples, but yeah, if you ever see an apple in Cave of the Deep, that is 100% a Ditto. The other items, it's like sometimes it's real, sometimes not, but yeah, that's one thing.
Oh my god. Okay, I had
Kinda
to.
wonder
I
if
wanted it
it's
so bad.
oversight.
I couldn't help myself.
Oh, hi, Parasong.
Thank God that didn't work. It would have been terrible.
Yeah, Parasong's real great when Pokemon can't switch. To make it not broken, they had to give it awful accuracy.
Well, it hits me plenty.
Yeah. And unfortunately in this game, it's like very uncommon to have heal seeds. I think you really just get them from mission rewards, so
No, don't
you
kill
like
the
are
Dene.
basically
You can't do
guaranteed
that.
dead if you get Parasonged. I really, really don't like this dungeon. The enemies are just so obnoxious here.
Agreed. I don't like the trust issues I develop from items in this dungeon.
This dungeon gives you trust issues.
Yeah.
Yeah, that orb right there might be a Ditto.
Yeah.
I can't do it. We also can't hit the Slicky Tongue, apparently. There we go. Oh, he's still alive. Oh my goodness. Okay. Alright, luckily all these dungeons are just 7 floors. Or most of the dungeons in this segment are just 7 floors, so could be worse.
I'm so mad I can't have that. Wait, yes I can. Hold on.
Bounce now. Oh, you're actually doing it. Oh. What the heck?
Not worth it.
Oh, it's a power. Okay, it's power boost X. We're on the last floor. It wasn't worth it. Whatever.
It was worth it for me to know whether it was or it was not, because we're keeping track now of how many one
we've
X's I've
seen.
been destroyed out of. I've just been robbed of having.
We will not allow that counter to increment anymore. Oh my goodness. If Dittos could transform into Emeras, that dungeon would just be like guiding wand, guiding wand, guiding wand. Like at that point, we wouldn't be able to trust anything.
I love the wording on that. Dittos have not yet discovered how to transform into Emeralds. Like it's coming soon in Super Mystery Dungeon 2.
Super Mystery Dungeon 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah.
I dread that if that's going to be a thing. Ditto's turning into Emerust. But they seem to make up new mechanics for the equivalent of the IQ skills each game. Like they turned it into team skills and gates. Here they turned it into the Emeralds, and then in Rescue Team DX they turned it into rare qualities. So I imagine there's going to be some other new mechanic that enables those abilities, and if we ever get a PMD game again. Chunsoft, please give us another PMD game. Slither. There we have the Mickey Mouse enemies.
I don't know who started
We'll
calling
see them
that?
later. And in
I don't
this
remember that
dungeon,
paper.
we get everyone.
It's like the Smash Everyone Is Here trailer, but actually it's obnoxious and you don't want everyone here.
Ba, 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 ba.
Been carrying around a lot of useless garbage. Actually, I wanted to pause the other looplet. It's going to be equipped to Arkin by default because it's set to number 3 in my party to have it.
We're gonna take Arkin because his close ranged attacks are really good. He can also split up really effectively. Which, well, yeah, when we have as many party members as we have in this dungeon, somebody better go on their own, because boy, oh boy, are we stacked this time around. Maybe a little too stacked.
I didn't give. Oh, did I give him orders? No. He moved anyway. That's great.
I order you to go away! You can only order allies in the main team of 3, though. The rest of them, they follow Pikachu like it or not. Luckily, Weasel following us can be pretty good, because his Hydro Pump hits like a truck, and can hit from very far away, too. It's like one of very few 10-tile attacks that still exists in the game, whereas most ranged attacks are 4 tiles. But, yeah, we have just this whole hodgepodge of Pokemon here now, and it's insane. In this dungeon, you are the conga line.
That's, of course, that's good, right? Actually, I don't know.
Not that great. It does, if you hit enemies that are adjacent and one of them dies, the other enemies take the overkill damage. So, incredibly niche. Probably the worst one. It's like most of the time if you see a crowd of enemies, whoops, sorry, Mawile.
Oh, well, I can take it.
Yeah, that tickled. Oh yeah, interestingly, the I'll say orange partners, because like, some of them have an orange dot on the map, some of them have a yellow dot. The yellow dots are like your primary team members. Anyone with an orange dot does not regenerate HP when they take damage. So, like, Mawile now has 32 damage on her until she faints, or has an Oran thrown at her because of the Thunderbolt. Really weird mechanic. So it's like if you're with an ally long enough that's not a permanent team member, eventually out of nowhere they'll take like minor damage and just explode from it. You'll be like, wait, what? But it turns out they do not regenerate.
There I was, just trying to live my life, move on. But this giraffe just said no. Round 1, good. I can't move.
Too many party members. Yeah, in general, the PMD series, like whenever it lets you get a party this big, you'll get like no control over them.
Mawile died. That was kind of convenient.
One less. At least this game, like all the Pokemon on your
I didn't know I had a
team of
decoy
3,
seed.
you have.
Oh, he's dead. Oh,
You have, like, a
okay.
good-
I see what's happening. Okay.
Oh, I saw a bug bite.
I didn't realize he was out of PP.
Oh, he was A-attacking stuff. Okay. Wait a minute, my Arkin is broken. He's not killing things.
Yeah, I got a Reviver Seed bug bitten. That's fine.
Yeah, we have like 30 of those. We're good. But yeah, as I was saying, you get full control over your primary 3. It's just the rest that are you don't have much control over them, but at least they're competent. Whereas in like older games, if you were given an ally, you had like no control over them at all, none whatsoever, and they just chose
Competent is a
trash
very
moves all the
strong
time.
word.
Oh boy, more hypnosis shenanigans. Oh no, oh no. Okay, we finally have control. Alright, last floor of the Hodgepodge dungeon. It is really funny seeing, like, if Chespin fails to one-shot and then Mawile just comes out and whacks the enemy. And we're frozen. And then Chespin unfreezes us. You'd think with this many Pokemon on our team,
Why is
we'd be a
Arkin
little
going this
safer,
way?
but no, it's still a mess.
Who told Arkin
You
this
still
was
get
the correct
absolutely
video? We're
destroyed.
all here, brother. Go back. I see him coming. Just, I don't know what to do. Go. I don't know how to. Thank you. Yeah, go that way, please.
What the heck? I know you told me to go the other way, but it looks cool in here. Everyone's here. It's a party.
Lord. There's a very cool strat here. I don't know if you've seen. I feel like it's been around for a little bit.
I think I've had this strat explained to me before, where it's like you want to try to guarantee that these enemies get one shot in this boss fight in order to avoid split ups. Because yeah, we have coming up like a bunch of Mickey Mouse heads that we have to fight, and if you damage them and they don't die, there's a chance they will split and duplicate, and things can get incredibly hectic very quickly. Especially if you make the mistake of using a multi-hit move. It's like every hit of that might cause a split. So yeah, I'm guessing it's like you want a gyro ball or acrobatics every enemy here if possible.
Something like that.
Just make sure they get one shot. They can't split if they're dead.
Yeah, I would say these things are the most similar to the Heartless from Kingdom Hearts. Just like in design and functionality.
Yeah, I just call them Mickey Mouse heads.
And plus they're Mickey Mouse.
Well,
shape,
I guess
so that's the Disney connection to Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, I guess Mickey is in Kingdom Hearts, so there we go.
Mickey is the king in Kingdom Hearts.
Oh. I haven't played that game.
I played the first one, that's it. Okay, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna tap this back with a follow-on move. Okay, disable all moves on Chessman.
Oh, no gyro ball, no swords dance. Acrobatics gets a one shot. Acrobatics gets a one shot. Mawile tries to one shot. She's a two shot on these enemies, or rather, she takes two shots to kill them. Quick attack finishes off though.
And that should be it.
That's pretty neat. Okay, so it's just like hopefully those last two don't split. It's pretty cool. And then there's more. I will be right back, actually.
Yeah, luckily none of them split. I don't know if anybody ever figured out like what causes splitting like definitively. But so this is Reverse Mountain. Not that bad. It's just once again, there's a lot of people here, so it's really easy to like have people step on each other's toes and like run into enemies that everybody's trying to kill and everybody's using moves, all that. So just another one of those try not to lose too much time dungeons.
And back again. Yep, we're just in time for Cinder Dog's favorite animation of the dogs walking. She hates that animation. And yeah, another dungeon where we get a massive party, but at least... Oh, whoops. I didn't unmute myself in Discord. Okay. That was probably awkward. I was just talking with my mic unmuted, but left myself muted in Discord.
Oh, good.
Yeah, we're just in time for Cinder Dog's least favorite animation ever, which is of the dogs walking. And then another dungeon where you get 1 million party members. But these party members are pretty dang strong. The legendary beasts. And also the... That's right, this is the Rock Smash dungeon. This is something.
Good enough.
This is the QA team tried their best dungeon, evidently.
I wish.
So there's this cool move, it's called Rock Smash. When you use it in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, you can actually destroy a wall tile. And as it turns out, if the AI gets its hands on that
all
move...
Metachams. That easy.
Also, Aegislash is really strong.
Hi. We're just talking about you. Oh man.
You mean Sock? Or does Metacham also have Rock Smash? I just know this dungeon is Sock used Rock Smash. Oh, hey, Luminasaur.
Yeah, Metacham picked that up.
Why are we finding more Luminasaurs than we are finding Guiding Wand stacks? What is going on? I thought Luminasaurs were like really rare. Of course, now that we're hyping it up, it's not happening too much. But yeah, Sock. If you see a Sock, it's probably using Rock Smash somewhere. Type Bulldozer. I don't remember if that actually helps, but hey, it can. Oh my goodness, you got your attack looplet. We did it, everyone! We got attack loop
finally,
Reverse
dude.
Mountain. Better late than never. Goodness, Raikou getting confused is really scary because he has Thunderbolt and could just wipe out the party. Oh yeah, throw is also pretty funny because he'll pick up and throw enemies. He can also pick you up and throw you onto a trap in a random room. It's like, wait a minute, where am I? Sock used Rock Smash. I do like how at least like in this dungeon, since the legendary beasts are so powerful, you can usually trust them to hold their own when they get into a battle. They usually hit like trucks, and then on top of that, Entei and Suicune also have a ranged attack, so it's even better.
Okay, hello?
Oh, were you muted?
No, I was talking. It just didn't seem like you were acknowledging anything I was saying, so I thought like I was muted on Discord or something.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. Like I didn't mind. It was just like I was worried that you couldn't hear me. That's all good.
Sock goes to Brazil. Throw sends you to Brazil.
Did Sock use Rock Smash? I didn't really notice.
There was only like one that I saw.
And I must have blinked or something.
Yeah, no, usually when you go to this dungeon, it's like the entire text log is just Sock used Rock Smash. I'm very disappointed that we're not seeing that. They'll almost build a new room sometimes.
It's really silly that they decided to give him that.
I just wonder, like, why? How?
eat some more orange berries.
Like, did they think it wasn't as egregious as it is? Did they think it was funny too? So they were just like, yeah, leave it in.
100% they thought it was funny. I don't accept any other canon.
I mean, that is fair.
Dude. Hi. Good Lord.
Yeah, though you do get a really powerful team. This dungeon is still very obnoxious. Got more hypnosis here, but luckily now we have allies behind us that are really good. Oh my goodness, yeah, these things hit hard. Or they use Leech Seed on the grass type. They can do that too. He just decks you onto the ground and you're done.
I wasn't ready. They ones are good. Oh boy, I leveled up.
Yeah. All right, I'm sure this will make a tremendous difference.
I need this.
Sleep Guard. Okay, yeah, Sleep Guard's actually good here.
Or stay with one.
No more hypnosis shenanigans.
I always get stared for
Guaranteed
on these
sandstorm.
sandstorm floors. I don't understand. Wait, this time I didn't.
Oh, it's nice.
Oh, that's not gonna wake up. Cool. I'm all for that. Oh, I think it just woke up because of the sandstorm.
It was waiting. Oh, hey, boosted rain
the
on
bag is too
this
full to pick
weekend's
up the
bubble.
wand expert. Oh, I want this pounce wand.
Poggers, we get wand expert
On the last
floor. Yay! Give it up for wand expert number 3.
Mere moments before the boss here.
And oh boy, is this a boss fight. Oh. This one, even Secure after a while, was like, he found something better, but he still was like, I can't find anything super good for this. This fight is just a mess.
Well, at least I get to use the wand expert in the battle, but it's not going to help that much.
Yeah. We might conserve a Pounce Wand.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, wow, that dungeon, I mean, I guess I couldn't hear sound effects, but that looked like the most rock smash free dungeon I've ever seen, and I'm very disappointed. At no point was the touchscreen flooded with sock-used rock smash. I want a refund. Also, hi Mega Tyranitar, hi 2 Mega Gengars. And then more Mickey Mouse heads, which are low-key like just as dangerous because of they can still split up. This fight can be a disaster. So first we pounce away, get our allies grouped tightly together, puts them in like a straight conga line, which kind of makes them easier to deal with individually. We also have Mawile use Misty Terrain, which prevents status ailments, which is good because if Raikou gets confused, you're in huge trouble. So that being impossible is very helpful for safety. So we're already rid of 2 enemies, but now we just got 1 more from a Shadow Split. Now we're gonna team up on the Tyranitar, Tail Whip Gyro Ball it, miss the Gyro Ball because video games.
I didn't realize there's still a Gengar alive. That's kind of scary.
Oh, I didn't either. You can't see it behind T-Tar. I just thought Misty Terrain is still in effect. But yeah, quite a fight this is. Pikachu and Chespin and Mawile versus Mega T-Tar, Mega Gengars. It's splitting shadows. It's awful. Another split. Sometimes this fight just never ends because of the splits.
Okay.
Yo, thanks, Chespin, for the 5 damage. Way to go, bud. Alright, well, that wasn't too bad.
Yeah, it could have been a little bit faster, but that's okay.
Alright, I keep forgetting to credit Shady. He also routed Ross strats. I guess he said this earlier, a lot of his strats got obsoleted, but Misty Terrain was his idea after Raikou getting confused. Now we try to run through the door of hope or whatever that happens to appear for like a very brief moment. But then more Mickey Mouse heads appear. And they just won't stop appearing. Just like in the actual fight. This is the cutscene that makes you scream at your characters. Sorry, I cut you off
again. This cutscene frustrates me. Because, like, they're like, God, we can't go inside the door. What about you? As the door is just getting smaller and smaller, it's like, go! It's closing! Fuck later! Just go!
Yeah, they don't shut up. Yeah, everyone screams at their monitor in this cutscene. Or the 3DS screen, I guess.
The most intense Dora episode I've ever watched. Like, yes, yes, go over there, yes.
So yeah, this whole time the legendary beasts have been like really cruel to you, basically claiming that they now own you after saving your life, and then here they end up actually trying. They basically sacrifice themselves for you, and then you barely actually get out. Partner like almost doesn't stop talking on time. And then this magical door just happens to unpetrify us, and now we go back to being alive, and it's like, oh, everyone else is dead. Okay. Now what?
For real. Yeah, it's frustrating to watch for sure.
Oh yeah, and apparently this pool had like water in it that's supposed to be able to unpetrify stuff, but it's already been drained to prevent that from working.
Yeah, it's valid strategy, I think.
Yeah, the whole thing was like they want us to come here just so they could drain that water. And it worked. They're lucky we didn't think to sit in the water or something like that. Like, haha, you can't do anything to us now. But our characters just didn't know, I guess, that it was that was the water.
These are the same characters that almost sat through their only exit from hell disappearing. Of course they're not going to think of that.
I'm expecting too much. But it's okay, we got plot armor. We'll survive anything. Now to figure out who in the entire world is still unpetrified. The answer is no one in Serene Village. Yeah, unfortunately, crying on everything will not work.
Yeah, he's like...
Actually, I guess they never tried.
Yeah, Chespin's like trying to stay strong right now. Like, I know if I go look in the town and my dad is dead. I won't want to continue. So let's just go and not think about this.
Yeah. Yeah. You go to town, then immediately leave. Like, I don't want to see this. And then you go back to Lively Town. Apparently, our characters just trekked all the way through sheer mountain range again.
You can't just act like it's a layup. That's insulting. Come on, game. At least show some hardship there.
They just escape and they're like all battered and bruised.
Yeah, just went through sheer mountain range. No big deal.
And Gentle Slope Cave. Oh, they even got Kecleon. Oh, they even got Swirlix, not Swirlix, when it was in the middle of eating food. Who's Swirlix again?
Swirlix is the cook.
Yeah, I'm just joking, because it's like the least relevant character in the story. And then we get to see Cofagrigus walk for a second.
Cursed, it's so cursed.
Yeah. Specifically, all the shopkeepers are still alive. How convenient. We'll help you save the world for some money. Like, what do you guys even need money for anymore? We're the only ones alive.
They got Kecleon. Oh no, there's Kecleon. He made it. It's so dark.
You can't just get Kecleon. One does not simply stop him. Do you know how many of them there are?
There's not a market in hell. He needs to stay alive.
If you rob a Kecleon, you'll see how many there are. They'll never be stopped. Whoa, I will still accept gold bars. Oh, unless you have full inventory. What should we do if we want to be turned to stone? The answer is run. Are you sure about that, Cofagrigus? It didn't work for everyone.
I have to exchange them one at a time? That's so lame.
Yeah, unless you want like multiple of multiple.
Wait, is it not
types
worth
of
getting more
vitamins,
power drinks?
get
I'm
calcium.
curious. If I can just get more power drinks
Yeah,
and use them on
develop.
Garaball, I don't even know how much that would help, if any. Well, they might be more than one gold bar worth. I didn't really look.
Also, we find that Esper is still alive, and then she reports to the partner that everyone in the first town got petrified. And it is at this moment that Chespin no longer wants to carry on.
Oh, power drinks are worth 9 gold bars. Never mind.
Oh yeah, that's way yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Every time I'm talking and then you talk, Discord is like, "Oh, you don't need to hear what he says. I'll just muffle him." Like, no, that's not what I need, Discord. But yeah, power drinks are not worth. Maybe accuracy drinks, or I don't know. I was about to say PP up drinks, but we don't even wonder mail those in.
Wait, what?
You can get PP up drinks,
I
but I don't even think those get wonder mailed in.
I did one.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, for
okay.
Thunder, because it's really low PP.
Oh, yeah, it's another boss fight in this room.
Kill me.
We're not doing too good here. Oh no, we're dead! Oh no, reverse card! Alright, we're good now. He just falls on his face. And then Chespin comes in, absolutely furious. Behem just sits here "Argh!"
Wait, the Mega Donut's insane. Hold on. I was looking at the list of items that Cofagrigus sells.
Oh,
There's an item called a Mega
kind of
Donut that randomly raises a stat or 2.
Yeah, so the way it works is a protein gives you +2 to attack. All the items are fixed +2 for 1 gold bar, whereas the Mega Donut, it will choose a random stat and only give +1 to it. And then if you're lucky, it will continue to choose another random stat and another random stat and so on. From my experience, though, most of the time it'll only activate 2 or 3 times.
What's the difference between a sweet chocolate and a Mega Donut?
I don't know. They're like all the same. They just seem to have like different proc rates on like how often they boost stats. But yeah, they're overall way less worthwhile than the actual vitamins. Like it's kind of disgusting. Unless you want to upgrade HP. You can't purchase citrus berries or life seeds, so the only way you can possibly upgrade HP on demand is by getting a ton of donuts and a ton of chocolates, which it'll take a while still. It would take a lot of gold bars. Because it's random stats that get boosted. Yeah, they are much less worthwhile than the vitamins. It's like real life. You need to get like actual healthy food and healthy vitamins, not just eat junk food. Quarter wands and petrify wands, interesting.
2 petrify wands is $200. It's so expensive.
Yeah, Kecleon makes wands very expensive. Oh, Lapras is still okay.
Oh, thank God.
And then he takes us to prehistoric ruins. No, wait, don't do that, Lapras! That's a terrible place! Don't do that, Lapras, though.
Oh, Esper's getting a phone call.
Yeah, to her brain.
Mr. Nuzleaf? He's working for Nuzleaf now? That's crazy.
Plot twist. Plot twist number like 37. And now we get into the Guiding Wand spam territory because these dungeons are brutal. They've all been pretty brutal so far, but it gets even harder. You'll legit just get one shot constantly in this place. You know, ironically, it would be fantastic if Lapras would come in here with us because Water Absorb would be broken here, but alas. We just get the Behemoth, who is okay. It at least has Psybeam and Zen Headbutt to do decent damage, but it's not enough. This is a very scary place. Ooh, Tunnel Wands, finally. Or at least I saw something get Tunnel Wands. I don't know if it was you. I was an enemy. It's another really cool wand we have not seen yet, is Tunnel Wands, which let you dig a hole in a wall. Like Rock Smash, except it's like 10 tiles at a time. Really great for making your own path to the stairs.
I'm up.
Oh boy. Hydro Pump was fair and balanced. One use just pierced through the whole team.
Actually, I'll take that. Oh, that was the greatest check of my life.
That was...
Oh my God.
That was a really good pull. And rip out Behemoth.
I don't know. It feels weird. Like, it's very dangerous to like expect to get Guiding Ones here and in the next few dungeons. But it feels like the optimal play, like at the end of the day, like in a vacuum, because like there's a lot of spawns for Guiding Ones here.
Yeah, I find they appear here a lot. I think it's generally pretty worthwhile to gamble on it. Nice, we got to see the blind status.
We're showing off everything here.
Literally makes you unable to see anything. And luckily, we just knew where the stairs were.
Dude, can you stop dying? Kind of rude.
Poor Chespin. Just getting absolutely demolished, and Pikachu's just like, dude, that's rude. Stop.
Yeah, I wanted that. I'm curious what it was. It didn't tell me.
I don't think it tells you.
Okay.
Captivate? Well, joke's on you, Luminion. Pikachu's not the damage dealer here.
I have a lot of stayaways.
The Thunder is still probably okay in some fights, but yeah, Tail Whip is just more consistent.
Oh my God. This is kind of nice.
Good thing you got out of that room when you did.
30 Guiding Ones. That's almost, I think it's almost certainly enough for the rest of the game.
Let's see. This is 10 floors, and you got 9, 9, 7, 7. Yep. You can now guiding wand the rest of the game.
Yeah, which is why, like, you know, like I said, I think at the end of the day, like, when these times start getting more optimized, we're gonna have to start just expecting guiding wands here and start using them earlier. Because, like, I've had a couple runs recently where I've had like excess guiding wands at the end, and that's just not good, obviously.
Yeah, you wanna. That's another thing about the game. It's like you wanna not be too conservative, because yeah, if you get to the end of the game and you have leftover wands, it's like that's all time you just wasted. Okay, so actually I miscounted, but you have enough for, like, if you get one more guiding wand pickup, I think you'll be fine. Or if you get stair floors at any point, so pretty much. Like, in all likelihood, you have enough guiding wands now, unless you get very unlucky going forward.
I missed my tail whip there, by the way.
What a video game. We're that much slower even as a Pikachu.
I mean, I don't know, but I still killed it one shot with Gyro Ball. It's a unabridged Gyro Ball.
Oh yeah, just realized the mechanic I haven't even mentioned yet. So all these, like, rainbow dust tiles laying around dungeons, if you step on enough of them... Oh, bye, chestpin. Step on enough of them and Emerald will spawn, and it'll be a completely random Emerald. So I guess the characters are, like, gradually collecting the dust as they go. Hi, Mantine. We call him Sky Pancake. Does not do well against Gyro Ball. My goodness, nothing does well against Gyro Ball. I feel concerned by how this room painted a backwards L with its items. It gave you an escape orb and an Emerald up orb. That is an L. That is an L.
L room. You are the threat here. That was just a tentacle. Why did I think there was a sea drive?
Either way, I think you made a fair play. Oh geez, Rain. Swift Swim, Luminion. I think Mantike does too. Yeah, there's a reason we're stay awaying everything. It's like this dungeon's deadly enough, we don't need Rain on top of it. But luckily we're out.
Good lord, this run is something. Oh man.
Now we're actually to the prehistoric ruins. The last dungeon was brutal because all the enemies can, like, snipe you with very powerful water moves. This dungeon, you encounter really tanky Pokemon instead. So also very deadly, and battles here can be really slow. Like, I imagine in many cases, even Chestpin does not one-shot these enemies.
That was stressful. I really should start saving, actually. These dungeons are not easy at all. Like,
yeah, if you get too reckless,
you saw
here.
those hydro pump situations. That's just not good.
Oh my goodness, did you have one revive left?
One or two, I think.
Oof, yeah, that I didn't realize it was that close. Oh, well, now we've got, like, a page of them again. Oh, neat. I already got the... Oh, wait, you used the guiding wand. Okay, for a second I thought you warped in the stairs room again. Now we got tunnel wands. Tunnel wands are really nice with guiding wands, because once you know where the stairs are, if you can, like, carve your path to them...
Tunnel wands are, like, the cheekiest one to use. Like, I like seeing good, clever usage of tunnel wands. Thank God I just bounced away from there. I'm just gonna pick this up.
Yeah, better safe than sorry, I guess.
Wait, those aren't my slow ones from the bag. Those are just other slow ones I picked up. Cool.
Oh, well, you need more than the 5 you get from Gumi anyways, don't you? So that's kind of convenient. Also, I don't know why the water here is purple.
I wouldn't question it.
Just poison everywhere. Hariyama, when 116 damage is not enough. They get that tanky here. I think everything here has over 100 health. It's like, what the heck? You're definitely meant to rely on Behem and ranged attacks a lot. Ooh, that was a good warp.
I don't need blast seats anymore. No one, that's fine.
Alright, not too many cutscenes in the middle of dungeons in this game, but here's one. Now we discover where everyone else was when we got petrified.
Okay, so yeah, tech just reminder after this, after I finish this dungeon, we're gonna take our final break here. We're like halfway done with it now. So I guess it's the next cutscene.
Yeah. I forgot about the breaks. Ooh, stay away once. Now I'm starting to think you might have enough of those for like the rest of the game too.
Yeah,
or like
I have
enough
more
of
stay away ones than petrified ones, I'm pretty sure now. Kind of a silly statistic. I'm not even gonna bother with that. The yellow emerald sitting next to Hitmontop that's asleep. He's minding his own business, so I'm gonna mind mine.
Definitely a wand expert, but who cares? You have
Definitely
enough
wand
wands
expert.
now
I
anyways.
agree. That was 100% wand expert.
I guess static is pretty nice in here. So, like, at least they cannot hit you again after they hit you once. Sometimes.
Cool. More petrified ones, cool. Petrified ones got offended that I said that there was more stayaways.
How dare you not? How dare you use us all?
I think I can tunnel on this, actually.
Yeah, this might be a good time to use it. I almost wonder if the water would let you like pounce there, but
It doesn't
I
look
doubt
like
it.
it
That
connects.
probably like hits some kind of wall in the way. Oh, that's another L. Well, still making our way there. We're making our own path.
Yeah, so it was certainly... actually, I don't have that many pounce ones, so I definitely want to conserve those where I can.
Oh, that's
I have, like,
right. You
5
have to use
more, I
them for
think.
bosses. That's right. So yeah, you made the correct play there. It's just the game literally painted an upside down L with the water.
So rude. The game's ready for me to stop playing. Like, go back to retirement, idiot. Is that it?
Yeah,
That's it?
that's prehistoric ruin.
All right, yeah. Ready for the final break.
All right. Yeah, we're just going to take a quick break here. Like I said earlier, during these long runs, we like to take breaks so people can get up, stretch, get some water, whatever they need. So we're going to take a quick break and we're back with the rest of the run. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is the Pokémon Mystery Dungeon Gates to Infinity 10th Anniversary Special, and we are in the middle of a Pokémon Super Mystery Dungeon run. Go ahead, take it away.
Welcome back. We've been in a cutscene this whole time. Also, there's the Celebi now.
So, Chief, do you want to, explain briefly the giant lore exposition drop we just took a break during?
I can try.
In your own
So-
words.
it's been a while since I really
Wrong
paid
answers
attention, so
only.
I'll try. So it's like wrong answers only. I only know the right answer, and it's that Ampharos beats Nuzleaf, and he's like, "It's a pleasure to meet you." Oh wait, no, it's not. And then you teleport away.
Owned. Absolutely owned.
That's the best. That's the best. That's the best summary I can provide.
Yeah, so basically,
yeah, it's
Esper's
like-
a double agent.
Yeah. Yeah, you walk in to like this random chamber. Nuzleaf shows up. He's like, "I've got you now," and he tries to petrify you. And apparently, if you get petrified in that room, it takes you like to the deepest part of the Voidlands. But then Esper shows up, and she's like been aware of Nuzleaf's plan this whole time. And then Ampharos is following behind her. Ampharos suddenly recruited a Celebi, and they all save you, pull you over here, and then they tell you that, well, basically, we need to save the world. And there we go. But yeah, Ampharos sees Nuzleaf and yeah, drops that line. And now we get Ampharos in our team. With a Celebi and Jirachi and Esper. So yeah, Esper ends up being a very significant character in the end. And then Ampharos, he is a close range attacker, but he hits like a truck. He's really good for an upcoming boss, and if you get him to help you in an alliance, he's really strong. On his own, he should be okay too, but there is an issue with this dungeon. There are Lilligants here, and they have Teeter Dance. So anything in a room with a Lilligant that gets hit by that will get confused.
Well, I guess if I'm using guiding ones, I shouldn't use split up shreds. Speaking of Lilligant. Oh
I mean, I guess Ampharos can still... They're also really strong. Oh yeah, really cool music here. I mean, that's just speaking for the whole game, but... Oh, we're getting nothing but Lilligant. Oh wait, that one's petrified. Okay, that's... never mind. Oops, all the Lilligants. What's that? The one enemy you don't want to see here? Okay, enjoy. Kecleon has more or less nothing at this point.
Okay, man.
We get one shot again. Have you saved the game yet?
No, I have plenty of revives though. I have like a whole page.
Okay. Okay, yeah, we're fine.
I'm at least fine until
And you get
tree.
At least you get to use storage like halfway through this too, if things actually are looking
Oh, 4
that
more
poor.
guiding ones. Okay, I'm guiding one the rest of this. I think I'm good now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you have enough for the game. That is it. For the rest of the game, we get to see where the stairs are. It's kind of why the Mew category for this is like not that popular. It's because the wand conservation and usage in this game is like so critical that even just having 3 more dungeons added onto the run, it's like no one wants to ruin their any percent attempt by trying to save wands for those 3 dungeons. So that's why we almost never see anyone speedrun the post game for this, sadly.
A quick note: at this point with the wands, it's pretty much use them or lose them.
Yeah,
It's like where I'm not doing a post game run, so
yeah. This run will not be doing that. It's like it's best to use them all here. And it's really not that bad of like a time loss over using them in other dungeons, because this dungeon's no less obnoxious than others for the most part. Another dungeon where you get like way too many party members. And while they're all good, it's just, yeah. Thank goodness that wasn't a warp trap.
mythical bar sweet.
We can't use those anymore. Yay!
How are you still alive?
Yeah, I don't know, dude. The Nidorans in this place are cracked. They don't go
Oh
down.
my god. You're
They'll take psychic moves to the
away from
face.
here.
Like Quiver Dance.
I think this is the Stay Away Wand dungeon, and then the next dungeon is the Petrify Wand dungeon. Because like these things I want out of my life forever. But the Tree of Life ones are just in the way.
Yeah, to me it kind of depends. It's like if you're in a corridor and an enemy is annoying you, that's when the Stay Away Wand works. But if it's like if you're in a corridor and you wave the Petrify Wand, then you just end up with the enemy in your way. So it's like I use Petrify Wands in rooms most of the time. But then Stay Away is like really good for corridors. That's my main difference. Although I suppose when you're doing split ups, it's a bit weird because if you use a Stay Away on something and then it gets petrified near your partner, then it breaks your partner's AI. So I guess that's a weird situation to consider. Now we see the Tree of Life itself and how absolutely withered it's gotten. Basically almost dead. And then Nuzleaf and the Behemoth meet us here again. And they brought Baconbird, and then we have another nightmare boss fight. I don't know if the strategy for this fight has really changed over the years, though.
Oh yeah, this is the
pretty
one
much
fight in the
always-
game I said we need to use rollout. So I need your energy, and your prayers, and all of your kindest wishes. Anything positive I can get right
We're-
now.
Bust out the good luck emotes.
When did you get that one? That one's cute.
Oh, you've never seen that
No,
one? That's
I've
one of my
never
follower
seen it
emotes.
I always see the Togetic one.
Yeah, it's a little redundant, but I speedrun these games. Of course I have two emotes like this. And then magically here we discover that the harmony scarves protect us from petrification, specifically when we're near the Tree of Life. That's very convenient. Only here. And now we get slightly bigger Rat and Bowser again.
That's not his Bowser, confirmed. That's what I'm calling him from now on.
That's just what it looks like to me.
I like this. I like this better.
Giant back spike shell.
I just need him to do like a
I'll take
Bowser
his-
up B on the ground and just get rid of everybody.
Is that what rollout is? It's the up B.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see what we got for rollout hits. We don't use Gyro Ball because Chestnut can actually outspeed this thing. But the old tried and true strat is still alive where you pounce to the enemies, because if you don't, they all have ranged attacks and most of your party doesn't. So it's like a disaster if you don't do that. Oh, Snarl is like the most annoying move to see. It's a special attack drop on everyone.
Oh, that's great. Use Swords Dance again. Actually, hold on, I got you. You wanna give me Simple on Chestnut? I will happily take that.
Well, I guess we're at +6 attack now.
Yeah, just casual +6 attack, no big deal.
Interestingly, stat gains actually go up to +10 in
Oh, no,
Mystery
he
Dungeon,
died.
which if you... Aww. I was afraid that would
He's
happen.
not simple anymore either, I think.
I have no idea. But yeah. Oh, that was a good rollout hit. I just see Givaldo freaking out and then he's gone. He got deleted. It was good enough. It's kind of nice that he went down so fast, because Yveltal can use Roost to heal, which is incredibly obnoxious, and he can also use Oblivion Wing to heal and do damage. So, nice that we didn't deal with that. Now it's just a question of how long before we defeat this one to heal. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Alright, good boss. Even if we got one, it took like 4 turns to get rollout out. Yeah, I was gonna say that the stat stages actually go up to +10 and -10 in this game, which might sound ridiculous to a main series expert, but the multipliers are completely different too. A +10 multiplier in this game is like double attack. The same thing as +2 in the main series, so they they made it like not that OP to stack those. Like the most significant boost is the first, and then after that it's like, eh. Though it is too bad we didn't get to see the +6 rollout. We do, however, get to see a tree lifted from the ground.
This is probably like one of my favorite cutscenes in the entire game.
This cutscene is something.
It's just, it doesn't make very much sense at all, but that's why I love it.
I love it for that reason and because the just the animation.
Go, Chespin, go.
Go! He just busts out this like Super Mario platforming.
Oh, I'm starting to see why gyro ball doesn't work anymore.
Wow, he's really quick. And he tries to leap up to a tree that's moving up. There's just so much nonsense here, and then Jirachi, instead of continuing to fly up, lets him jump on him. And Celebi does the same.
And we somehow catch up.
Yeah, which, how even?
Actually, canonically, because we're
you.
like twice as fast as Chespin.
Sure. Oh, that's a very wide open mouth, Pikachu. Oh my goodness. He looks so angry.
It's just rivaling Totodile for most derpiest face. You can do it. So close. Come on.
Use your vines, Chespin.
Yeah.
And then after all that, he just falls. I really wonder what was going on in the storyboard room with this one.
That was so pointless.
Then he lands on Ampharos.
He tried his best. That's all that matters. That's just absurd plot was one of the other. Yeah, for sure. They're just trying to see how much they can like bait you and switch you.
And then Celebi and Jirachi are like, "Oh yeah, we should have been
So
flying
is there
this whole
false
time."
damage in this game? Yes, you fell and you landed on Ampharos, or Chespin did.
Yeah.
Chespin's
Ampharos is like, "I'll be
back
fine."
is just broken now. L plus
I'll be
ratio
fine.
plus you fell. Oh man, not like this.
Yeah.
Actually, it's Chespin exactly like this. L plus ratio plus you fell, idiot.
And now, apparently, because this tree has left the Earth has just stopped rotating, which, naturally we can still just stand here and be perfectly fine, apparently, even if that happens. And also, apparently, we're so close to the sun that it looks bigger, and the Earth is still okay. And then we get Chicken SpongeBob yelling at us.
Oh yeah, I forgot that's what my splits are called for the final battle. Chicken SpongeBob. That just kind of shows my age on how long I've been running this game. I've been speedrunning this game since that meme was relevant.
Yeah. I was, even when I picked the game up, I was like, what's Chicken SpongeBob? Now I see. It's kind of too bad. Apparently, in the Japanese version of this game, they did something like super clever. Also, Hyricles on Deoxys. Just firing lasers at the tree, like, this will stop it! But yeah, I guess in the Japanese version, they were really clever. They like used different ways of speaking with each line of Dark Matter to make it sound like it was multiple voices, because it's supposed to be like the embodiment of all negative emotions. Also raw.
Raw?
But yeah, in the English version, they had no idea how to translate that, so they were just like, uppercase and lowercase! So hi Arceus, hi Mewtwo.
This ending just kind of comes at you extremely fast. There's no build up at all. It's just, oh, we needed an ending. Here, let's start it now.
Here's all the legendary Pokemon. Everyone is here to try to stop this tree from moving. At first it's Plot Twist City, and then it's just all the legendaries are here.
I want to see like a video of the Japanese cutscene here. Just to see what that looks
Well,
like.
I mean, unless you can interpret it.
I mean, they said there's some Latin letters in there too.
Oh, interesting.
I can hopefully read those. Final chapter, chapter 22, Battle in the Stratosphere.
Yeah, Arceus just teleports us up here. So we ended up here anyways after all of that. I kind of wonder if like maybe they planned on having the partner solo this dungeon and then they were like, nah, that mechanically is not great. So then they just twisted up to Arceus teleporting you. I don't know.
Alright, we need to get Bowser
Anyways,
back.
we get Bowser. Get Bowser and Rat for the first time they go into a dungeon.
I don't need my glow wands and stuff for this part. I can just go through. I think I even have some reviver seeds left. Go.
And more sour, please.
Why?
Warp wand, tunnel wand, they somehow are already in the tunnel. You cannot escape. Only 7 floors and two parts of this dungeon to go. And well, it's kind of the norm at this point, but the enemies are really annoying. So we're just at this point, the best play is to spam whatever wands are left, which quite a lot were picked up in those last few dungeons.
Maybe I could have.
Of course, you just don't even.
I don't know.
It was definitely a wand expert.
Definitely.
Who cares at this
For
point?
sure.
Even Raichu finally is back to just being able to one-shot enemies now. Even Silverwind is really annoying, but not that threatening anymore. But hey, we can finally do that. The AoE effect of Warp Wand coming in handy. I thought you were going to hit the wall, but that works too. Just hitting the partner.
That didn't work.
And there the wall. There was an attempt. There was an attempt at a 500
tried.
IQ play.
Oh my god, this is a gold? That is a gold split.
Gold. That was, what was that, like 3
The
stairs?
not menuing plus how good the stairs were was absolutely a gold. Oh, an 8-second gold.
Now we have all these legendaries flying in while Dark Matter just goes Graw!
It's a shame that I'm 30 minutes behind PP. Otherwise the gold would be more
30
important.
minutes. That is insane.
I mean, at 5:53, which is what I'm on pace to get right now, is absolutely still nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, at least it's still sub 6 hours. Still remember when that was our goal.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Back in the day. Yeah, I don't know. I guess like while we're in cutscenes here, I've been disconnected from Pokemon Mystery Dungeon for quite a bit. It wasn't until I got the call to do something here today that I decided to, dust off the 3DS and give this run a try again. That was like a couple days ago. So I've tried my best to like rapidly relearn the game, and I think I've done a pretty good job. But I mean, the run has just been a little bit unlucky. But I think despite that, I've done the best I can. So I'm happy I got to have
Still been a nice display of new stuff. Yeah, both of us were like more active a few years ago with much different, much less consistent strats in like all the games and categories.
Yeah.
Like at one point we were ecstatic about just getting this game done in under 6 hours, and now here we are with like sub 5.5 hour times on the board. It's crazy how much further it went. Now we're ready for the final dungeon and the final boss. And it's great music, but we're definitely not going to get to hear it loop fully. I like seeing Super Mystery Dungeon described with a Dragon Ball Z emote and then a dog emote. That's one way to summarize it.
Close. Once again, use it or lose it. I'm not a fan of losing it. Pounds here is probably, yeah, that's not good. Yeah, I only have 3. That's not even enough to do this boss.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna have a little bit of improv on the boss.
I just never saw Pounds one ever again, pretty much.
I don't recall how many you need. I'm guessing it's like 4 or 5.
Oh, I was about to go the wrong way. Thank God I did that.
Yeah, sometimes when you wave those wands and you see the stairs adjacent, it's like, oh man.
Oh, right. Oh my God, right. They used Misty
no.
Terrain. Ugh.
Oh yeah, you cannot status them. So you can murder them.
Stay away, and I think they'll warp. They won't have the Petrify.
Yep, that's right. It'll still warp them.
Good enough. Yeah, nowadays I'm mostly when Pokemon Legends Arceus came out, I got really addicted to that. I just found like a massive drive to improve in that. I knew I'd be back to the 3DS games eventually, at least for PMD. But this came a lot quicker than I thought it would, and now I'm actually like super motivated to improve my time in this game.
Yeah, didn't think it'd be on GDQ channel. All right, 4 floors to go. Yeah, I'm also kind of in the same spot. I'm like very on and off with speedrunning these games. Like I used to be a very involved community member, but now it's like, once every few months I might want to try a category, but all of my runs are like really outdated now. And I don't really get very patient anymore about grinding runs. I just like to try them once in a while, but definitely a series I'm very, very attached to. Wouldn't have begun speedrunning without it. It's a very interesting, this game was a heck of an interesting choice for starting speedruns, given how it's like so opposite the traditional speedrun in that it does not have much consistent execution. Yeah, I remember when she started,
we didn't know if his run was legit or not, so it took us like a long time to verify because it was just so much better than everybody else's times.
That's right. At the time, no one really knew how to play this game optimally.
Yeah, Cobra was like 634 was like absolutely unbeatable, and then all of a sudden he pops up with a 626 on old 3DS. I was like, what?
Yeah, that's a slower platform for this game. On Potato Cam, and at the time I had not communicated with any community members. I didn't even have a Discord account. I was a massive nobody when I got into speedrunning this game, and I wanted to submit a recorded run much sooner, but I kept having recording failures because I had no idea how to properly record, especially with a 3DS. So that was an interesting, silly endeavor. I ended up like Potato Camming with a phone. Also, the dungeon's over. So yeah, it's nice to have come that far, and I really, or at least for a good while, I felt like I took a good part in updating a lot of game strats. Nowadays, I'm just kind of here once in a while. But definitely has been an honor to have Super Mystery Dungeon on this channel.
Yeah, I started submitting to GDQ in 2014. I was submitting Blue Rescue Team because I figured it was the most, time kind of like viable to get in a marathon. And while that never ever came to be, I did get in AGDQ this year with Pokemon Legends Arceus, and now getting to do Pokemon Mystery Dungeon full-length speedrun on the Games Done Quick channel is just absolutely a dream come true. It's just all come full
It's
circle
been
to
awesome
me.
having y'all here today. Y'all have been nailing it, so.
And we got to have the 3DS games, no less.
Yeah, just the only game that's never been featured on GDQ is the only one I thought had a chance.
Blue Rescue Team. Or Sour, please.
Let's go after it.
Maybe someday BRT will see its day in the limelight. Hey, Barrage gave us a double swords dance. Neat. I didn't even notice he got Barrage. That's a really nice one, or nice Emera. And here we get a really special strat. It turns out if you slow the boss down... Whoa, that was a really good rollout. Chespin going ham.
That's it.
Wow, that was phenomenal.
Yeah.
I didn't want to interrupt the damage by discussing the strat, but yeah, it turns out if you slow on Slumber Wand, you can stun lock the boss. Because it's supposed to heal ailments very fast. But if you slow it down, it heals slower. And if it has multiple ailments, it has a harder time healing them all. So you just rotate those two and it never moves. So yeah, you put an orb to sleep, and then you win. That's only phase 1.
And it turns out Dark Matter still got a little bit more to say. And his stupid, ridiculous chicken SpongeBob voice. Ooh.
And now all those legendary Pokemon that have been trying to fight this whole time also are just deleted. Including Mega Rayquaza. And the birds. Even Arceus.
No, my buddy.
At that point, you'd think the battle is won. But apparently the power of friendship still persists.
Always that pesky friendship, man. Dark Matter
these
banned from
mystical
Uber is
scars.
true. I mean, I don't think it's fair for only one Pokemon to have like 9 phases or whatever the second phase is.
Just imagine Dark Matter on Smogon. It's like it faints and then it's just another phase and another phase. He's just sweeping Mega Rayquaza, Mega Mewtwo.
You literally killed God, but I already did that at AGDQ. I dethroned him. I'm God now. But yeah, all of the people that had just come around to liking us, the villains, they're all getting go for broke. It's really unfortunate.
I can't believe this is now just being referred to as Go for Bro.
Did you see what happened to Entei? I think he could walk after that.
Took one Bowser up B and he was done. And now Dark Matter tries to tell us that we're useless, but we just keep going bam and bam over and over and over again. With our 5 damage A attacks, we're told not to give up. I don't know why Pikachu is doing this when he has Thunder, but that's what he's doing. Apparently everyone that's petrified can tell us to not give up.
Looks like Pokemon the first movie, right?
Yeah, it's like a Paper Mario-ish ending. You know, everybody that you've ever met.
Don't give up.
Everyone we haven't is telling us not to give up.
Your favorite line in RPG games, don't give up.
Banger alert, by the way.
And we get to see Service Fish one more time. AKA
Yeah, if you play this on
There they are.
emulator, you notice that it's like lagging whenever I'm doing the BAM stuff. On emulator, it doesn't lag, and it goes so fast that like this drop doesn't even hit at the right time.
Yeah. Yeah, this cutscene's like supposed to lag. Here we go.
Okay. I don't want to have to waste a pounce one, but I want Tespin to not be there. Alright, turn up his moves. Hold on.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's too bad that he was using A attacks. There we go, 170, that's more like it.
Those are terrible spots for the things to be in.
Yeah, it's a unique attack where it like warns you where it's gonna go, and then if you don't move out of the way of it, you're in trouble. If you set your partner to let's go together, they're actually smart enough to stay away from those danger zones, but on some other tactics, yeah, they just kind of stand there and die. This is what Pounce Wands are for. Now, Tail Whip is gone from Dark Matter, but Justbin still has his, like, 2 swords dances. And Tail Whip is back. And 284 damage, that's right. Dark Matter's typing changes to resist whatever you're hitting it with, which is the worst thing it could possibly do to itself when you're using alliances. That just boosts your damage. Thanks, Dark Matter. So now we're almost hitting 300s. Ooh, good surround wand. Now if only Chespin could hit.
Oh, ideally, I would not let him do this little spiky attack, but I'm low in resources.
Yeah, aka the game gave you like 2 pounds once. You used them all in Nectar Meadow, basically. Yep, that's the typing mechanics in this game. It tries to give itself more resistance. It actually takes way more damage because that's how alliances are. And that's it. GG. 304 damage later.
A little bit more cutscenes to go, but that is the end of hard stuff.
That is some damage. Wow. I had no idea Gyro Ball did that much. 304.
I had 6 or 7 proteins, an attack looplet, barrage. I guess barrage was melted by then. I think it melts all your emeralds or something.
There's still like 10 minutes of cutscenes before time actually stops for any percent for the game, but that was all the gameplay.
Yes.
I hope everyone enjoyed the run. It's been an honor to be here to commentate and to have my favorite game and one of my favorite speed games on this channel for 6 hours.
Yeah, just 9 hours of PMD that you really don't get to see in marathons. Like, I understand that a 7-hour, 5.5 hour, 6 hour game is like hard to fit in a marathon. But it is really, really nice to be able to show off these games because like this, you don't have to be constrained to speedrunning short stuff. You know, you can end up running what you like, and that's okay. And those games deserve love too. So I'm glad we had a chance to show off games that wouldn't otherwise get the chance.
Except in really, really long a thon.
Yeah, but that marathon's like literally like centered around particularly going out of their way for games like that. That's the whole gimmick. The run's gonna be for a little bit longer, like 10 minutes longer.
Yeah.
There's a couple
we
more
still got 10 more minutes
to do before the credits.
Yeah, for all the other games, if we had like a race timing system where you could stop your race timer as soon as you beat the final boss, but this game, there are still inputs other than B after the final boss. You have to walk to the hill. So this is like the one game where it's always been the same between race timing and just any percent.
Oh, sorry, I lied. This is the final chapter.
Yeah. It's kind of a prologue of sorts, but yeah, the real final chapter.
Yeah, once again, if you want to get into running Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, any game, I think Sarge posted the Discord link earlier, but if you're having trouble finding it, just go to speedrun.com, look up Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, click on any of the games, and there should be a Discord link somewhere on the page for you to join. We have a lot of races, a lot of people that willing to help out new people, really inclusive, and I think it's just a great place to be. It's been a community that I've been cultivating and watching grow for 9 years at this point. So I'm really, really proud of what it's become.
Yeah, I remember when I joined, it was just like this little pool of like 70 people in a Discord with like 5 runners. So I'm glad to see how much it's evolved as a community myself and how much strats have changed over the years. It's like when I showed up, I like to get into speed games where not many people have done runs to them before, so there's plenty of room for new optimizations and tricks and strategies. So that what was my initial appeal to Pokemon Mystery Dungeon was to play around with the strategies a bit, come up with what I could that would be better. Everything I've thought of now is probably obsolete, but at the time that was like really fun to me, and it's been a pleasure getting to meet a whole slew of different runners and practically making friends with like almost all of them. Like, I've really gotten to know a lot of the people that have gotten to run this game, because it turns out when you watch people play these multi-hour games multiple times, you start to get to know them as the game makes them go insane. So it's been really fun, and maybe someday I'll set up another event. So the events that I've set up, people have said good things about. I do like to include a lot of people when I make events, even at my own expense. Here, Ampharos tries hugging everyone. He's very bad at it.
Yeah, the dude can barely walk forward. I'm good on the hug. I'll pass. That sounds like it can only end in disaster. But yeah, generally, I said I've been doing other things since I ran PMD. I ran PMD like from 2014 to 2020, and I'm still on and off since then. Recently, I ended up getting the full world record sweep on Legends Arceus. I've been running Scarlet and Violet. I'm fourth in that game. So I do a lot more than just Pokemon Legends Arceus, or a lot more than just PMD. And I've recently been dabbling back in Mario, which is where I started in 2013. So if you want to see a lot of different speedruns, I may or may not be your guy. We'll have to see. I think for the future, at least the next couple weeks, I'll probably be doing this for the most part.
Interesting. The D-Rust grinds got you into it again.
I'm addicted now. Especially with cutsceneless, it's such a good way to practice.
Yeah, that's true. That's nice. The shoutouts to SPD Wolf for creating cutsceneless patches for each game. Super, super helpful for practice. It's very hard to be motivated to practice before. It's like I only occasionally get into these games, but now on the occasion that I do get back into them, I have like a way better practice tool, so I can like greatly improve the way I was playing from before with that in mind. It's like it's amazing how much it helps to just consecutively do dungeon. Like it kind of makes you memorize strategies because you don't even have time to look at a guide.
You don't have time to take a sip of water in cutsceneless.
Yeah, that's the only thing. It's like really intense if you actually speedrun it instead of just practice.
Does WiiWare have a cutscene patch? WiiWare doesn't have a story. It doesn't have any cutscenes to take out.
There's like one cutscene where a Beaverell steals chocolate. That's the only thing of value. Oh, and the cutscene where Slowbro drops the game to 1 frame per second.
I played WiiWare.
PMD WiiWare. WiiWare doesn't get talked about much, but it's like any percent for that game is like an hour.
Yeah, there was like an explosion of WiiWare because I think I mentioned at some point today. At one point we did an event centered around people playing games they've never ran before, and the only option for people like me and Cheese and who else, like your account, was to
like series veterans, Shady. Like, dude, we all had to run WiiWare.
We have a lot of series runners that run the entire series. That there's nothing else to like, try out.
Yes, we tried WiiWare. Some of us were like, okay, this is a fun little meme, and then others of us just absolutely hated it.
I think I wish it is functionally, like, control-wise a good PMD game, but it just suffers from a terrible gameplay loop. Because like going and doing missions is just not fun, and then suddenly having to do 24 floor dungeons, it's not pleasant. Like it deserves
with enemies that stack on each other's heads, and with monster houses that can have like 60 Pokemon in them. Yeah. It's just insane.
It's a little bit of an absurd difficulty patch, but they did speaking of patch or difficulty curve, but they did actually make an English patch because the WiiWare version is actually Japanese only. But at some point they released an English patch. I don't remember when that was, but it definitely made the game a lot more accessible. And it's pretty easy to install, I think.
Yep. It pretty much plays like Sky, except for the stacking mechanic, which is unique and interesting, but also the whole reason that game is like absolutely awful. The stacking mechanic is a thing enemies can use where they're literally like Pokemon will stack on each other's heads, and then when they attack, they all attack together in one turn. So it's like you run into a stack of enemy Pokemon, they just annihilate you.
Yeah, so
by unleashing move after move.
Yeah, basically, just to clarify something in chat, like the Wonder Mail does give me a decent boost and a place to start with, a place to get my footing initially. But the route is routed around getting average luck on picking things up, and I would say this was like below average, so it was very, very, very stressful and hard, despite getting a lot of free items.
I would agree, and I'm glad you made it through this run like fine without a death or something. Because you got like no wands this run. That was disgusting.
Yeah, I think the
until the
closest
very
I
end.
came was submerged. That's how close I came to dying.
Really, really bad drop luck. So yeah, glad the run wasn't a disaster on that note.
All right, here we go.
Still maybe looking at your splits makes you feel otherwise, but at least you didn't like die.
I've been pretty even with PB for a while, actually.
You were?
Yeah, like the last like hour, I haven't lost any time.
Oh, well, that's because most of the last hour is cutscenes.
I know. I'm doing really well at these cutscenes. Acknowledge my my greatness. I'm mashing so hard right now. But yeah, here's the final plot twist. If you've never played this game, you've played like every other PMD game. Oh yeah, you're gonna leave because your role has been finished. Whatever. No. There's more to this story than that.
Yeah, your main character's like, I want to stay here with my partner, and then
It's like about that.
they're like, oh yeah, I'm Mew. All right, bye.
Yeah, I'm you. Just in case. Yeah, you missed that.
So that's why he hates ghosts so much. It all makes sense.
He just squeezed in. Oh, hey, I'm Mew, by the way.
Yeah, prior points, I think, in the story, they were mentioning Mew being
Alright,
involved in the dark matter fight.
Time will end whenever the screen fully fades to black here. You may now buy both of them.
Yeah, it's really weird. Apparently Mew failed to fight dark matter and permanently defeated the first time, so he wipes his own memory, wipes your memory, and then you do it again. You'd think that would make it hard to not make the same mistake again, but I guess it worked. I don't know. The ending's weird.
Pikachu's like, this wasn't how it was supposed to end. Wasn't in the script, dude. Okay, and...
Sad Pikachu.
And... Oh, this takes a lot longer to fade out than I thought. And...
Time.
5:56:05 or 6 or whatever.
Still under 6 hours. GG. Actual GG.
That was a really good run, yeah. I mean, I know you got a lot of bad luck, but you still, you got through it, and it was entertaining.
It was still a lot of fun. This game is amazing.
Yeah.
I used to rag on in the past just because, like we were mentioning earlier, like when you don't understand it, it makes you feel like the worst player on earth. But it's just so different. Once you understand it, it's an extremely fun speedrun.
Yeah, it takes some adaptability and learning how to work around the clunkiness, and then it's like, dang, it like really opens up. I was lucky that this being my first ever PMD game, I just did not really have to worry about that adaptation element. I already had it. With me, it was a matter of learning how to go fast. But for everyone else at the time, it was like, I remember watching old runs and just seeing people like dive face first into super dangerous situations, and I'm like, what are these guys doing? Now that I've played all the PMD games, I kind of get it though. This one has such a different play style.
Yeah, we just sit here and watch Pikachu cry.
So sad. Why would they do that?
I don't know.
That's what PMD wants to do, is make you sad. That's what these games are for.
Yeah, they're like famous for their heart-tugging endings.
But yeah, thanks everyone for watching. I'm glad to hear it was an enjoyable watch. I was able to keep people not bored for 6 hours.
Yeah, but thank you guys so much, Church and GDQ staff, for inviting me to do this. I don't care what I had going on. I would have done this in a heartbeat. I've been thinking about doing PMD for GDQ for years and years and years now, so I would never turn down the opportunity. Thank you for giving it to me.
Thank you both so much, and SPD earlier. Thank you all so much for showing up and doing these runs. I know y'all are very passionate about it. It was awesome to be able to have you on and share your passion. And I know it was a little bit of a tight time frame, but I do appreciate y'all de-rusting and coming out to give these great runs. This was awesome. And so this was, again, reminding everybody the 10th anniversary, I guess 2 days ago was, of... I almost just said Super Pokémon Mystery Dungeon, which is like the most wrong I could be.
It's been a struggle with this game being released, because every other game is PMD this, PMD that, PMD this, but this one's like PSMD, so you can't really abbreviate it. It's frustrating.
Yeah.
We just call it Super.
Yeah.
But this was the anniversary of Gates to Infinity, and this is just another game in the series. We threw it in with that. Thank you all so much. That is all of the show we have for tonight. We do have more shows tomorrow. At 7 p.m. Eastern is going to be Argon Bin, followed by Tiny Tree Fort. Well, that said, we're going to take a quick break while we look for a raid target. If you wouldn't mind sticking around just so we can share the speedrunning joy with somebody else, that would be awesome. Take care, everybody. Thanks for watching.